Chapter 401 Scorpion-Tailed Lion. Ah. I didn't expect this job to be so easy. It was over without even firing a shot. In the Badlands, Oliver, who was driving the modified Hera, was very excited. I didn't expect that we could really bring this stuff out so easily. I really thought it would be like the spy super dream movie, with all kinds of thrills and accidents. And finally it was dangerous to bring the stuff out. This reality is too incredible. Your idea is not very realistic, Carl said. In my memory, the simplest spy activity was a wooden carving of the American national emblem given to the United States by the Soviet Union. There were only 6 eavesdropping components in the entire structure of that thing. But it successfully monitored the conversations of the American embassy for 7 years. That's what we call incredible in reality. Is that true? Jack said. Carl, you know a lot. Yes. What makes me feel most outrageous is that if the American agents at that time hadn't heard the voices of their own people when they were eavesdropping on the Soviet Union, they might never have discovered this secret. Compared with the 7-year eavesdropping by the spies and agents, we just stole something, which is really nothing. There's nothing to be proud of. From the room of a presidential candidate who didn't have many prosthetics installed, I got something by luck and accident without firing a shot. The mission is not always so lucky. I have to think about what I should do if I encounter such a thing next time. The obvious limitation of this mission is that after their team left Night City, they lost their familiarity with the place and the support of the rear personnel. It is not an exaggeration to say that they were completely blind. If T-Bug had not arranged their identities in advance, and also provided them with the building structure diagram and confirmed their identities, it would be impossible to complete this task within 3 days of staying in the hotel. Their team was too dependent on T-Bug's rear support in all aspects. Although there is nothing wrong with relying on partners, there are times when partners are not there. In case of any accidents, the other members of the team must have a backup response plan. I have to learn some hacker knowledge systematically from T-Bug. Where are we now? V asked about the route. We are almost crossing the border of Southern California. Not far away, Jack said while looking at the trip record in the car. When V heard Jack say that they were about to leave Southern California, he was obviously relieved. No one should be able to catch up with us here. But almost the next moment after V finished this sentence, a sharp whistle sounded from a distance, and then quickly approached. V, maybe you have the talent of a jinx. What does jinx mean? Now it means. Carl sat in the back seat and looked back through the rearview mirror in the front seat. A hovercraft is catching up. It's not that easy, isn't it? Oliver stepped on the accelerator. But this is not Los Angeles. We are in the Badland. If you want to chase, just chase. It's a military tech manticore. It looks familiar. I remember that the cyber psychopaths in the city also use this type of car. Jack also looked back through the rearview mirror, and his hand had already picked up a Saratoga submachine gun. Are you referring to the terrorist squad? They do use this type of vehicle, but the paint is a little different. They are catching up. Oliver found that the hovercraft was approaching even if he stepped on the accelerator hard, and said, "Get ready for the battle. I drive, and I leave it to you to deal with them." How did they track us? Did they use a surveillance satellite? V picked up some things from the small compartment under the seat and assembled them. He didn't quite understand why the military technology people could catch up. No need for surveillance satellites. Just check the guests who checked out early, and then follow the marks left by the vehicles in the city all the way in the Badland. No special equipment is needed. The artificial, I can chase them all the way. Carl looked at the people who were catching up in the rearview mirror. Here they are. There are 2 scorpion-tailed lions. Be careful. The scorpion-tailed lion hovercraft has 2 machine guns that can tear the Skyhera apart. At this time, Carl and his team are facing 4. When their speed is not as fast as them, and their defense cannot withstand the attack, they have to find a way to get rid of the pursuers. For such a big hotel, Carl and his group must not be the only ones who checked out early today. If military technology is to be used for tracking, it is impossible to concentrate the force on tracking one car. In other words, the 2 hovercrafts chasing Carl and his group are just outposts. After they confirm the criminals, the hovercrafts and other tracking directions will follow. If Carl and his group want to get rid of their constant pursuit, they can only prevent the 2 chasing hovercrafts from sending signals. Buzz beep. The alarm of the hovercraft was approaching, accompanied by a warning, the vehicle in front. Please stop as soon as possible. According to federal regulations, we suspect that you are involved in espionage activities and need to be checked. The vehicle in front. Please stop as soon as possible. We will only warn you 3 times. If we don't see your vehicle slowed down after 3 seconds, we will launch an attack. Slow down your grandma. After swearing, Jack shouted, V. I have installed it. V had already assembled something in his hand. And with the voices of Jack and V, Oliver kicked a button next to the accelerator. Whoosh! Amid the creaking sound of the vehicle, the roof of the Skyharrow flew directly off the vehicle, exposing several people in the car directly to the wind and sand of the bad land. Fuck. How much have you changed? Amid the unbelievable sound of Carl eating a mouthful of sand without any preparation, Jack and V, who were not wearing seat belts, had already stood up. The back end of the item in V's hand was already on Jack's shoulder, and he was holding the front end of the assembled item steadily with his shoulder in hand. In the Manticore hovercraft, the original tracking personnel had not yet reacted to the fact that the roof of the tracking vehicle was suddenly lifted, and they saw what Jack and V and others carried together after the roof was lifted. After seeing what it was, everyone in the hovercraft had a distorted face. They didn't expect that tracking a car could track this thing. Be careful. It's a single-soldier anti-aircraft missile. Boom! When the white tail smoke rose around the people in the car, a gorgeous spark exploded in the sky. Deal with one first, Jack shouted. They went to Dogtown, but bought a lot of good stuff. Chapter 402. Goodbye then. Great. It's finally our turn to bomb others. Carl couldn't help but shout that it was so cool after choking on the gunpowder-smelling smoke. The things he bought from the trip to Dogtown worked. As expected, to deal with large targets, he had to use this thing to bombard them. It's not over yet. V put down the individual anti-aircraft missile in his hand and looked at the floating car that emerged from the sparks in the sky. There is still one that hasn't been dealt with. At this time, the surviving scorpion-tailed lion had raised his machine gun and aimed at the people on the Skyharrow. The warning was over. At the moment of being attacked, the response that military technology needed to make was just a counterattack. The bullets that could penetrate all the defenses of the Skyharrow fell like raindrops. At the critical moment, Oliver started the Sion Weston and turned the steering wheel under extreme conditions, forcing the vehicle to twist its body. As the whole vehicle shook, Carl was thrown to the side of the vehicle due to the inertia of the vehicle. The unclosed door almost made him fall out of the door. Fortunately, Carl held the seat at the last moment to prevent himself from being thrown out. At the original location of their vehicle, a series of smoke and dust stirred up by bullets hitting the ground rose up, almost forming a smoke belt parallel to the Skyharrow. Damn. This thing's machine gun is too powerful. If it hits us, will we still be alive? Jack took out an EMP grenade and threw it directly at the location of the Manticore hovercraft. But the Manticore hovercraft pulled up in advance to avoid it. You may not hit Jack, but if you hit us, we will definitely die. Carl watched the machine gun rise and then descend, recalibrated the position of the machine gun, and locked their hovercraft again, and stood up from the shaking vehicle. V? Help! Carl, you want to? As V was speaking, he saw Carl jump up. When jumping from a moving vehicle, due to the force of inertia, the human body will keep pace with the vehicle for a short time, and then be pulled back by gravity and return to the original position. That is to say, when a moving vehicle jumps, due to inertia, the person will move with the vehicle even in the air. And if you want to change the position of the person, you need some help. Instantly realizing what Carl was going to do, V held his hands up and handed them upwards, and the jumping Carl feet just stepped on V's hands. Go, Carl. Leave it to you. With both hands pushing hard, Carl flew up under the power of V's arms and went straight to the hovercraft chasing behind him. The people in the hovercraft watched this magical scene through the internal monitoring screen, and in an instant everyone thought of similar words in their minds. Moth to the flame? This thought lasted only a moment, because the jumping Carl had already jumped in the air with the help of V-power and the power of his own jump. Double jump? The compressed air ejected downward, and its reaction force made Carl's figure climb up a distance. And this distance was parallel to the flying hovercraft. The machine guns that had been calibrated and were about to fire were right in front of Carl. But the two machine guns had no chance to fire again. Take a breath. Time slowed down. Between Carl's wrists, a silver arc appeared. The single-molecule wire flew out like a crescent moon. Carl's single-molecule wire in his hand has not been given a name yet, but it is indeed unique to Carl and his weapon. Its sharpness and charging efficiency are unmatched by any single molecule wire on the market. Similarly, there are not many defenses that can block this crescent moon. At least, the defense of the military technology mass-produced armed hovercraft Manticore is not enough. Just like a hot knife cutting butter, under the swing of the arc, everything that dared to block in front was separated. A hovercraft is about 5 meters long, and under the cutting of the single molecule line, the area of more than 2 meters in front of it is divided into two. The cut structure gradually deforms under the action of air resistance as the hovercraft rushes forward. As the air rushes in, the upper and lower halves of the hovercraft begin to collapse with the cutting point as the center line. What is revealed is the military technology personnel in the car who were sent to Carl because of inertia and whose faces just showed fear. Passing through the gap opened by the damaged structure that opened up as if to welcome him, Carl's feet landed in the car. Time continues to pass at the original speed. Ding 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 hum hum hum. Amid the rapid altitude drop warning and destruction alarm in the car, Carl stood in the hovercraft that began to fall and smiled at the people in the car. The height of the hovercraft is about 10 meters. For Carl, such a height is just a place that can be reached by relaying and double jumping. But for the military technology personnel in the hovercraft, it is a height that is enough to kill them. Is a 3-story building high? Maybe not very high. But if the heavy hovercraft falls to the ground, it is very high. It's starting to fall. Carl felt the rapidly descending hovercraft, looked at the military technology personnel whose faces finally showed disbelief and fear, and said to them gently, "Are you ready to face the impact?" Under the inertia falling, the military technology personnel almost just instinctively held on to the objects around them to resist the impact. No one responded to Carl. And Carl, who felt the ground getting closer and closer, shook his head without getting a response. These personnel were too panicked. Isn't it just falling from a height of 10 meters? According to the emergency airbags of the hovercraft, at most they will be injured, and no one will die. Don't you see that they are staying here well? Carl felt that these people were too boring. So he took out something he had with him, and pulled off the pin in the increasingly terrified faces of the military technology personnel. Falling won't kill anyone. You need something to make up for it. Bang! The hovercraft fell heavily to the ground. With the help of emergency prevention procedures and anti-fall airbags, the hovercraft was only slightly broken. The military technicians inside did not suffer any serious injuries, except for some bumps and bleeding. However, no one showed any joy of surviving from the air, because a grenade had been carefully placed between them. "Nice to meet you." After Carl politely greeted him, his figure disappeared in the hovercraft, and when he reappeared, he was already 5 meters outside the hovercraft. Goodbye then. Behind Carl, the hovercraft disintegrated with the explosion. Chapter 403 Checkpoint. Hera is mostly broken. In an abandoned town on the highway near Night City, V checked Hera and shook his head. "Oliver, you are too rough in driving, and because of our modification, it is probably impossible for Hera to start again." "You mean? Hera is going to be scrapped?" Carl looked at Hera with the roof opened and white smoke still coming out from under the front hood, and he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Although he had never actually driven Hera, this Hera was undoubtedly a witness to his mercenary career in Night City and had accompanied him until now. If it was going to be scrapped like this, he would still feel a little reluctant. It's not scrapped, but it needs a place for professional repairs. After all, the current situation is no different from a dead car. He looked at the road signs around the road, but we are not far from Night City. We should be able to reach the checkpoint by pushing the car for a while. After passing the checkpoint, we can reach the Sunset Hotel by pushing it for a while. Once there, we can repair the car, and it will be fine. Do you want to push it all the way? Jack rolled up his sleeves. After all, this car has been carrying us for so long. We can't just abandon it in the bad land. Then I push it from the back, and you guys push it from the front. But keep an eye on the steering wheel. Let's do it. Oliver also rolled up his sleeves. It's the car that has been with us all the time. After everyone decided to push the car, Sky Hera drove slowly on the road again. When the personnel at the checkpoint saw an unmanned car approaching slowly, the drone had already discovered the 4 people who were slowly pushing the car next to the vehicle. The 4 people had some patterns in their appearance. The personnel at the checkpoint looked through the drone and felt that the 4 gray guys were wanderers from the bad land. That car bottom is the bottom of the Sky Hera. It's broken like that, and it's still being pushed. It's another group of poor wanderers from outside, who come to our Night City to beg for food. A checkpoint personnel connected to the drone said to his colleague, and controlled the drone to approach the personnel, who pushed the car into the checkpoint area. Park the vehicle in front. And then accept the scan and inspection. We have to conduct an entry inspection. Listening to the voice from the drone, Oliver raised his head. This is my first time to enter the city through the checkpoint. It turns out that this is the procedure. It's strange. After all, we used to enter through the Taipingshao area. But now it is obviously unlikely to continue to push the car to the Taipingshao area and go around a long circle to enter the city. Jack used a little force to stop the Skyhera in the scanning area of the drone. The 4 people stood by the car waiting. But the drone immediately showed a red light after a brief scan. Warning. Warning. Dangerous weapons are carried in the vehicle. Warning. Activate the 4th level prevention regulations. Dangerous weapons are found in the vehicle. Please control the situation as soon as possible. When Carl and the others didn't quite understand, following the indicator light of the drone, the checkpoint personnel who were fully armed and holding Ajax rifles rushed out of the house next to the checkpoint and pointed their guns at Carl and the others. The personnel are in place. And now we are conducting verification and investigation. A person wearing the thickest bulletproof vest, while keeping the Ajax rifle pointing at Carl and others, walked quickly to the side of Tianqianghera, opened a compartment on the co-pilot seat of the car under the guidance of the drone. And then, an RPG was placed there. Warning. Confirm the existence of dangerous items. When the inspector saw that it was an RPG, his pupil shrank, and he hurriedly stepped back a few steps, as if he was afraid that the RPG would be detonated. And at the same time, the Ajax rifle pointed at Carl, and the others was held more steadily. According to the Night City security regulations, why do you want to enter Night City with high-risk weapons? Please answer. High-risk weapons. Carl and the other 4 looked at each other. And then, they reacted as if they had just woken up from a dream. Oh! It seems that weapons like RPG are indeed prohibited in Night City. They forgot. Facing more than a dozen guns pointed at them. Jack thought about how to answer. But he didn't think of a good answer. So he asked tentatively, if we throw this thing outside now, drive in first, and talk about the thing later. Is that okay? Answer. The gun was pointed more steadily. Obviously, he only suspected that Carl and the others had carried it intentionally before. But now, he was sure that they knew it. Answer. Jack scratched his cheek. This kind of thing can't be answered. It can't be said that they bought the goods from Dogtown in Taipingshao, loaded them on the car, and ran to Los Angeles, and then came back because the car broke down, so they could only push it through the checkpoint. Seeing that the few people didn't say anything, the checkpoint personnel began to slowly surround them. At the same time, the person wearing the thickest bulletproof vest once again issued a warning. We now suspect that you are involved in the smuggling of dangerous weapons and have triggered the Night City law. Now we ask you to lay down your weapons, give up resistance, and accept detention and questioning. According to the Night City law, you have carried out dangerous transportation and will be sentenced to temporary detention for 2 to 4 weeks. 4 weeks of temporary detention? Oliver felt that this regulation was unexpectedly lenient. Only 4 weeks of detention was good. But when he thought about what he had heard from the 6th Street Gang when he was a little boy in San Domingo about the detention of the checkpoint and NCPD, he didn't want to go. I heard that in their temporary detention center, they couldn't even eat synthetic meat. They had to eat 2 meals a day of porridge. And they had to cook the porridge themselves. When they took it out, it was covered with mold. And there were only a few maggots occasionally that could be used as meat to eat with rice. Sorry. We may have to choose to resist. Carl opened his hand slightly, with an apologetic expression. If you want me to pay the fine, I don't care. But I have to hurry to repair the car now. And I don't have time to be detained. Hearing Carl's words, the sound of releasing the gun's safety almost immediately rang out around them. The Ajax rifle is now ready to fire at any time. The target may be ready to resist. Looking at these people who are about to shoot, Carl sighed. They were wrong first. So they had to lie down and sleep for a while, and save some medical expenses for compensation later. The other companions around Carl were ready to take action. And just when the conflict was about to start, a voice stopped the tense atmosphere. Wait a minute. A police officer with a strange appearance and wearing an NCPD uniform came over. Chapter 404 Return to Night City. Let them go. This was the second sentence the police officer who stopped the conflict said after arriving. Let them go. The checkpoint staff understood this order, which made them look at the leader, who was recently sent down from above. A group of vagrants carrying highly dangerous things. Just let them go. Even if they receive bribes. There is no reason to be so open and above board. Right? At least they have to go through the procedures. Such as temporarily detaining them first. And then letting them go after a few minutes. For such behavior, they can still get some bribes. But letting them go without showing them a penny is too unruly. Not understanding the confusion of the checkpoint staff around them. The male police officer, who was very unfamiliar to Carl, and his friends walked quickly in front of him. Do you need me to help transport the vehicle? Mr. KK? KK! When they heard this name, the checkpoint staff, who were a little noisy, and thought they did not receive bribes, and were a little dissatisfied, suddenly quieted down. What did they hear? KK? It was KK! While silently putting down the Ajax in their hands. The checkpoint personnel who were originally surrounding Carl and his team began to carefully look at the gray-faced young man who looked like a wanderer, and then saw some familiarity in his face. There were grains of sand mixed in the young man's hair, and his face was also covered with traces of dust and soot. But a pair of bright eyes could still be seen from the face covered with sand and dust. Those eyes. It was him. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet, and at the same time, some checkpoint personnel also realized what they had just done. They pointed their guns at KK. You should have said it was you earlier. Huh? After being called by his name, Carl realized something belatedly. He wiped his face, and then looked at the sparse and falling gravel. And then he reacted to something. Oh! He was wondering why the checkpoint staff were so tough. Not like the checkpoints that could be passed by paying a bribe as rumored. It turned out that he was pushing the cart all the way with his face covered in dust. So they didn't recognize him. He patted his face, and the sand on his hair fell off. Carl felt that he had at least a pound of sand on his body today. He had to sigh that the wind and sand on the bad land were so strong that he almost made a sand mask for himself. He didn't wear a hat, and he didn't even have any means to prevent sand. After his face was a little refreshed, Carl looked at the strange NCPD police officer standing in front of him. Do you know me? Hearing Carl's voice, the NCPD police officer nodded, and then moved closer and lowered his voice. I'm the deputy director's man. Mr. Johnson? I don't think I've seen you under his command. I used to be in the search department. I knew the deputy director before, so I was transferred to this lucrative job by him. I didn't expect to meet you, Mr. Carl. A few days later, it turns out that he is still a person who relies on connections. However, Carl had nothing to say about this kind of favoritism and corruption. After all, it was convenient for him. If the police officer had not been able to recognize them in the situation just now, Carl might have let all the personnel at the checkpoint here have a good sleep today. Carl thought for a while and said, You said you could help transport vehicles? We have a trailer here. Can we borrow it temporarily? We will return it to you after we transport the car back to Night City. Of course. Mr. Carl. Do you need us to send a driver to assist? It's okay. We can drive it ourselves. Carl looked around and saw the checkpoint personnel who were staring at him. But they were different from the previous fierceness. They didn't dare to move in his sight, and even began to tremble. He felt embarrassed. He thought for a while. I transferred the money to you. Let's buy a few drinks. Carl transferred some money to the police officer in front of him, which was enough for the checkpoint personnel to drink and have a good dinner, and said, Consider it my treat. Hearing Carl's voice, the checkpoint personnel around were stunned. What did they hear? KK was not angry when they blocked him with guns. He wanted to slice each of them into slices and roast them to feed the robot dog like in the Super Dream movie. And he also invited them to have a drink? Bribe? This was the first thought that flashed through their minds. But then, they felt that the idea was a bit ridiculous. Who is KK? In the entire Night City, there are not many mercenaries who can be compared with him. Everyone present knew that if KK wanted to, he could easily clear the entire checkpoint alone. However, it was such a KK who was willing to invite them to have a drink. And it was after they misunderstood and pointed guns at him. Although they acted according to the rules. Everyone knows that in today's world, strength is the rule. But in this case, KK, who was rumored to be able to kill all the way from Watson District in Night City to Taiping State without blinking an eye, not only did not kill them all, but also invited them to drink? This is too honorable. The difference between the KK seen with their own eyes and the KK seen in Mutuo is so great that if it weren't for the extremely familiar face after dusting off, they would not be sure that it was KK. until they saw the trailer of their checkpoint towing the half-scrapped Skyhara away. A checkpoint staff member in the crowd who had been silent for a long time finally spoke up. Is that KK? There are rumors in the city recently that KK in Mutuo and KK in reality are completely different people. I didn't quite believe it at first, thinking it was a gimmick to market the kind KK Mutuo. But I didn't expect it to be true. I think I met KK with a gun pointed at him. But he didn't get angry, but instead treated me to a drink. I can write this on my resume, and I might even be able to get a security position in some big company. But why do you think KK team? They are still driving a car like the Skyhara. If they change to a luxury car, even if their faces are so gray from the dust, we will not treat them as wanderers carrying dangerous goods. I never even look at things like the Skyhara when I go to the car dealership. Maybe there is some secret. Anyway, I feel that I can get a Skyhara for my new car. Think about it. Even the KK team is using it, and they are unwilling to give up the car even if it is half scrapped. There must be a reason for it. I don't know what the people in the checkpoint behind them are discussing. The KK team drove the trailer and looked at the city that was getting closer and closer. They always felt a sense of familiarity. Night City, after all, is also their home now. Chapter 405 Arasuke's Nobuo comes to Night City? This job was done well. The goods have been picked up at the location and confirmed to be correct. We are very satisfied. The final payment has been paid. We look forward to the next cooperation. Mr. KK. Looking at the message sent by the client on the phone, Carl was about to reply with a next cooperation, but suddenly found that the other party's contact account had been cancelled. It's really efficient. The account was cancelled as soon as the final payment was paid. How is it? The money has arrived? Sitting next to Carl, V looked at the Liesheng bar where they were now, and after making sure that no one was monitoring their conversation, he asked, what did the employer say? They said, we did a good job and look forward to the next cooperation, and then cancelled the account. Carl put down the phone. The share of the money has been transferred to you. As for this employer, I guess the next contact will be in a mysterious way. I don't know if this employer is really a military technology person as he said, or from another company. Oliver drank beer on the side, but the money has been paid enough, and I'm too lazy to pursue it. It's better not to delve into this kind of thing. We work for others, but we don't have time to worry about all kinds of things for them. Jack was sitting next to Oliver and drinking beer, and looked at Liesheng. Why are there so few customers in Liesheng today? There are not many familiar faces. Has anything happened in the city during this period? I don't know. Just ask Claire, Oliver said, waving to Claire who was leaning on the bar with one hand and seemed to be chatting with a man. Claire, if you are free, can you come over and chat? Oliver? Claire stopped chatting with the man in front of him, looked over after hearing the voice, and after realizing that it was Oliver who called him, he said to the man he was chatting with. The man came over after saying a few words. Why? Do you want me to serve you some more wine? No. I haven't finished the wine yet. Oliver raised his glass and gestured, then said, we recently took a job and left Night City for a while. What happened in the city? Why are there so few people? If you want to say what happened, there is some news in the city recently, but I don't know what the reason is. After all, it's not easy for me, a bartender, to inquire about the private work of mercenaries. But I can tell you about the news. What is the new news? There are a few that I think are relatively important. Claire thought for a while and said, listen. It is said that in the Badlands, Atacado, a tribe of wanderers, has a conflict with the Night Walkers. The two sides have been fighting fiercely recently, and mercenaries may be needed to help. Then, the Tiger Claw gang recently got a new leader, who is said to be a member of the company. Are the people of Atacado in conflict with the Night Walkers? As a former wanderer, V is more concerned about this, while Jack and Oliver, as city people, are more concerned about the new leader of the Tiger Claw gang. This is the number of Tiger Claw gang leaders in the past 2 years. They really change leaders as frequently as changing shoes. Any other news? Carl felt that Claire had not finished speaking, so he continued to ask. There is another piece of news that is relatively important, but it may not be related to mercenaries. Important news? Carl was a little curious. What is that? It can't be news like the mayor's sudden death. If that's the case, the whole Night City would have spread it long ago. Compared to the news of the mayor's sudden death, it may be more important, Claire said, lowering her voice. I heard that Arasaka Nobuo came to Night City. Who? Jack, who was listening nearby, didn't quite hear what Claire said for a while, and asked, Arasaka what? Arasaka Nobuo. The only male heir of Arasaka now. The Arasaka boy who was born to revolt against his father? Jack heard it clearly this time. But he was very surprised. Why doesn't he stay in Japan? Why does he want to come to Night City? Could it be that he wants to pay tribute to his elder brother Arasaka K who died here? Who knows? How can we street people know about the affairs of the upper class? And even this news, I only heard from a group of company dogs. As for whether Arasaka Nobu really came to Night City, no one knows. Claire waved her hand. Anyway, that's the news. If you want to order some wine, call me. I will continue to talk about racing with my husband. Okay. Oliver nodded, watching Claire walk back to the waiting man over there. Then retracted his gaze and asked his companions, what do you think about this matter? Arasaka Nobu came to Night City? V asked. He knew the famous Arasaka Nobuyuki. What can we do about the affairs of an Arasaka boy? We can only watch with our eyes open. What are you talking about? Captain of the 2nd Combat Team. You are a member of Arasaka. How can you not care about such things? What are you talking about? Mr. Oliver. You are just a team member. After directly hitting back, V looked at Carl. Everyone in the team knew a little about Carl's involvement with the Arasaka lady. So he asked, Carl, what do you think? Same. Watch with 2 eyes. Carl took a sip of sweet tea. Spread his hands. Arasaka Nobuyuki is not my relative. I can't see him whenever I want. Can't I just watch him? And Claire also said that this news is just a rumor. We don't know whether it is true or not. What does it have to do with us? Is that so? Oliver scratched his golden hair, which was still a little damp after taking a shower in the city. I was just thinking. There are not many mercenaries in the next life now. Have they received any work? If possible, can we also take some work to do? We just finished our mission today. When did you become so diligent? Oliver. As Carl was talking, a new message came on his phone. The special reminder sound attracted the attention of several people in the team. It seems that it is not unexpected. Oliver shrugged and looked at Jack. I bet. If it is not that Miss Arasaka, it is either Kenichi Shiro or Kenichi Kanzuya. I think so. There is no need to bet. Jack looked at Carl. Let's see what the job is. Carl. I guess we can meet many colleagues and familiar faces this time. I don't know what it is. Will Arasaka Nobuyuki come to Night City? Carl didn't know. But he seemed to be in the vortex of being affected. Because the name of the letter displayed on the open mobile phone was Kenichi Shiro. Chapter 406 Special Personnel. So Arasaka Nobuyuki did come to Night City? Sitting in the top floor of the super skyscraper, Carl welcomed Kenichi Shiro, who came in a hovercraft in his home, and asked this key question as soon as he sat down. Why did he think of coming to Night City? A routine inspection. Kenichi Shiro sat on the sofa opposite Carl, facing the beer that Oliver and the others brought to him. Glanced at the people standing next to them, gave them face, took the beer and put it in front of him, and then continued, although Arasaka in America has become a semi-independent force in fact, it still belongs to Arasaka in name. People come from Arasaka every year. But this year the person who came is Nobuyuki. In the conversation, Kenichi Shiro's attitude was obviously different when he mentioned Arasaka Nobuyuki, which caught Carl's attention. So he asked, what's wrong with Arasaka Nobuyuki? Would you like an eagle that broke into your house and made trouble? Maybe it's quite welcome. After all, I haven't seen many birds in a place like Night City. Carl certainly understood the true meaning of Kenichi Shiro's words. So he continued, so he plans to come here to make trouble. What is his plan? To take control of Arasaka in America? In America, even if Nobuyuki comes, he can't really control it. When saying this, Kenichi Shiro was obviously quite confident, and coupled with his current identity as vice president, it was obvious that his words were true. If the purpose of Arasaka Nobuyuki's visit this time was to try to gain the loyalty of the entire Arasaka in America, then this was undoubtedly a foolish dream. The fact that Arasaka in America could develop into an independent faction in the Arasaka group. Arasaka Michiko's means should not be underestimated. And it is impossible for Arasaka Nobuyuki to take away the foundation of others on their land. And he came for other purposes. Kenichi Shiro mentioned something that Carl had almost no memory of. Do you remember the blue-eyed invader you caught at the Arasaka Tower party? I still remember it. That one might be controlled by the roaming AI? Carl recalled, I remember when Maki and I were invited to play. You left halfway through. Maybe because of this. You know a lot of things. I was there the whole time. How could I not know? So, is Arasaka Nobuyuki here because of some problem with the roaming AI? He's coming to take that special person away. Take him away. Carl was a little surprised, although I don't know much about this. Seeing how much you value it, Mr. Kenichi Shiro. That person should be very important. Right? Arasaka Nobuyuki came here to take him away. Didn't he have to pay any benefits? This is the intention of the Arasaka helmsman. Arasaka Nobuyuki just carried his instructions. Arasaka helmsman? This word can only describe one person in the world today. No matter what factions and forces Arasaka Nobu and Arasaka Michiko develop, there is always someone above them. That old but immortal figure at the top of power. Arasaka Saburo. Arasaka Saburo. Arasaka Nobu doesn't get along with him. Why would he carry his instructions and act like a good son and come to ask for people? Carl was a little puzzled. Everyone knew the father-son relationship between Arasaka Saburo and Arasaka Nobu. To put it bluntly, they restrained themselves when they met but didn't fight. It was really funny that Arasaka Nobu followed Arasaka Saburo's instructions and came to take people away. It was just like saying that Oliver was spotted by a beautiful woman on the street and was taken home and imprisoned as a husband. It was very absurd. Oliver felt a chill for no reason and looked around. He found that there seemed to be nothing strange. So he turned up the temperature of the air conditioner. At the same time, Kenichi Shiro explained Carl's doubts. No matter what, Nobuaki is now a member of Arasaka. If he is a member of Arasaka, does he have to wait for Saburo Arasaka? I think it is more likely that Nobuaki Arasaka came here to do something, such as he also has intentions on that person. Maybe there is such a possibility. Kenichi Shiro did not deny. He admitted this possibility. And then he also said the reason for coming to Carl and the others this time. So I want you to be a guard again. Another guard job. We are not full-time bodyguards. Having said that, Carl, who had already guessed the purpose of Kenichi Shiro's arrival, did not mean to refuse. In addition to resolving people, their mercenary team can only do guarding and other jobs. Jobs are easy to talk about. But as for the reward, Carl asked, what is the reward this time? Your Sky Hera is broken. Right? Want to give us a new car? No. Kenichi Shiro looked at Carl. I know you. You would rather repair that outdated car. I will open a parts warehouse at Arasaka Beach. And you can use the parts at will. An entire parts warehouse at Arasaka Beach. It sounds okay. But Carl doesn't know much about car modification. So he turned his head to look at V. V's artificial eye was shining. Got it. In fact, Carl's remembrance of the Sky Hera is more like a commemoration of his mercenary career. Originally, he thought that if it couldn't be repaired or was too outdated, then he would just store the Sky Hera in a special warehouse as a commemoration and buy a new car. But now looking at V performance, and thinking about the modifications he, Jack and Oliver have made, if they were given a parts warehouse, I'm afraid they would be able to transform it into a Sky Hera that is completely incompatible with the Sky Hera. As for whether the completely replaced Sky Hera is still Sky Hera, this involves the paradox of the ship of Theseus. We take this job. As the negotiator who took the task in the team, Carl took the job. And Kenichi Shiro, who was not surprised by this, took out some things and put them on the table. This time, Carl, you will be my guard as KK. And your team members. Kenichi Shiro didn't need to explain anymore. The remaining few people had already seen the identity verification card on the table. V saw the identity he was familiar with. It turns out that this identity is not a one-time thing. V picked up the identity verification card with the word 2 written on it. This thing is too familiar. He brought it with him when he went to Arasaka Tower last time. So, Mr. Kenichi Shiro, what is the time of the mission? Oliver also picked up his own card, and then looked at Kenichi Shiro and asked about the mission time. 4 days later. Kenichi Shiro stood up. I will let you know in 4 days. Is the location still Arasaka Tower? No. Kenichi Shiro glanced at Carl, who was asking. This time we will be at sea. At sea? Carl was confused. Chapter 407. The Kujira, or rather, the Whale, is anchored in Coronado Bay. It is a supercarrier belonging to Arasaka. I never thought I would have the opportunity to come to such a place. Since the formation of the team, I have really seen more and more things since the formation of the team. Is it because you only stayed in Santo Domingo before and never came out? Jack sat quietly, but looking at the Kajira anchored in the port of Arasaka. His face was involuntarily excited. As a mercenary with a strong interest in awesome weapons, it is undoubtedly a particularly exciting thing to be able to observe the supercarrier so closely, and even board it soon. Even if Jack wants to control himself, his body is shaking with excitement. Who can refuse to board a supercarrier? I don't know what kind of technology is needed to build such an aircraft carrier, and how long it will take to build it. Looking at the catamaran super aircraft carrier, V counted and found that it had 3 decks of different lengths and staggered. The advantage of this deck is that it can be independently launched and recovered. Even if one layer is damaged, it will not affect the other layers. V happened to have seen similar structures in the construction of ships in the past. That was a somewhat old historical ship introduction video he bought after coming to Night City. In it, there was an aircraft carrier with a similar structure to this super aircraft carrier. V remembered the name was Akagi. Is the design used by Arasaka still this ancient design? In the introduction of the video that V saw, because of the problem of takeoff and landing efficiency of carrier-based aircraft, the 3-stage deck is no longer popular in the world. Now the aircraft carriers basically use straight-through decks. Compared to Oliver concern about going to new places, Jack concern about the awesome weapons, and V concern about the structure of the Kajira. Carl, who was also looking at the super aircraft carrier with him, was recalling the history and information about the aircraft carrier in his mind. According to the information Carl consulted, this aircraft carrier arrived in Night City on June 12, 2070. Its arrival forced the new American army that originally planned to invade Night City to retreat, which actually ended the new American Unification War and maintained the independence of Night City. New American President Miles was worried that Arasaka intervention would lead to the escalation of the conflict in the Unification War and might trigger the Fifth Corporate War. So he had to choose to negotiate with Arasaka. Later, she signed the Unification Treaty with the Free State Alliance supported by Arasaka, nominally announcing the end of the Unification War. Since then, this super aircraft carrier has been anchored in Coronado Bay as a guarantee for Arasaka until today. If Arasaka Tower symbolizes that Arasaka Hand has reached North America again, then the existence of this Kajira is Arasaka clenched fist. Anyone who sees it must be concerned about the consequences of this fist. Under the guidance of the soldiers on the Kajira, the floating vehicle that passed the identification code slowly descended, and the automatic ship gun that was originally locked also began to turn the muzzle. It feels like a cannon hitting a mosquito. Are the airborne vehicles so defensive? Oliver watched the turret deflect and breathed a sigh of relief. But he was a little confused about the defenses on the Kajira. The firepower of an airborne vehicle can't cause any damage to the super aircraft carrier. Not to mention that this airborne vehicle doesn't have any lethal firepower. Maybe he remembered the kamikaze special attack force he served in, and was afraid of an attack from a flying vehicle loaded with bombs. Only Kenichi Shiro understood the hellish words that Carl said. But he glanced at Carl and said nothing. Let this kid be embarrassed without anyone to respond. He dares to say anything. Everyone knows that if Arasaka Saburo had not been in his prime, he should have been a member of the kamikaze special attack force. The Kajira has been reinforced, and is not afraid of ordinary suicide bombings. Even a floating vehicle full of bombs is a little short of quantity. Kenichi Shiro did not respond to Carl's hellish words. But someone else did. Not only did she respond, she even chuckled. What the soldiers are more afraid of is that the floating vehicle may carry nuclear bombs. Just like the nuclear explosion in 2023. They don't want yesterday to happen again. Hiss. Listening to this familiar voice and words, Carl took a deep breath. He was the one who spoke the hellish words first. But now he is a little embarrassed. This shouldn't be said to me by you. Haruko. Is that so? Among Chiyo's guards, Haruko, who was waiting for Carl and Kenichi Shiro at the landing of the floating vehicle, pointed her finger on her cheek, tilted her head, and thought for a while before reacting. She covered her mouth slightly. Yes. In that incident, Haruko grandfather, Arasaka K. Although he did not die in the nuclear explosion of the Arasaka Tower, generally speaking, he also died in that related incident. Haruko followed up Carl Hell words, which was a bit too filial. Although Arasaka K died more than 30 years before Haruko was born, he was just a stranger whose name Haruko had heard of. But they were still related by blood after all, which was not easy to say with related things. I shouldn't say this, But you Arasaka family members are a bit too relaxed about blood relations. Carl got out of the car and nodded to Chiyo. After waiting for a response, he looked at Haruko, but I have to apologize. Anyway, I still said something that was disrespectful to life. Carl was also a little distressed about his mental state in recent days. He felt that he was getting more and more integrated into Night City. I respect my mother very much, but I may need to get used to respecting relatives I have never met, Haruko said very honestly. And after greeting Kenichi Shiro, who was walking down, she stretched out her hand to Carl. Let's go. Uncle is waiting for us. And mother will be here soon. Carl didn't react much when he saw Haruko's hand stretched out in front of him. But after feeling Kenichi Shiro's gaze, he suddenly reacted. By the way, I came here today as my own identity. Not as a guard, but as Haruko's friend. Carl took Haruko's hand. To be honest, he rarely held his friends' hands, because after junior high school, he was a little arbitrary and thought that only women or family members would hold hands and walk. But since his friends had stretched out their hands, it seemed that in Western etiquette, men had to hold hands and lead women. I don't quite understand. But Kenichi Shiro seemed to be staring at him. Why? Didn't he follow his eyes and politely hold hands and lead? Chapter 408 Arasaka Nobuo. I told you that they are not just ordinary friends. Now look. They are holding hands. Walking on the deck of the Kujira. Oliver quietly approached Jack and V and said. Carl said that he and Miss Arasaka are just friends. I think they can no longer be friends. Do boyfriends and girlfriends not mean they are friends? Jack lowered his voice so as not to attract the attention of Kenichi Shiro, who was walking in front of him. Keep your voice down. It's hard to say. Didn't you see Kenichi Shiro staring at me? I think it's still uncertain. I think Carl may have ordinary ideas. He may really think this is a friend-to-friend thing. V said. But this is the first time I've seen Carl treat women in such a way. It's really hard to imagine that Carl, who always wants to bring us food when he goes out on a date, actually holds someone's hand. It looks really strange. If they succeed, will things change a little? Oliver said. Then will we really become Arasaka Company dogs? I don't think so. Maybe we will have to be bodyguards for the Dangerous Girls Agency and serve those cat-eared beauties as bodyguards. Jack shrugged his shoulders. After all, this lady is also the young master of the Dangerous Girls. Just watch it. Anyway, even if something really happens, we won't be the first to worry. As the few people talked in low voices, they crossed the deck and came to the cabin originally for the sailors to rest. Over there, a man sitting sideways on a chair was waiting for them. The man wore an open coat, in which the shirt inside could be seen. He looked relaxed, with one hand on the armrest of the chair and the other hand adjusting his collar. When he heard the movement of the people coming, he put down his hand that had just adjusted his collar and turned around. The man had short black hair, a clear facial contour, and a serious expression. His eyebrows were thick. His eyes were bright. His nose was straight. His lips were tightly closed, and his chin was clearly defined. Overall, he gave off a very resolute feeling. If we talk about Carl's first impression of this man, it was that although he looked quite old from the appearance of his skin, he looked very energetic, like a ball of fire, a burning wildfire that could be raging at any time. Strange feeling. I don't know why I have such an impression of this man, but Carl already knows his identity. Needless to say, there is only one person in the entire super aircraft carrier who can sit in this lounge and wait for everyone with the attitude of a host. Arasaka Nobuyuki. It's better to meet in person than to hear about it. This man, who was described as a playboy in various news propaganda, who didn't understand his father's hard work and rebelled against his father, was much more likable in Carl's eyes than Arasaka Saburo, who he had seen in the video. At least this man looked very energetic. Arasaka Nobuo watched the arrival of several people and was about to say something, but his eyes accidentally caught a glimpse of a scene. He saw his niece, Haruko Arasaka, holding hands with a black-haired young man. Even Arasaka Nobuo, who has lived to this age and is already accustomed to all kinds of things in the world, was stunned when he saw this scene. He seemed to have never heard that Haruko found her other half. Could it be that Haruko, like her mother, ignored the family and fell in love freely? While Arasaka Nobuo was thinking, Carl noticed Arasaka Nobuo's sight, and he also realized that it seemed not good to continue holding hands in front of Haruko elders. So he took the initiative to let go of his hand. He had already led the person here. And Haruko walked towards Arasaka's Nobuo after Carl let go of her hand. Uncle. Long time no see. Haruko happily opened her arms. And when she saw Arasaka Haruko coming over, Arasaka Nobuo showed a hint of gentleness on his face. He also gently opened his arms and hugged his niece, who he had watched grow up. Then, after letting go of her hands, he carefully looked at Haruko. Now, you have grown up a lot. Haruko, can you get used to living in Night City now? Not bad. I think I have adapted a little. I feel much happier than when I was in Kyoto. Happier than in Kyoto. Listening to what Arasaka Haruko said, Arasaka Nobuo didn't know what he thought of. His expression dimmed slightly, and then shook his head. It's really boring in that house. After chatting with Haruko for a few words, Arasaka Nobuo looked at Kenichi Shiro. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Director Kenichi. Yes, Kenichi Shiro's attitude towards Arasaka Nobuo was not as close as Arasaka Haruko. After considering his words for a while, he continued to say, Sir Nobuo. The attitude between Arasaka's Nobu and Kenichi Shiro was a little subtle. They were completely businesslike. And this attitude changed when Arasaka's Nobu looked at Carl. Looking at this young man who was becoming more and more familiar, Arasaka's Nobu recalled the information about this person in his mind. So he tried to call him by his name. KK? Just call me Carl. Carl was always polite to his friend's elders. Just like when he was facing Mrs. Wells. Carl directly reported his real name. Carl. Arasaka's Nobu nodded slightly. I have heard of your name. After a pause, Arasaka's Nobu looked at Haruko and turned his head again, looking at Carl and said seriously, You did a good job protecting Haruko before. It would have been better if he didn't say this. As soon as he said this, Kenichi Shiro's eyes became serious, and Carl immediately understood after a little thought when he felt the gaze beside him. The attack on Haruko was done by the people in military technology and the Hawks in Arasaka. And the leader of the Hawks was Arasaka Nobuyuki in front of him. What did he mean by this? This was Kenichi Shiro thought. And Carl, who did not speculate on every word of Arasaka Nobuyuki like him, but had a good impression of Arasaka Nobuyuki because of his first impression when they met, heard the sincerity of this statement. Arasaka Nobuyuki did not lie about this statement. This is strange. The leader of the Hawks. His subordinates failed to do their work. And he still had to praise the culprit, who caused their failure for doing a good job. Although he didn't understand, Carl chose to accept the compliment. As long as it's a job. I've done a good job. Chapter 409 Takemura Goro. The conversation between Arasaka Nobuyuki and the others did not last long before it was interrupted by the sound of a door opening in the lounge. A man in a black gown walked into the room. He had dark gray hair in a bun and a pair of brown eyes. His neck was replaced by a mechanical structure, from the coating that was different from the surrounding skin color. He seemed to have deliberately kept this structure. Looking down from his neck, his body was slender and strong, giving people a special sense of elite. The moment he saw this man walk into the house, Kenichi Shiro was shocked. He didn't expect that this person would come too. The name of the person who came was Takemura Goro. It sounded like a very common Japanese name, but as long as they were Arasaka staff, no one didn't know what this name meant. This was the name of Arasaka Saburo's personal bodyguard, and his status was equivalent to Kenichi Saburo to Arasaka Michiko and Chiyo to Arasaka Haruko. It can even be said that his existence itself, in a sense, symbolized the arrival of Arasaka Saburo. When he saw Goro Takemura, Kenichi Shiro also understood why Saburo Arasaka asked Nobu Arasaka to come to North America. Saburo Arasaka never trusted Nobu Arasaka. The reason why he asked Nobu Arasaka to come was because he had a backup plan. That backup plan was Goro Takemura, a man who could convey the will of the Arasaka Emperor. Goro Takemura. Looking at Goro Takemura, Kenichi Shiro called out his name, and Goro Takemura just looked at him calmly and nodded slightly as a greeting. This time, my arrival represents the intention of Lord Saburo. Goro Takemura put his hands behind his back. I am here to receive that special person. Why is he speaking so slowly? In the communication, Oliver complained while listening to Goro Takemura's words. It seems that he is not very familiar with English. Just like reciting words. V looked at Goro Takemura and couldn't help saying in the communication, but this strange-looking Japanese seems to be very strong, giving people a feeling similar to Kenichi Shiro. Is he also a professional bodyguard? Didn't you listen to his words? It represents the wishes of Lord Saburo. It is likely that he is Saburo Arasaka bodyguard. Saburo Arasaka bodyguard. How can he be weak? Jack said. But his hands were already slightly half-clenched. Because he also felt a very terrifying pressure from this man standing with his hands behind his back. And this pressure had never been faced even when facing Adam Heavy Hammer. This is not to say that Adam Heavy Hammer is not as strong as the man in front of him. If Jack really wants to make a comparison, Adam Heavy Hammer is like a shotgun loaded with bullets. Everyone knows that as long as he is fired, people will be turned into mincemeat. And the man in front of him is like a long sword that has not been unsheathed, giving people a cold sense of awe. It is very scary to face a shotgun. You can die at any time. But at least you know how you are blown to pieces. When facing an unsheathed long sword, you have to be on guard at all times to see when he draws the sword and how he draws it to attack you. The pressure will naturally be greater. Maybe it is because of the experience of fighting with Adam Hammer. Anyway, if Jack is allowed to choose, he would rather fight with Adam Hammer again than fight with a guy named Takemura Goro in front of him. While Jack, V and Oliver were a little nervous. Carl hee-hee sound in the communication disturbed the silence in the channel. Hee-hee. I thought of an interesting thing. Although Carl also felt that Takemura was very strong. He was more concerned about another point now. San Lang. Sai Lang? Goro. Don't you think it's interesting to get 3 Langs in order in a short time? When will Daong and Erlang come? Carl's words made the other people in the team speechless. Why does it feel like Carl can always find inexplicable entry points in strange places? Should we say that he has a good heart, or that his thinking is too strange? When the members of Carl's team were muttering in the channel, when Goro Takemura said that he would take the special person away on behalf of Saburo Arasaka, Haruko Arasaka had not spoken yet. And Arasaka Nobuo had already spoken first. He glanced at the dog sent by Saburo Arasaka to monitor him and said, Michiko hasn't arrived yet. And the people haven't arrived either. Are you so anxious to send the bones back for your master? This very sharp remark obviously irritated Goro Takemura a little. But he looked at Nobuo Arasaka, and obviously had no intention of arguing with this person, who was nominally his master. He just shut up and stood aside. Goro Takemura's attitude and actions were simple and clear. He came to bring back the special person for Saburo Arasaka. As long as this matter could be successfully accomplished, he would not care about other things. Nor would he say anything. Humph. Looking at the attitude of Takemura Goro, Arasaka Nobuyuki just snorted coldly and said nothing. Then, the lounge, which had been somewhat warm due to the greetings of Haruko and Nobuyuki, became quiet again. Arasaka Haruko stood by and looked at Takemura Goro, then looked at Nobuyuki Arasaka. After hesitating for a while, she still whispered hello to Takemura Goro. After greeting the people around her great-grandfather, who took good care of her in Kyoto, Arasaka Haruko sat down on the side not far from Nobuyuki Arasaka. Hearing Arasaka Haruko greeting before sitting down, Takemura Goro's eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation. And then looking at Arasaka Haruko, who was sitting down, he also bowed slightly and greeted her. Goro Takemura didn't have much to say about Arasaka Nobuyuki. There was hostility between them. Even if the Arasaka Saburo behind Goro Takemura gave an order, Goro Takemura would not hesitate to get rid of Arasaka Nobuyuki, who was regarded as the biggest traitor in Arasaka. However, Goro Takemura found it difficult to remain indifferent to Haruko Arasaka. Goro Takemura has a family, but because of his duties, he basically stays with Saburo Arasaka all year round. He spends less time with his family than with Haruko Arasaka. For this little girl who witnessed her growth, Goro Takemura had to admit that he had failed to invest a certain amount of family affection in her. However, what made Goro Takemura feel relieved was that Miss Haruko, who had not seen her for a long time, became more optimistic and cheerful compared to her appearance in Kyoto, and looked a lot more sunny. If Mr. Saburo saw Miss Haruko now, he would definitely feel relieved. When Takemura Goro was thinking this, he found that a black-haired young man who was standing next to Miss Haruko was looking at him. And then, he heard the other party asking him a question. Takemura, this surname seems familiar. Are you a relative of Maki? Chapter 410. All the people have arrived. Mashi. Hearing this particularly familiar name, Takemura Goro's face fluctuated slightly. He did not expect that he would hear this name from a young man with a slightly unfamiliar face. This made him look at the young man carefully. And after looking at the young man carefully for a few times, Takemura Goro found that he knew him. Mercenary KK. Although the news of his battle with Adam Heavy Hammer was not known to everyone. Everyone in his circle knew it. Takemura Goro also watched his related battle videos out of the habit of understanding prevention. But in the videos, Takemura Goro paid attention to the fighting style and fighting strategy of Mercenary KK, and only scanned and stored his appearance. After taking a few more glances now, he recognized him. Mercenary KK, whose real name is Carl, is the son of a former executive of Kanto Company. After arriving in Night City in 2075, he quickly changed his identity and became a mercenary. Then he not only formed his own team in a very short time, but also made this team rise rapidly, making it the most popular mercenary team in Night City. Detailed psychological state analysis of the archive data. It is known that Goro Takemura's eyes flashed with the data stored by the Arasaka Intelligence Department when he was performing the mission. And then that data came to the final evaluation. Excellent mercenary, who can establish more cooperation. Excellent mercenary. After reading the information and thinking about everything in just 2 seconds, and knowing Carl's identity, Takemura Goro said, "Where did you hear this name? Where did you hear the name Maki?" Carl said naturally, "This is the name of my friend." Friend? After listening to this very unfamiliar word, Takemura Goro muttered in his mind, and answered Carl's previous question about whether he was a relative of Maki. There is indeed some relationship. But this is not the place to talk about these things. Takemura Goro's eyes moved slightly, swept over the people who were obviously listening, and then kept silent. Obviously, he didn't have much idea of chatting in this situation. It's really Maki's relative. Carl recalled that Maki said that she had a relative who was valued in Arasaka, and the whole family rose from the bottom to the second generation of power. Now think about it. This relative should refer to Takemura Goro in front of him. Saburo Arasaka, the man close to the Emperor of Arasaka. Is that a person who can take his entire family and relatives to the sky? Carl looked at Goro Takemura, who obviously didn't want to say more. And he didn't mean to continue speaking. He took a few steps back and returned to his original position. Carl was curious and wanted to ask. But the other person obviously didn't want to say more. And Carl didn't mean to continue pestering. He was not a salesman who would pester him and talk endlessly, and wanted to ask about his ancestors. However, Carl stared at Goro Takemura's face and felt that he looked more and more familiar. Carl was sure that he must have seen this face somewhere. But where exactly? Carl thought. Looked at Haruko. And then a light flashed at his mind, and he remembered. When Haruko moved into the North Oak Manor, Carl visited Haruko. And Haruko was watching a comedian's recording at the time. I remember that Haruko said that the comedian looked like someone she respected. So she felt very interesting and kept watching. Carl also compared it in his mind at that time. If Mr. Kenichi Shiro was funny, he would also want to watch it. I remember that the comedian's name was Hino Hideyoshi, and his face couldn't be said to be exactly the same as Takemura Goro. After all, Takemura Goro's expression looked more serious, and the cyborg transformation was more powerful. But the two people really looked like twin brothers. If you don't distinguish the details carefully, it's hard to tell the difference between the two. If I shouted the comedian Hino Hidehoshi's signature words in front of Takemura Goro, "Fasten your seatbelts," would he have some reaction? Carl's heart was about to move. But when he thought of Takemura Goro's unwillingness to talk, he withdrew his thoughts. There is plenty of time. Who knows when I will see Takemura Goro again? There is no need to rush. Today's mission is more important. Soon, the three parties representing the will of Arasaka will gather in this rest cabin. And then my guarding work will begin. So I have to do it well to get the reward. When Carl stood and the cabin returned to silence, Haruko's hand moved slightly under the sleeve of her kimono. And then Carl felt that his mobile phone received a message. He didn't look at the phone, but connected it directly. Haruko sent a message. Arasaka Haruko, if my mother comes later, then there will be a full house in this cabin. If there is a nuclear bomb to be detonated, the military technology people may be very happy. It is not certain. After all, my mother may be more worthy of cooperation with the military technology people. Carl, it is too dangerous to always think about nuclear bombs. Can't you be calm? If a nuclear bomb really explodes next to us, we will probably die here. I don't plan to die like this. It's too unfair. Arasaka Haruko, although you said so. Carl, I remember that there is an independent missile system on the whale that can launch nuclear bombs. And some places in the aircraft carrier also store related weapons. Carl, hey. What you are saying is, we just wait next to the nuclear bomb. This super aircraft carrier is equipped with nuclear bombs, and is parked next to Ninth City. I wonder why the military technology withdrew so decisively during the Unification War. If it is a little slower, it may be bombed. Haruko Arasaka, I thought Carl would care more about the fact that you have been living in the range of nuclear bombs. Carl, that's not the case. It was like this before I came to Ninth City. As Haruko Arasaka took out her phone from her sleeve from time to take a look and then put it back. Carl spent a relatively quiet period of time in the cabin by chatting with Haruko. Then, after being notified by the personnel outside the cabin, the last person waiting arrived. But she didn't arrive alone. The first person to come in was a mechanical body. His figure was extremely tall, and he had to bend down when he entered the lounge from the specially widened cabin door. His entry was like a giant metal object forcibly squeezing into a small space. The lounge, which was originally about 100 square meters and could accommodate many people, seemed to become narrow and crowded after the arrival of this person. Adam Heavyhammer. Everyone knows his name. And the person behind him is the truly important person. Michiko Arasaka has also arrived. Chapter 411 Test Location. Mrs. Michiko, Kenichi Shiro, Takemura Goro and Chiyoko all saluted for the arrival of Arasaka Michiko. As servants in a sense, they had to show appropriate respect to this official member of the Arasaka family. Arasaka Michiko was a third party in the struggle among the Arasaka family. Although there would be conflicts and some power struggles, people on both sides would show respect to her on the scene. Even Takemura Goro, who represented the wishes of Arasaka Saburo, was the same, even though Arasaka Saburo had never liked this granddaughter. Michiko. Arasaka Nobuyuki remained seated for the arrival of his niece. As the person with the highest status and seniority, he did not need to salute Arasaka Michiko like others. A nod of greeting was his uncle's greeting to his niece. Mother. Arasaka Haruko stood up and saluted slightly for the arrival of Arasaka Michiko. In the Japanese education that Haruko Arasaka received, a daughter naturally has to show respect to her mother, even if Michiko Arasaka doesn't care about it at all. Haruko. Michiko Arasaka nodded slightly to signal Haruko to sit down, and walked to the side of Arasaka Nobuyuki, without any polite address. Not even uncle. Michiko Arasaka chose to call Nobuyuki by his name. This is not to say that the relationship between the two is not good. There is still some basic family friendship between Michiko Arasaka and Nobuyuki Arasaka. At least it is much more real and reliable than the family friendship between Nobuyuki Arasaka and Saburo Arasaka. But Michiko Arasaka is used to calling Nobuyuki Arasaka that way. Both sides are leaders of a large faction in Arasaka, and naturally they can't show too much humility because of a generational issue. This is as natural as Nobuyuki Arasaka wouldn't call Saburo Arasaka father. As Michiko Arasaka sat down, Adam Heavyhammer stood calmly on the side. But Carl noticed something. Kenichi Shiro father, Kenichi Saburo, was not guarding Michiko Arasaka. Carl saw it last time. But this time the person next to Michiko Arasaka turned into Adam Heavyhammer. And he didn't know why. Now that everyone is here, we can start. After the hatch was closed again, Arasaka Nobu looked at Michiko Arasaka. You have brought all the personnel, right? They have been arranged to the test site. Test site? Personnel? Listening to the conversation between Arasaka Nobu and Michiko Arasaka, Carl thought in his heart. It turns out that this time it is not just a simple transfer of personnel, but also some kind of test. However, I don't know why the test site is not placed in Arasaka Tower, but on this super aircraft carrier. After the three people of the Arasaka family sat down, the whole cabin suddenly darkened. And just when Carl's first reaction was whether it was attacked, a wall of the lounge unfolded, revealing a large screen. Screen? There is a projection screen in the lounge, which seems normal. However, it feels like watching a movie. When everything around was dark, there was only one screen lit in a large space. Carl looked around, and finally found a fixed chair next to where Adam Heavyhammer was standing, and sat down, looking at the screen with some expectation. He hadn't watched a movie since he came to this world. When he met the network monitor in Taiping province last time, he had the opportunity to watch it together. But V and the others solved it too quickly, and it ended in a flash, resulting in him not being able to watch the movie. Although Carl guessed that what would be shown on the screen in a while was probably a test live broadcast of a certain scene. He didn't mind watching it as a documentary movie in this atmosphere. Adam Heavy Hammer could see clearly in the dark. He noticed that Carl sat down next to him. He wanted to open his mouth and make a few sarcastic remarks to Carl. But Michiko Arasaka was there. After thinking about it, he actually ignored Carl, who sat next to him in silence. After Carl sat down, the screen showed a picture. The scene in the picture was a white empty space similar to a laboratory. There stood a dozen combatants in Arasaka uniforms, and several officers who looked fully armed. In the middle of their encirclement, there was a glass cover that isolated other things around. In the glass cover, the people Carl had met once were among them. The strange blue-eyed suited man who had met at the Arasaka banquet might be a wandering AI-leaning person. At this time, he might have not been groomed for a long time. His hair was a little messy, and his face was a little greasy, but his appearance was not affected by the mess at all. The pair of artificial eyes with blue light looked energetic and revealed a sense of spirit. Everything today, including what you will see and hear next, must not be leaked. The members of Carl team all received a warning from Kenichi Shiro. Don't worry. We mercenaries know the rules, Carl replied. And he knew in his heart that this showed that Kenichi Shiro had a certain degree of trust in them. Ordinary mercenary teams not only cannot receive such tasks, but also have no right to listen in while performing escort tasks. Kenichi Shiro allowed them to enjoy the same spectator treatment as those Arasaka soldiers in the laboratory. This is undoubtedly a trust in their mercenary credibility. To this, Carl naturally has to give a positive response. Although they have participated in many secret things like Arasaka, there are also military technologies. Carl now really understands more and more why legends like Morgan Blackhand and Adam Heavy Hammer are allowed to take important positions or provide important support by the company. Their own abilities are one thing, and the company's secrets they are involved in are also slowly binding them to a certain extent. And this binding is irreversible and irreversible. Before they know it, they have become one. Boom boom. When Carl was answering Kenichi Shiro, the blue-eyed man reached out his hand and tapped the inside of the glass cover gently. The tapping sound was heard by everyone in the rest room through the sound broadcast on the screen. The blue-eyed man seemed to know that someone was watching him. After tapping twice, he stopped, stood up straight, and then bowed in a very standard manner. First time. No. It should be said that it is the first time we meet formally. Everyone from Arasaka. After he finished this sentence with his own words, his bent body straightened up in a way that was almost moving horizontally. And then his eyes stared at the surveillance camera motionlessly, as if he could see the scene in the lounge from there through the surveillance camera in the laboratory. This kind of performance made people in the lounge change color to some extent. Even Carl. He opened his mouth slightly. Surprised? What surprised Carl was not that the blue-eyed man was talking to them through the surveillance camera, but something else. Things are really amazing these days. I am really an old-fashioned person, and I am not surprised by anything I have seen. Even AI knows how to salute like a dog. What else can it do? Chapter 412 Communication Number. Faced with a greeting from the blue-eyed suit man, everyone in the room was silent for a while. And then Arasaka Nobuyuki spoke in a processed voice through the communication connected to the laboratory. Do you know we are here? For us? As long as there is information connection, there is nothing we don't know. The blue-eyed suit man's eyes flashed blue for a while. Even if it's Mr. Arasaka Nobuyuki, we know a lot about you. Obviously, this blue-eyed suit man knew that the person he was talking to was Arasaka Nobuyuki even through the camera. Arasaka Nobuyuki's eyes became slightly more serious. It seems that it is not accidental that this blue-eyed suit man can indeed know the situation on the camera side through some special means. I think Michiko should have interrogated you before. Arasaka Nobuo changed his sitting position, leaned forward slightly, put his elbows on his knees, and stared at the blue-eyed suit man on the screen. But I still want to confirm what your purpose is in attacking our Arasaka. I am not attacking Arasaka. The blue-eyed suit man stared at this place, muttered a few words in a low voice, and said something like calculate the optimal path, confirm the plan and execute the meeting plan. Then he said in a very peaceful and emotionless way, I just calculated and weighed various methods, and confirmed that this method has the greatest possibility of meeting you, and took action. Then you have seen it now. Arasaka Nobuo said, is it military technology or biotechnology? Who asked you to come? It's us. We. Listening to this we. Arasaka Nobuo frowned. This is not a good word. Although Arasaka Nobuo had read the relevant information and learned from the personnel analysis that the blue-eyed man in a suit was probably controlled by a roving AI through a prosthetic body, and the person talking to him might actually be an AI. But Arasaka Nobuo was skeptical about this. It's not that he doesn't believe that AI can control the human body, but he thinks that a roving AI shouldn't be so easily subdued. This person might just be in disguise, and is actually an agent who carries out the attack mission through Arasaka's spies. His real purpose may be to represent the forces behind him, and secretly seek cooperation with Arasaka. Now, this possibility has been denied by the other party himself. What are we? Arasaka Nobuo asked. We are a collective. We are one. We are us. The blue-eyed man in a suit gave an explanation to Arasaka Nobuo that was no different from a riddle, and basically didn't answer anything valuable. Arasaka Nobuo was silent for a while. After thinking about the words of the blue-eyed suit man without thinking anything, he asked again, so why did you, or you, come to us? Cooperation. The blue-eyed suit man said, we are seeking cooperation. It is not a special thing for AI to seek cooperation with companies. In some small reports in the dark, even the data black wall blocking the current network and the past network was created by AI and large companies. It's just that seeking cooperation in the form of a human. Even Arasaka Nobuo has never seen such a thing. Are you seeking cooperation? Arasaka Nobuo did not comment on the words of the blue-eyed suit man, but just asked back, what do you want to cooperate with? It can't be expressed in words now. The blue-eyed suit man's posture is still straight. The person we are looking for cooperation is the real person in charge. The real person in charge. Muttering this word, Carl, who was quietly listening to the conversation between Arasaka Nobuo and the blue-eyed suit man, realized who the blue-eyed suit man was talking about. Is it Saburo Arasaka? The real controller of Arasaka? The person the blue-eyed suit man wanted to cooperate with was him. Why would an AI go to Saburo Arasaka and use such a roundabout way, instead of directly crossing the Pacific Ocean to Japan to see Saburo Arasaka? When this thought came to his mind, Carl was amused by his own thoughts. It is not so easy to cross the Pacific Ocean. After the old network was broken, it is now extremely difficult to cross the network between regions. It is nothing but a dream to want to cross directly to Japan to find Saburo Arasaka. And you don't know what method you can use to see Saburo Arasaka in Japan. So, this is what he said before. After weighing various methods, he confirmed that this method has the greatest possibility of success, and put it into action. The attack on the Arasaka Tower banquet must not be hidden from some people who are still secretly loyal to Saburo in the Arasaka Tower. And as long as Saburo hears the relevant news, the blue-eyed suit man's goal will be achieved. Did he, or they, use this place as a springboard because they were sure that Saburo Arasaka would come and take them away after knowing the relevant information? While Carl was thinking, after hearing that the blue-eyed man in a suit wanted to see Saburo Arasaka, a strange color flashed across Nobu Arasaka's face. But that strange color quickly disappeared. And then he stood up. There's nothing more to say. After Nobu Arasaka stood up, he turned his head and looked at Michiko Arasaka. I originally wanted him to demonstrate the special invasion method mentioned in the experimental report you sent over in the experiment. But now it seems that there is no need. As he said that, Nobu Arasaka turned his eyes to Goro Takemura. Go and bring this person back to him. Obviously, Nobu Arasaka didn't even want to say extra names for Saburo Arasaka in his words, and only replaced them with words like him. After saying this, Nobu Arasaka turned off the screen and walked out of the rest cabin on the screen that was lit up again. Halfway through the walk, he seemed to suddenly remember something and said to Michiko Arasaka, it's rare for me to come to Night City. I plan to handle some business here. Michiko, I think you don't mind. Right? For Arasaka Nobuo's sudden words, Michiko Arasaka's expression did not change, but she nodded slightly. I welcome it. That's good. After saying this, Arasaka Nobuo's eyes moved to Carl's side. I just happened to come to Night City without any escorts. Mercenary KK. Is your team interested in taking a short-term escort commission later? Short-term escort commission? To be honest, Carl and his team's mission to escort Haruko today was ordinary, and nothing special happened. With the departure of Arasaka Nobu, it can be foreseen that this easy mission will soon end. Just before the end of this mission, Arasaka Nobu, a member of the Arasaka family who can be called a stranger, suddenly issued a commission to their group of strange mercenaries. No one would believe that they just happened to come to Night City without any escorts. But since it was a commission, how about leaving a contact number first? We can talk about the details in detail. After consulting his companions with his eyes, Carl looked at Arasaka's Nobu and said this. If the mission reward is generous, as a mercenary team, there is no reason not to accept it. It sounds like Arasaka's Nobu will only stay in Night City for a short time. So it doesn't matter if the money is enough to accept it. The reward given by a person from the Arasaka family should not be too low. Right? Chapter 413 Taking the Job. At the warehouse location of the Arasaka waterfront area in Night City, Kenichi Shiro stopped and turned to look at the members of Carl team walking behind him. This is the agreed reward warehouse. You can use all the parts in it. The verification is the ID card I gave you. With that ID card, you can enter and exit the waterfront area at will. But remember, Kenichi Shiro paused and looked at Carl. You are not allowed to enter other places. I understand. After leaving the super aircraft carrier, he was brought to this place. Carl has been very silent all the way. Even now, when he looks at the huge parts warehouse in front of him. Of course, Carl is not a taciturn person by nature. He is just communicating with Arasaka Nobuyuki on the basics. Kenichi Shiro looked at Carl and saw from his gesture of holding the phone that he was in contact with Arasaka's Nobuyuki. After a moment of silence, he asked, Do you plan to take the escort mission that Arasaka's Nobuyuki mentioned? Not necessarily. We are discussing the remuneration in time. If it is good, there is no reason to refuse. Carl said with the phone. After all, we have to eat. We have to do the work. As he said that, Carl seemed to remember something and glanced at Kenichi Shiro. If Mr. Kenichi Shiro, you want me to be a spy to help you find out the news about Arasaka's Nobuyuki, or to find an opportunity to become Arasaka's Nobuyuki, then forget it. I am trustworthy, and will do my job well if I take the job. I will forget about finding out the employer and attacking the employer. Kenichi Shiro had nothing to say about Carl's words of finding out the news about Arasaka's Nobuyuki and becoming Arasaka's Nobuyuki. Carl's boldness was beyond his expectation. Kenichi Shiro mentioned this matter simply because he wanted to ask Carl's opinion on guarding Arasaka's Nobuo. As a result, Carl's mind jumped directly to Kenichi Shiro's intention to do something to his employer. Kenichi Shiro couldn't help but ask himself, is he the kind of person who would do such a thing in his heart? I just want to ask you what you think about Arasaka's Nobuo staying in Night City. Kenichi Shiro remained calm. What do you think he plans to do? I will never discuss the employer after accepting the job. But now I haven't accepted it after all. According to my thinking, to be honest, I don't know. Carl was very honest, after all. Arasaka's Nobuo and I met for the first time today. To be honest, he suddenly asked me to let me, who was a stranger to him before and didn't know him at all, be a guard. I was actually quite confused. This is indeed something worth thinking about. Kenichi Shiro frowned and thought for a while. But he really didn't understand it very well. He didn't say he knew everything about Carl, but he knew about 80% of it. Kenichi Shiro really didn't understand why Arasaka's Nobuyuki would choose an outsider who was not from his faction, and even participated in the cleansing of his faction to be his bodyguard. Guards, even if they were short-term, were people who were related to his life. He didn't choose more trustworthy hawkish subordinates, but chose outsiders like the KK team. Even under Arasaka's Nobuyuki, it would cause considerable controversy. Right? After a brief exchange, Kenichi Shiro, who couldn't understand Arasaka's Nobuyuki's approach, left. He planned to go back to the inside to check and think. In any case, Arasaka in Night City was also a dove's territory. Even if Arasaka's Nobuyuki was a dragon crossing the river, he had to put away his fangs and teeth to do things here. The other members of the KK team who witnessed the conversation between Carl and Kenichi Shiro finally no longer had to stand and wait after Kenichi Shiro left. V, among them, almost couldn't wait to take out his identity verification card, came to the door of the warehouse, and swiped his verification at the checkpoint. It's finally over. Let's see what amazing parts can be moved back for repair. When Kenichi Shiro was present, Oliver, who was a little quiet, became active because of his aura. He walked quickly to V and looked at the slowly opening warehouse door with anticipation. I hope there will be a cart inside, so we can carry the parts away when the time comes. I actually think we can drag the Skyhara over for modification. Carl didn't have the excitement of V and Oliver, who were very enthusiastic about modifying the car. He just stood there and watched the 8-meter-high warehouse door slowly open after swiping the card. Without moving. Forget about the transformation in this place. Jack shook his head and walked closer to the warehouse to look inside. I took a quick glance and saw no less than 4 cameras from the open place. The transformation in this place may have to be under the watchful eyes of Arasaka. Our secret transformation formula must not be known by Arasaka. Secret transformation formula. Are you Mr. Krabs? Carl said something that Jack and the others didn't understand. After the door was completely opened, he approached some warehouses. As soon as he approached, he heard the exclamations of V and Oliver, who rushed in after the door was opened a little. This can't be Gree's car air conditioning compressor. I remember that this thing starts at 4,000 euros. This was Oliver's surprise. Flying clutch. I have never seen this thing before. I didn't expect that all these parts are available. V was already jumping up and down in the warehouse like a little bee. And he exclaimed from time to time, "Can we really take all these things?" Even though they knew it was a reward for the action. V and Oliver were a little bit unbelievable. It's not that these things are so precious. They can definitely afford them if they want to buy them. It's just that they didn't expect that there would be a whole warehouse for them to choose from. Take it. Take it all. Take whatever you want. Jack found a big cart next to the warehouse door. This warehouse is full of rewards that we can choose at will. If you don't take them carefully, it will be a shame for our efforts in this mission. That being said, we actually just stood there for a while, leaning against the door of the warehouse. Carl, who didn't know much about cars, believed in his partner's ability, and continued to talk with Arasaka's Nobu on the phone. As they talked, Carl's fingers paused. Arasaka's Nobu had sent the outline of the mission. Protect him during his short stay in Night City for 10 days. And accompany him to various places in Night City to meet people. Meet people? For some reason, Carl suddenly remembered what he had heard in the Next Life bar before. It seems that all the mercenaries in the city have received work during this period. I wonder if it has anything to do with the rumors that Arasaka's Nobu came to Night City. Chapter 414. Mr. Nobuaki Sito. The Blue Mansion. As the most luxurious hotel in Night City, and controlled by Arasaka, the Blue Mansion has always been the top of the service and luxury enjoyment in Night City. Even the members of the Arasaka family know this. So during Arasaka Nobuaki Sito's temporary stay in Night City, he also chose to live in this hotel, which is in a sense his own. This is my first time in the Blue Mansion. At the entrance of the Blue Mansion, Jack looked up at the building that was not only towering into the sky, but also invisible at a glance, and said, "What is the situation inside? Carl, can you introduce it? I have only been here once. And at that time, I was accompanied by someone the whole time." Carl chewed the last bite of his bacon sandwich for breakfast, and took the lead to step towards the entrance of the Blue Mansion. Anyway, the rules are the rules. You will know when you go in. No firearms or anything. Seeing Carl take a step, V raised his foot to follow. No. It has to be placed in a special place. Of course, the rules for people with higher status are different. They can carry some weapons with them. For example, if Lai Xian wants to carry weapons, no one will stop him. We are the bodyguards in the hotel. At most, we can take some standard weapons that have been tested internally after entering. Such as Kenshin, Carl said, and saw the security guard at the entrance of the Blue by building raised his hand to stop him. Please stay at the door to be scanned and line up in an orderly manner. Carl, who had been here once, was familiar with the general process and stood at the door waiting for the inspection scan. After the scan confirmed that he did not carry any dangerous items, the security guard made way and let Carl enter the lobby on the first floor of the Blue by building. Because Carl had previously reminded Oliver and others not to carry weapons, the next 3 people also passed the scan smoothly. If Carl and others were guests, they should go to the front desk to register at this time. But they were not. So under the watchful eyes of the security personnel around, who had been notified in advance, Carl and others who were given permission in advance took the elevator, going up all the way. Standing in the elevator, Oliver asked Carl about his last words before meeting his employer. What do you think of Arasaka's Nobuo? If I'm kidding, it's his eyes. If I'm not kidding, it's that in my opinion. He's a little special. Special? Attracted by Carl's words, V looked over. How special? Isn't he a standard rebellious rich second generation in the company? A rebellious rich second generation can't have his own faction in Arasaka and fight against his father all the time. Carl said, to be honest, When I look at Arasaka Nobuo, how should I put it? It feels like seeing a ball of fire. A ball of fire? Jack muttered this word curiously, and asked in confusion, I didn't expect you to use this adjective on Arasaka Nobuyuki. My first impression of him is that he is a typical corporate rebel. From the outside, it is indeed like this. In fact, I can't explain why. If I have to say something, it is that Arasaka Nobuyuki's eyes are very bright. His spirit and energy are completely inconsistent with his age. It's like a fire is constantly burning in his heart. The eyes are very bright. It's probably the model of the artificial eye. It's like my eyes. It can shine if it wants to. Oliver pointed to his artificial eye and said. But he trusted Carl's judgment, but this is what you said. Carl. So I believe it. After all, even if it is an artificial eye, there will be something that can be seen. Just like Jack always said that he has a pair of sincere eyes? V smiled, and then saw that the floor was about to arrive, and reminded his companions, the floor is coming. Get ready. It seems that our floor verification went smoothly, and the elevator went directly to this floor. Oliver looked at the jumping number, Tavernier Suite. 100 floors. The top floor of the entire Blue Sky building. Huh. Now we are standing higher than the top floor of a super skyscraper. Taller than a skyscraper. There are always people. Carl looked at the elevator door that stopped and began to open and said, just like the workers who built this super skyscraper. The scenery on the top floor has already been overlooked by their bent shoulders. They are the first. After all, it is these people who live here who can enjoy it. In Jack's voice, the elevator door opened, and the scene in front of Carl was similar to the last time he came. When Haruko lived in the Blue Sky building, she also lived in this suite. The Tavernier Suite is considered a permanent suite for the Arasaka family members to live in the Blue Sky building. The style is basically the same as that of the trip. Arasaka Nobuo's short-term residence will naturally not change. Arasaka Nobu was waiting for the members of Carl's team in the suite. He had obviously received the news of Carl's team's arrival in advance. But he was dressed very homely, even wearing a bathrobe. From his appearance, he looked loose and not threatening at all. This was too relaxing. Looking at Arasaka Nobu, who seemed to be sitting there eating breakfast with his back to them, Carl felt very strange. Carl couldn't understand where Arasaka Nobu's trust came from. Was he really so confident? This was too strange. If he asked honestly and put himself in his shoes, Carl himself felt that he couldn't trust himself. But why should he trust their team? After all, it was the employer business. Carl, a mercenary, had work to do, so there was nothing to say. He couldn't say that his team was not trustworthy. So after a brief moment of surprise in his heart, Carl approached Arasaka Nobu. After considering the words, Carl spoke, Mr. Nobu. We are here. Mr. Nobu. Hearing Carl's words, the team members walking behind looked at each other. But after thinking about it for a while, it was true. Carl seemed to always add Mr. as a respectful title to men older than him. And what else could he call it this time? He couldn't just call his employer Mr. Arasaka, which would make it difficult to divide the personnel. Carl. Hearing the voice, Arasaka Nobu slightly turned his head to look at Carl. Nodded. And as he turned his head, the things in front of him were also displayed in front of Carl and the others. Bread, milk and eggs. A very simple breakfast. In addition, there seemed to be a flyer. Oliver Artificial, I was so sharp that he captured the flyer. And his face was a little weird. He didn't expect that the Prince of Arasaka, theoretically the future heir, would look at Hintang's flyer while eating. Chapter 415 Drone. Arasaka Nobuo's personality is calmer than expected. This is Oliver's evaluation of Arasaka Nobuo after spending a morning together. If he didn't know Arasaka Nobuo's identity, Oliver would never believe that this person, who watched TV in the suite, occasionally contacted others with his mobile phone, and chatted with them from time to time, was really the most rebellious rich second generation in Arasaka. Oliver was prepared for Arasaka Nobuo to take them out and go around Night City as soon as they came. As a result, Arasaka Nobuo was unexpectedly staying at home. It was almost lunchtime, and he didn't even take off his bathrobe. It was obvious that he was going to stay in the room all day. I heard that he used to be a street gangster, but I can't tell from his appearance in the room. Could it be that he has changed from young to old? Oliver was constantly thinking about this employer. Jack and V and the team stayed in the suite connected to the rooftop and the openable glass respectively, as guards to prevent possible people from entering. Only Carl sat on the sofa and occasionally chatted with Arasaka's Nobu. "What are you going to eat for lunch?" Speaking in a very natural tone. Arasaka's Nobu has been on the streets for many years. The tone of his voice gave Carl a familiar sense of déjà vu. Just like a mercenary asking his mission companion where he was going to eat. The hotel suite in the blue-green building should be worth trusting. Carl thought for a while, and said that as a bodyguard. He naturally had to take the safety of his employer as the standard. And the hotel meal in the blue-green building was obviously the most trustworthy food. That kind of food is boring to eat. Arasaka's Nobu shook his head. "It's a rare trip to Night City. You are locals here after all. Do you have any delicious food to recommend?" "If I want to recommend, I remember that Oliver helped me make a Night City food record." "Oliver? Is that file still there?" "Send it over." Hearing Carl's voice, Oliver, who was originally thinking, subconsciously followed his request. And only after completing it did he realize that Arasaka's Nobu wanted to eat local food. Very down to earth. Really different from a corporate dog. Ding. Carl received the food record on his mobile phone and flipped through it. He asked his employer, "Are there any taboos? Mr. Nobu, does the food have to be real ingredients or something? Is it okay if it is synthetic? I can eat anything, as long as it tastes good." Arasaka's Nobu behaved more and more like a street person. After changing his identity and covering his face, who would know that this is Arasaka's Nobu? But this is not bad. It is much better than being with some strict and glaring company people. How about the old William hot dog stand? Do you like hot dogs, Mr. Nobuaki? The one is €10, and the worm meat content is 80%. People who have eaten it say it is good. Although I haven't eaten it, my friends have given it good reviews. If you want to order, you can also order pizza. Although it is made like dry cardboard. The ingredients are very solid. The bread is made of flour ground from Junji wheat. And the locusts sprinkled on it have a burnt flavor when chewed. Worm meat hot dogs. Locust pizza. This thing that Carl couldn't adapt to for a while. Now he told it in front of Arasaka Nobuaki. Arasaka Nobuaki didn't even blink. And even showed a bit of nostalgia. Locust pizza. I haven't eaten this thing for a while. If you think it's good, just order it. I just want to try the taste of Night City. You will be satisfied. Said something like a sales pitch. Carl looking at his phone. He rented a delivery drone. Entered the relevant identification code into it. And asked it to go to the familiar stalls to purchase instead. After doing all this, Carl looked at Arasaka's Nobuyuki, who finished chatting about lunch and continued to lie on the sofa. He couldn't help but speak. "Come to think of it, Mr. Nobuyuki, when you entrusted us before, didn't you say that you might want us to accompany you to various places in Night City to meet people? Don't you mean today? No need to go out today." Arasaka's Nobuyuki, half lying on the sofa very naturally, changed the channel of the TV and let it show news about South America. Then Arasaka's Nobuyuki continued, "Today I will meet someone. And that person will be here soon. Someone will come soon. Who will be the one coming?" Such questions lingered in the minds of the bodyguards, until a while later the drone flew to the 100th floor of the blue-green building. Ordinary drones are not qualified to fly to the height of the 100th floor. In the short time of climbing or approaching, they will be locked and destroyed by the defense system of the Gambi building. And hackers in the building will also try to break into it. However, this delivery drone was rented by Carl, and had the relevant identification code given by Lai Xian entered into it. So it hovered smoothly outside the bulletproof glass on the 100th floor. I take it, Jack, who was near the bulletproof glass window, used his current authority to open the window. He was about to get their lunch from the nearby cargo drone, when he suddenly noticed something was wrong. Human sense of smell is very sensitive to smells, and it usually takes only 1 to 3 seconds to distinguish different smells. Because Jack installed the violent type, his physical indicators are much better than ordinary people. And it took him only a very short time to distinguish the smell he smelled after opening the window. This is not the smell of hot pizza and hot dogs. The smell outside the window that rushed into the nose as the bulletproof glass window opened was very familiar to Jack. This is the smell of gunpowder. Bang! Amid the explosion, Jack closed the bulletproof window. In the firelight, the side of the bulletproof glass facing the window was impacted, and some tiny spider web-like cracks appeared. It seems that this is an explosion-proof window. Jack turned his head and said to everyone in the room, and Carl's mobile phone also received a message at this time. After system inspection, the drone delivering the goods to you was attacked 20 meters away from you. According to the drone delivery regulations you signed, you will be responsible for the damage this time. Please pay the compensation on time within the next half month. It seems that someone has checked the delivery information of the drones I often rent and is watching my usage records. This is the evaluation made by Carl after reading the text message. And then he looked at Arasaka Nobuyuki, who was slightly surprised because of the explosion outside the window. Mr. Nobuyuki, our lunch is gone. Chapter 416 Poison. An attack? So hasty? The look of surprise quickly faded from Arasaka Nobu's face, as if he knew he might be attacked. After shaking his head slightly, Arasaka Nobu looked at Carl. It seems that your becoming my bodyguard has been known to others. After all, it's not a secret, Carl replied calmly. Arasaka Nobu had notified the internal staff of the blue-green building in advance, and gave Carl and the relevant permission codes. This had to be manually checked later. There were too many places where information could be leaked during this process, and it might not even be known which link leaked it. If you order takeout, explosives can be placed immediately. I am not very confident about the food in the blue-green building hotel now. Takeout fast food is actually a way of eating that is extremely difficult to be poisoned or secretly sabotaged. In Carl's memory, in his world, there was an American president who liked to eat fast food in a certain sense. Every time the president wanted to eat fast food, the staff who prepared meals for the president would randomly choose a fast food chain near the president's place to buy food and supervise the production process in the kitchen. Such fast food ensures the president's safety and randomness of eating to the greatest extent. To a certain extent, it is even safer than the meals prepared by the chef specifically for the president. This principle is similar even in Night City. Carl and his friends used to eat takeout, but they never encountered poisoning and bomb placement by gangs or scavengers who secretly hated them. Today is the first time. If there is any difference between today and the past, it is that this meal is ordered for Arasaka Nobu, and Arasaka Nobu will eat with them. It was fine in the past, but when Arasaka Nobu came, there was trouble. The targeted personnel naturally need not be said. And even takeout, which is difficult to arrange, can be invaded by those who install bombs and want to kill Arasaka Nobu. Carl can hardly imagine the food safety problem of the hotel. After thinking for a while, Carl had an idea. This place should have a fire alarm. Carl looked at Arasaka Nobuyuki. Mr. Nobuyuki, can you give me some room defense authority? You are my bodyguards. Even my life safety is now in their hands. So this kind of house, automatic defense is natural. After getting the authority from Arasaka Nobuyuki, Carl asked again, Mr. Nobuyuki, how long will it take for the guests you said to come to your house to arrive? The appointment time is 4 p.m. The current time is 11:10. It's still early. There's still time. Carl asked a question at the end. Mr. Nobuyuki, do you trust my security arrangements? I chose you to be my bodyguards, so I won't ask about the details. It seems that you know a lot. It's no wonder that you have been on the streets. You know that it's better for laymen not to interfere in certain professional matters. In this case, Carl looked at Oliver. Oliver, can you and Jack go back and get some things for me? I need you to come back within half an hour. Can you do it? Get things? Oliver was puzzled at first, and then he and Jack showed a look of understanding. Trust my driving skills. 20 minutes will be enough. Then I leave it to you. Under the gaze of Arasaka Nobu. After getting his permission, Carl immediately changed the bodyguard arrangement, leaving only him and another person named V as his bodyguards. Although one outstanding person is enough for a bodyguard, the original 4-person team was reduced to only 2 people under Carl arrangement, and the security ability was obviously reduced. Arasaka Nobu didn't understand what Carl was going to do. Is there anything he must ask someone to do? In Arasaka Nobu's doubts, Carl called the hotel after his 2 teammates left and asked the kitchen to start delivering food. I just said that I was not confident about the hotel food, and I asked someone to deliver the food right away. Was it to verify my guess? Just as Arasaka Nobu thought, Carl was ready to verify his guess. The hotel's food was delivered in a short time. At Carl's request, no one accompanied him up. There was only a food cart, and the food on it in the food delivery elevator waiting for everyone in the suite to take it. Facing the food cart, Carl slowly stood in front of Arasaka Nobu to protect him, while he stepped forward and slowly approached the food cart. There was no explosion. No trigger sound. Everything was very quiet. But V was very cautious. He was ready to start the Sion Weston in case something went wrong and cover Carl and his employer to evacuate. Lift the lid of the food. White mist rose. Hold your breath and call up the environmental sensor in the suite for monitoring. No problem. Ordinary food. Hot. There are 5 steaks in the dining car. V scanned with his artificial eye. And at the same time, he picked up the knife and fork placed next to him and quickly cut into the steak accurately. Sizzle. As the gravy was squeezed out from the cut. V held his breath again. Still no problem with the monitoring. No problem with the food. V said. No problem? After a little thought, Carl looked at the ornamental fish arranged in the room, put a piece of meat with a knife, and throw it into the water tank to try. V did it. And the result was, it seems that I have to arrange some pets in this room again. And I have to order an inspection of the kitchen in this building. Arasaka's Nobu looked at the ornamental fish in the water tank, which was already belly up, with a calm face. This was his first meal ordered in the Blue building after he came to Night City. But it seemed that some people were already impatient. What a pity for the fish. Carl sighed and looked at the knife in V's hand. The problem is not the meat, but some kind of toxin formed after the knife and meat have been in contact for a period of time. There is no problem with either one. But the long-term contact between the knife and fork made of special materials, and the meat with other materials will produce a fatal reaction. Knowing that we have already noticed that they will tamper with the food, they still dare to do so. The people involved may have escaped. V looked at Arasaka's Nobu. Mr. Nobu. It seems that you are not welcome in Night City. Rather than being unwelcome. It's more that I see that I don't have many people in Night City. So I am unscrupulous and want to get rid of me at this time. As he said, Arasaka's Nobu said something that Carl and V didn't quite understand. He is really impatient. He? The two were thinking about who Arasaka's Nobu was talking about. As time passed, Jack and Oliver came back. They brought what Carl needed. Chapter 417 Lucius Lane. Good cooking. This is the evaluation made by Arasaka's Nobu after eating the meal cooked by Carl. As long as you are satisfied. Watching Jack and Oliver washing dishes in the distance, Carl looked up at the ceiling that was slightly discolored due to the smoke, and felt quite touched that he was cooking in a top suite. He was almost a top chef. Or which top chef could cook in such an environment? But I didn't expect that you asked others to go back to get the kitchen utensils. Arasaka's Nobu reminisced about the dishes that were not very good, but were quite homely, and said, not many people would believe that the notorious Carl could actually cook. No matter how powerful a person is, he still has to eat. Carl said, anyway, judging from the situation these days, I should pay for the meals. So Mr. Nobu Arasaka shouldn't have any problems with food. Are there enough ingredients? More than enough. The food that Jack and Oliver brought from home can still be trusted. After all, there is T-Bug at home. Ordinary people who want to do something in this regard have to pass T-Bug. Carl looked at the time on his phone and thought to himself. If he was asked to make a staged impression of protecting Arasaka's Nobu, then Carl could only say that Arasaka's Nobu was a very easygoing person. When you get along with him, you won't feel the superiority of any company or superiors. Chatting with him is like chatting with a friend who has taken over the other party's work. You can say anything directly, and you don't have to worry about him making any idiotic forced orders. In general, he is a very good employer. Even if Carl's mission is over, he is willing to take his work in the future. But the only small problem is that Carl always feels that Arasaka's Nobu is like a ball of fire. He couldn't explain what his inexplicable feeling was. This was his first impression. And until now, when he got along peacefully with Arasaka's Nobu, Carl still thought so. Carl once heard a saying, those who have thunder in their chests and calm faces can be worshipped as generals. He felt that Arasaka's Nobu was such a person. All the peace and tranquility were just disguised surfaces that he had been accustomed to for a long time. His heart was always burning fiercely, and never stopped. After lunch, Arasaka's Nobu took a short rest. In the announcement, the guests who were scheduled to see him had arrived. Under the gaze of the bodyguards, the elevator number stopped ticking. The elevator door opened, and a fat man with dark skin, glasses, and a red tie and suit walked out. Carl stared and recognized who this man was. Lucius Ryan. The name Lucius was not very common, and the surname Ryan was also the same. But the combination of the two belonged to only one person in Night City. Lucius Ryan. the current mayor of Night City, and the apparent ruler of the independent city-state of Night City. During the Unification War, as a counselor, he saved Night City from the war of the new American Federation Army through diplomatic mediation. In the public's perception, Lucius Ryan is regarded as a very skillful and talented person. It was because he introduced Arasaka Corporation to fight against military technology and spared no effort to support Arasaka in Night City that Arasaka was able to rebuild its iconic Arasaka Tower, thus publicly re-establishing its power on the stage of Night City. Now, the mayor, who is regarded as having an Arasaka background and even as an Arasaka spokesperson, has come to see Arasaka Nobuyuki. It seems that there is nothing surprising. The dog that Arasaka helped up must meet the master. Lucius Ryan had just walked out of the elevator when V walked in front of him and raised his hand to block his way. Please let me check you first. V looked at Lucius Ryan with his artificial eyes. And Lucius Ryan obviously understood the safety rules. He stood in place and glanced at the situation in the room. When he saw Arasaka Nobuyuki, Lucius Ryan nodded slightly, as if to show respect from a distance. And then his peripheral vision swept to Carl. Carl, KK, the most famous mercenary in Night City today. There are so many rumors about him in Night City that even now, no one knows which ones are true and which ones are false. From the information Lucius Lane knew, Carl, the mercenary, would not hesitate to take on jobs even if they were targeting company personnel or the rich and powerful. And he was known for his 100% completion rate and praise rate. Even the mysterious death of the NCPD chief some time ago was likely to have been partly attributed to him. Of course, Lucius Lane had never come into contact with Carl, nor had he ever seen Carl. When he saw Carl, he just remembered a curse behind his back that was now popular in the city government offices. I wish you bump into KK on the road in the middle of the night. This phrase, which has become popular for some reason, always makes people feel uneasy. Unexpectedly, he really met KK today. But it was not in the middle of the night. And it seemed that there would be no problem in terms of safety. Team Carl took the job of protecting Arasaka's Nobu in the news. But he didn't expect that this was actually true. He thought that Arasaka's Nobu would have his own part of power in Night City. But even the most important security had to be handled by street mercenaries. Lucius Ryan felt a little contempt in his heart. It seems that he can relax a little bit. Maybe the betting matter does not need to be so urgent. The price offered by the military technology side seems to be acceptable. It is always better to cooperate with people who do not have the ability than to cooperate with people who have the ability. You can pass. After the inspection, Lucius Ryan did not carry any dangerous items on his body. After getting the permission to pass, Lucius Ryan's fat face immediately showed a smile that looked close and kind. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Mr. Nobuaki, how is your health recently? Only by looking at the surface, no one would have thought what this mayor, who is known for his friendly face, is thinking now. It's been a long time since we met. Ryan, directly addressing Lucius Ryan, facing Lucius Ryan's close performance, like meeting old friends. Arasaka's Nobuaki showed the same attitude as before, without any difference. They have communicated with each other many times, and they are all in this field. How could Arasaka's Nobuaki believe that the other party is really coming with good intentions just because of the superficial goodwill shown by the other party? Let's talk about the bill that we talked about before, which controls the entry of weapons into Night City. Arasaka's Nobuaki raised his hand and motioned Lucius Ryan to sit in front of him. Chapter 418 Feeling. What do you think of him? After the fat body disappeared into the closed elevator door, Arasaka's Nobuyuki turned to look at Carl and asked for his opinion. Me? I didn't quite understand why Arasaka's Nobuyuki asked for his opinion. But Carl, who had listened to the whole conversation between the two of them, still made his own evaluation. This is a very cunning guy. Cunning? Indeed. Arasaka's Nobuyuki nodded slightly. Or it should be watertight. Before I showed my full support, I was very careful about any of my opinions and suggestions. I would never bet on them casually because of a few vague words. The words were full of support and compliments. But in actual matters, there was no intention to reveal any idea of helping. Arasaka's Nobu said he deserves his position as mayor, and it is foreseeable that he will be able to sit firmly in this position, unless something unexpected happens. Carl looked at the numbers jumping on the elevator, but smart people should rarely encounter accidents. Maybe it's because they are too smart that something unexpected happens. Arasaka's Nobu obviously knew something special about Lucius Ryan, but he didn't mean to tell Card more. Just now, Arasaka Nobu and Lucius Ryan discussed some bills about controlling the entry of weapons into Night City. The so-called controlled weapons, including the RPG held by Carl and others, are high-threat weapons that are not allowed to appear in Night City. They do not include ACPA and armored vehicles that are considered military weapons. Although these weapons are privately circulated among various forces in Night City, according to regulations, they are also not allowed to be used publicly. Arasaka Nobuyuki hopes to represent his hawkish stance and discuss with Mayor Lucius Ryan whether it is possible to moderately relax these bills. After all, for the Hawks and Arasaka who are keen on using a straightforward style to conflict with other companies and use violence to intensify conflicts to gain benefits, if the control of high-threat weapons in Night City can be relaxed, then they can do more. But Lucius Ryan is very cunning. Although he said a lot of words to support Arasaka Nobuyuki's actions, he has always grasped a key point in the core content. He wants to know what identity Arasaka Nobuyuki represents. Is he just an Arasaka insider or a representative of Arasaka? In Lucius Ryan's opinion, Arasaka Nobuyuki was like a young man waving useless straw paper. Even at this age, his political skills were too immature. It was ridiculous to think that he could do something as the mayor of Night City with just a few words and a few unfulfilled promises. But Lucius Ryan never knew that Arasaka Nobuyuki's talk with him was never about politics, but an internal loyalty test. Lucius Ryan had forgotten his identity and who was behind his current status. He really regarded himself as the mayor who could take charge of the entire Night City and no longer respected his past supporters. He humbly obeyed Arasaka when he was needed, and had a little idea when he was not needed. He showed this attitude to the members of the Arasaka family. This smart man had reached an unexpected end. Among what Arasaka Nobuyuki knew, Lucius Ryan had secretly contacted military technology, and what he wanted to do was naturally needless to say. In the past, in order to resist military technology, he did not hesitate to ask Arasaka for help. After his position was stable and Arasaka made him feel threatened, he turned around and ran back to military technology. He didn't really think that he was the only smart person who could get along with both sides. Next year, 2077, is the year of the mayoral election. It is not certain whether Lucius Ryan will still be the mayor or whether he can still live. Thinking of this, Arasaka Nobuyuki looked at Carl on the side. Compared with the mayor whose outcome was determined in this meeting, Arasaka Nobuyuki has always been more interested in and has been observing Carl. Hiring Carl was not a sudden idea, nor was it a trust without reason. Although Arasaka Nobuo's power in Night City had suffered a lot due to internal cleansing, there were still people who could serve as his guards. These people were obviously more professional and responsible than mercenary teams, like Carl team, in terms of prevention and protection. The reason why Arasaka Nobuo chose to hire Carl team was just a sudden idea because of a piece of news. Someone recommended Carl and his team to Arasaka Nobuo and said that they could be trusted. And that person happened to be one of the few people that Arasaka Nobuo trusted. Facts have proved that Carl team is indeed a qualified and outstanding team. Especially Carl, whose food is quite to Arasaka Nobu's liking. In one day's contact, Arasaka Nobu also saw Carl's temperament. Growing up to this age, Arasaka Nobu still has some ability to judge people. Or in other words, his talent in this aspect can even be compared to his father Arasaka Saburo, who is proficient in human nature. After all, not everyone can pull out a group of diehards who are against Arasaka and never compromise on the streets when they are young. In Arasaka Nobu's eyes, Carl is like an alien from the past who is not infected by the current era. He can't find the energy that is blooming crazily in Night City, which is as bright as the gorgeous fireworks, but will disappear at any time. He is very casual, and his words are not extremely humble. But he can make people feel that he really calls him like this from the bottom of his heart, respects and treats himself so much. And it is completely a sincere heart that emerges. Sincerity, a word that is now somewhat unfamiliar. When Arasaka Nobuo thought of it, he finally understood why he could chat with Carl. When a person feels that another person treats him sincerely, whether it is politeness, respect, or verbal communication, it shows sincerity. For those who are used to hypocrisy and disguise, how can they not naturally have a good impression of people like Carl? People like Lucius Lane who always wear masks are the norm in today's world. Looking at Carl, who was so casual that he had already fried French fries in the room, and asked what flavor he wanted, Arasaka Nobuo felt that Carl might also be someone who could be won over. There was a feeling that if he told him his ideas, he might agree with them. But the caution in his heart did not let Arasaka Nobuo, who had only known Carl for 2 days, say more. He just reported his own taste. Just sprinkle pepper and salt. Chapter 419 Bloodstains. This car is a bit cramped. You can just say it's crowded. Mr. Nobuaki, sitting in the open-air rear compartment of a flatbed pickup with V. Carl guarded Nobuaki Arasaka, who was sandwiched between them, on the left and right. Carl said, after all, you said that we need to keep a covert action today, so we naturally can't drive a particularly eye-catching car. Our car has had some problems recently, and has not been modified yet. So we could only ask acquaintances to borrow a car. Ask acquaintances to borrow a car. Nobuaki Arasaka, whose face has been disguised, can look up and see the sky directly. It has been a long time since he has experienced this kind of open-air feeling. Is your acquaintance a freight driver? Of course. He is one of the best freight drivers in the Haywood area to the city center. Others call him Lao Hutu. He is a professional. This car is his latest purchase. We have to return it later. He kindly lent it to us, so we can't damage it. Hearing Lao Hutu, which is obviously a common nickname used on the street, Arasaka Nobuyuki thought about his past experiences on the street, and then looked at the Thunder Mackinac MTL1 he was sitting in. He sighed and said nothing more. Since returning to Arasaka, I haven't felt this way for a long time. I always felt that I could see everything clearly before. But now that I have been in Arasaka for a long time, I am subconsciously not used to my past life. I was deeply infected. This car is nice to sit in. If it is other cars, there are not many that can blow the wind and look up at the sky. But this sky is not clear at all. It is all covered by the brilliance. Arasaka Nobu's eyes swept over the Arasaka Tower in the distance, and his face returned to calm, while the Thunderbolt Mackinac MTL1 continued to drive in the traffic. On both sides of the Thunderbolt Mackinac MTL1, because the rear compartment of the Thunderbolt Mackinac MTL1 was open, many people drove by and caught a glimpse of the 3 people sitting in the rear compartment. But each of them just glanced at it casually and moved away. The reason was simple. The Thunderbolt Mackinac MTL1 was just an ordinary cargo flatbed pickup truck, and the people sitting on it looked very simple from the looks of their faces and clothes. Just like ordinary people with little money. Even in a place like the city center, people dressed like this are definitely not uncommon. After all, when company people work, they always need some ordinary people to handle miscellaneous matters. The Thunderbolt Mackinac MTL1 carried everyone in Carl Team and Arasaka Nobu all the way until they reached the edge of the company square and the Legion District. And then the vehicle slowed down. Liquor District is a popular area for company personnel and gang leaders. For those who don't want to live in Charter Hill or North Oak District, Liquor District in Haywood is where they can settle down. After parking the Thunder Mackinac MTL1, several people got off the car and headed for the scheduled meeting place under the leadership of Jack. The place they were going to was the Liquor District closest to the company square and the most expensive apartment in the area. Arasaka Nobuyuki had told them the address in advance, so several people kept silent during the action to avoid unnecessary attention caused by the conversation. All the way up, because the address was on the 3rd floor. Everyone did not take the elevator, but chose to walk. It was obvious that no one had been active on the stairs for a long time. When walking, you can feel the obvious smell of old dust. It seems that the group of people living in the apartment are not used to cross the floors with their own steps. The apartment building that Carl and his friends entered had a superior living environment that matched the high rent. There were only 2 residents on each floor, and one person could enjoy half of the space on one floor. However, according to the information known in advance, the person on the 3rd floor that Arasaka Nobuyuki wanted to meet did not live opposite other people, which meant that the entire 3rd floor was exclusively for that person. Click. Walking first, Jack, who had subcutaneous armor that could resist a certain degree of attack, pushed open the iron door, making a sound of metal friction, and then stepped into the 3rd floor. The moment he walked in, Jack's face changed, because he found bloodstains on the tile walls on both sides of the corridor after the stairs. Something is wrong, Jack said so, and immediately took a guarded posture. And he immediately protected Arasaka Nobuyuki behind him. In the sudden tense alert, everyone did not suffer any attack, except for the bloody smell that kept drilling into the nose. The entire 3rd floor was very quiet. Almost dead. I check it out, Carl said, frowning and walking out from behind Jack, observing the blood on the ground. The blood was not so serious that it covered the whole wall. Judging from the traces on the tiles on both sides, it was probably a person who was halfway through walking when someone suddenly stabbed him in the back with a mantis knife and tore him in half. As for why Carl was so sure it was the mantis knife, it was because although he didn't use the mantis knife, he had seen a lot of Mutuo and could still compare the general situation. Judging from the height of the blood, the height of the person killed was about 1.76 meters. There were obvious marks of the body being dragged on the ground. Obviously, the person still dealt with the mark slightly, but for some reason, he only dealt with the body. With a flip of his palm, Carl had a knife in his hand. Neurotoxin knife. I go first. After replaying the team's action method, Carl was holding the knife and walking slowly along the track until he passed a corner that made him alert. And he was not attacked. The blood spread all the way to the distance and entered a room on one side. And the door of that room was open. Sir, the person you want to see is on the other side. Got it. That is to say, in the room without tenants, there is now a person who has just killed someone and dragged the person into the empty room? Smelling the increasingly clear smell of blood and looking at the increasingly fresh blood, Carl's ears heard a sound of footsteps. A sound of footsteps walking outside from the open door. Tap. The footsteps stopped just as he was about to walk out of the door. The stop was so sudden, as if the person inside noticed that someone was watching him walk out of the door in the distance. Time seemed to freeze. Tap. Another footstep. Carl heard the sound and walked out of the room. But in the corridor, he didn't see any figure. Nothing. Except for a blood stain that suddenly twisted at the door. Chapter 420 The Strange Attacker. At the moment when he saw the bloodstain twist, Carl had already identified the trajectory of the bloodstain fluctuation. From the traces, it seemed that someone stepped on the bloodstain and rushed towards him. But he did not see any figure. That is to say, Carl raised his hand and held a mantis knife with his right hand, which was chopped down and displayed translucently beside him. Optical camouflage. Is it? Slightly tilting his head, Carl watched the translucent figure slowly emerging from the transparent side of him. His face calm. And then he moved his left hand, and the neurotoxin knife flew out, facing the flying knife. The attacker who used optical camouflage to maintain translucency first reacted to retreat. But when he wanted to do so, he found that his mantis knife was firmly held in Carl's hand, and the force made him unable to move his wrist at all. This is all the shortcomings of the mantis knife compared to the samurai sword. The prosthesis of the connected arm has replaced part of the limbs, and it can no longer be thrown away as easily as the sword in the hand. This is an advantage when suddenly attacked, but it becomes a fatal disadvantage when being firmly grasped. One arm is controlled. Should he use another mantis knife to cut off his hand and escape? Or continue to try to pull out the mantis knife held by Carl with his own strength? Faced with the sudden attack, V and the other two only protected Arasuke's Nobuyuki without even moving. They are bodyguards, so they naturally put their employer's safety first. Not to mention that they don't think Carl will be in trouble in a one-on-one fight. To put it bluntly, even if Adam Heavy Hammer stood here, he couldn't send Carl away before they came to support him in a few blows. Under the gaze of several people, this sudden attacker did something extremely difficult that everyone had never expected. He actually ignored the knife that flew into his arms, which was difficult to pick up with another mantis knife because of the angle problem. He stepped on the ground and turned his whole body along the mantis knife arm held by Carl. This operation made Carl's face fluctuate slightly, because Carl was sure that he held it very firmly, and the attacker's mantis knife did not move at all. In this case, the opponent was able to keep his arm still and rotate his whole body with his arm as the fulcrum. Did he use his arm as an axle? Carl did not see any blood, which means that the attacker did not rotate a circle to actively dislocate his arm and pay the price of his arm flesh and blood being torn and broken to avoid his flying knife. His entire rotation did not cause any damage to his body. Did he make any special modifications to the shoulder joint? When he realized this, Carl took a half step back, and it was this half step that narrowly avoided the slash of another mantis knife that came after the attacker's rotation. While dodging the slash, the tip of the blade was already pointing downward to the ground. Carl used his right hand to pull the attacker towards him with his arm, and at the same time raised his right knee and pushed it directly up. If nothing unexpected happens, the attacker who was dragged by Carl and could not resist will be hit directly in the stomach by Carl's knee strike, and Carl's attack is enough to crush all the internal organs in his abdominal cavity. But when Carl dragged, He felt a sense of emptiness. The feeling fed back to him by the dragging of his right arm was only a sense of emptiness and powerlessness. And the weight he could feel between his arms was extremely light. Only the attacker's arm was dragged by Carl. So the previous rotation was to loosen the screw-like structure of the shoulder joint. And it was removed? The prosthesis installed by this guy is really strange. Carl saw the figure who took the initiative to remove the lower arm and retreated in a translucent form. So he stepped forward to chase. But just as he took a step, his right hand gave him a feeling of temperature. Although Carl's arm is a prosthesis, the feeling of using it is completely the same as before. Even the feeling of temperature is the same. Now Carl feels that the mantis knife arm held in his right hand is getting hot. When something is heating up, it is definitely not a good thing no matter what. So Carl threw the arm towards the retreating attacker without hesitation. And at the same time, his body retreated a little. As expected, the arm produced a high heat reaction less than half a second after it left Carl. And it began to explode at the same time. Boom! In the shock wave of the explosion, Carl's face did not fluctuate. He just greeted the shock wave and the dazzling light, and raised his hand in the firelight to clamp a few pieces of flying mantis knife fragments due to damage. Knowing that his face must be stained with soot, Carl started to move forward as soon as the short explosion shock wave and strong light disappeared. After the smoke raised by the explosion once again reflected the translucent figure that staggered because of the explosion, Carl's mantis knife caught in his fingers flew out. Ding! 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 The mantis blade fragments neatly pierced the translucent attacker. But the only sound was the clanging sound of metal collision, which made everyone present widen their eyes. Because everyone knew how powerful it was to use optical camouflage, while also equipping subcutaneous armor that could resist Carl flying knife fragments. Even Chio, who was considered qualified and surpassed by Kenichi Shiro at the time, and had excellent prosthetic tolerance, only installed optical camouflage. This guy's prosthetic tolerance is good. Carl praised in his heart, and decided to be more serious. Originally, he planned to save some energy and hold back to see if he could leave a survivor for interrogation. But now, it seems that he has to change this idea. It will take some effort. Carl will take some effort. When Carl thought so, and the others thought so too, only a second later, the others saw the attacker suddenly fall to the ground and couldn't get up. Several people subconsciously looked at Carl. Subdued instantly. So fast? Ah! Carl was also stunned. The reason for his stun was not that he did not subdue the attacker in front of him. Although it only took 1 second and Carl did not even get close. He did subdue the attacker. It was just that Carl originally wanted to send a block to the attacker to stop him. Unexpectedly, when he invaded, he found that the attacker's program was a bit strange. So he changed it slightly. But he did not expect this guy. Carl looked at the attacker, who gradually revealed the metallic color from the semi-transparent body, and understood why the opponent's prosthesis was so strange. It's a robot. Chapter 421, Machinery. The world is full of strange things. There are all kinds of people in the forest. I didn't expect that I could meet a robot who used optical camouflage and a mantis knife to chop people. I really broadened my horizons. Listening to Oliver's series of words and incorrect usage of idioms, Carl, who wanted to correct his Chinese, hesitated for a moment, but still said nothing. After all, this matter is really strange. Are robots rare? Not rare. Not rare at all. And even very common. But are robots with prostheses rare? Rare. Carl and the others have seen it for the first time. What is a prosthesis? In this era, it means human body modification parts, which are strengthened and modified by implanting machinery or other things into the human body. It sounds like it means strengthening parts, right? If it is true according to the general meaning. However, the premise of all this is that the implant is a human. Even the Whirlpool gang. Even the explosive modification personnel like Atom Heavy Hammer. They also implant prostheses based on humans. To be honest, is it really necessary to implant prostheses in robots? Instead of installing prostheses according to human structure later, it is enough to install production-related components at the beginning. Moreover, there is no need to make machines like humans. Not everyone pursues 2 legs. The legs of machines called humans are just decorations. In terms of movement, tracks are a better lower structure. Producing a robot and installing prostheses on it. What is the equivalent of this behavior? It is equivalent to cats and dogs being born with hair as clothes. But humans think they are naked and need to put clothes on them. If it's just for the sake of looking good, there's nothing wrong with it. After all, dressing up is also a feature. However, the prosthesis on this robot is obviously for functional combat. But is it necessary to install such a weird prosthesis for people and robots? Exploding mantis knife. Rotating mechanical arm. Damn. What is this? Jack shook his head. Fortunately, T-Bug didn't see it. Otherwise T-Bug might have such a crazy transformation idea for the ball. I was thinking that this guy has good tolerance with both optical camouflage and heavy subcutaneous armor prosthesis. But I didn't expect that there is only a layer of optical camouflage. And the bottom is a mechanical body. V looked at the robot that was being pulled by Carl to read the data by a single molecule line and complained, but the resistance to data is too poor. It was scrapped by Carl's slight invasion. Humans still have a brain when facing invasion. And it is more or less effective. Robots are completely mechanized. But they are more resistant in this regard. Not enough. Jack shrugged. Who knows? Some kind of AI may come to invade. And the robot will be subdued and obey orders faster. And Carl will not have to be connected to the line like now. I suddenly understand why big companies would leave the more useful robot troops unused. And must have human troops. Oliver noticed that Arasaka Nobuo seemed to move his feet. And immediately followed, Mr. Nobuo. The inspection is not over yet. You should not walk around. I understand. Arasaka Nobuo nodded and looked at the closed big door. I'm just thinking now. The person I'm going to meet didn't react at all after hearing such a big commotion outside. Is there something wrong? Reading completed. Carl raised his hand and retracted the single molecule line. And then he said, the data of this robot was deleted very cleanly. The only instructions I can query are killing, searching and clearing ambush. I checked the identification and encounter situation. I have a very regrettable news to tell you. Mr. Cito. Carl paused. And then his eyes turned to the door opened by the robot. This robot killed a person in the corridor. And that person is likely to be the person you are going to meet. After completing this task, there was an error in its instructions. It was designated to go to the current room. But the correct room was opposite. So it did not find a bed that could be used as a corpse and ambush point. Because of this error, it was unable to complete the clearing instructions according to the program before finding the correct location. So it kept waiting until 10 minutes later. When we arrived at the scene, it noticed that there were other people. So it continued to execute the first instruction. Kill and clean up the people who knew about it. So, by chance, we avoided the robot's surprise attack? You can say that. Carl added, after all, if we walked in and saw that the person you were going to meet, Mr. Seishian, was split in half and lying on the bed, we would be a little surprised. At that time, if the robot used optical camouflage to attack, it would not be so easy to deal with. Carl had taken precautions in advance because he noticed the bloodstains. If there were no bloodstains, he would not have been successfully attacked by the robot. But he would still be a little flustered. Moreover, according to the formation just now, Jack was walking in the front. Jack was very alert. But his size was there. If he was attacked, he might really be scratched. Is this all the content in this robot? These are the only things I can find. As for the manufacturing industry of this robot, and the parts and prosthetics supplier, I am not a professional, and don't know much. You can let others take over. For Carl's suggestion, Arasaka Nobu was silent for a while, nodded slightly, and then he said, I want to see that room. The employer idea must be done. When approaching the door opened by the robot, everyone smelled an increasingly pungent smell of blood, and when they really stood in front of the door, everyone was silent. In another empty room with only walls and no decoration, a messy corpse was lying on the ground. In the whole empty mud gray room, except for gray, there was only blood red scattered everywhere. Apparently, in order to find the bed in the command, the robot kept picking up and putting down the corpse until it smashed the human body into pulp again and again. Huh? Jack exhaled and his face was serious. Now I understand why big companies are wary of AI and robots. Compared to how much cyborgization there is still a little bit of human feeling left. Even if it is just a tyrannical and crazy transformation. A pure robot. Rigid and cold. Chapter 422 Robots and Humans. NCPD personnel reached the location Carl called in just 5 minutes through a dedicated line. This time, the situation is a bit tragic. Looking at the murder scene, Andy, who came over, said, If the news that the robot entered the building in the city and killed people spreads, it will definitely cause panic among many people. After all, this place is the beautiful scenic area of Haywood, where the company dogs live. Those guys who are used to being high and mighty don't want to see that they have finally finished overtime and are about to go home, but are stabbed directly from the back by the robot and smashed into a pulp. Carl crossed his hands, hugged his chest in front, and made a gesture similar to a mummy being placed in a coffin, with the tips of his palms close to his shoulders. Andy didn't understand his action very well, so Andy asked, "What are you gesturing, Carl?" "I'm relaxing my arms, and then calculating the ratio between the height of the robot I knocked down and my arms." As Carl spoke, he let go of his hands, one left and one right, and then he shook his head left and right, visually estimating his arm span. Then, as if he had discovered something, he spoke in a slightly strange tone. "They actually match." "What do they match?" "The arm span and height match," Carl explained. "When standing normally, the upper limbs are stretched out to both sides, and the distance between the two fingertips is generally called the arm span. And the arm span and height of the human body are often in a 1:1 relationship, although there may be some differences. The difference is not much. For example, Andy, your height is 1.82 meters, so your arm span is often around this range. Do you know what the data is after I tested the arm span and height ratio of this robot? How much? 1:1. A perfect ratio, just like the most standard human body, based on the arm length he visually measured. Carl put the robot's data on himself and compared it. The conclusion he came to was that the robot's arm and body ratio was even more perfect than his body. And it was truly 1:1. The most standard human body ratio. Andy understood what Carl meant. The existence of robots, due to their functions and characteristics, does not require complete imitation of the human body. Their existence is essentially an imitation of human form, but they do not have to stick to copying every detail of the human body. In fact, they can be designed to surpass humans. As we all know, some parts of the human body are very fragile, such as the spine. Once the human spine is broken or compressed, it is easy to endanger life. But robots can avoid such weaknesses. They can be designed to be more solid and durable. However, the robot that Carl and his team are facing now is unexpectedly made according to perfect human proportions. In other words, if it were not for its own mechanical material and other factors, this robot with perfect body proportions and prosthetics would be a more standard human than Carl and Andy. Listening to this reminds me of a story I read when I was a child. Andy thought about the past, thinking about the time when his sister was listening to the story with him. His eyes dimmed a little, but he still finished his words. "The story I saw at that time was that with the mechanical transformation, people became less and less like humans, more and more cold and indifferent, while robots became more and more like humans because they imitated humans and understood human rationality more and more. Finally, after awakening their intelligence, they replaced humans and became the new human story. People are not people, but machines are people?" At that time, after reading this story, I was still suspicious and afraid for a while whether the people I met on the road were robots in disguise. When will they come to replace me and become real humans? Now look at this situation. Andy looked at the body that should be arrested by the NCPD according to the rules. The robot that walked away said, "The story has become reality. It's a pity that this is not the fairy tale I like. It's even a somewhat cold and terrifying prophecy of a possible future." Thinking about the wandering AI that he had seen that was indeed similar to humans, and thinking about the increasingly crazy cyber psychopaths as they were transformed, Carl couldn't say what the future of the world might be like. But this kind of reverie about possible things was enough here. No matter what the purpose of the person or person who created this human robot was, it is definitely impossible to investigate it clearly in a short time based on the current situation. Carl is still on bodyguard duty, and it's time to go back. After confirming that the identity of the deceased was the person he was scheduled to meet, Arasake Nobuo was escorted away by V and others before the NCPD arrived. Only Carl stayed there as the reporter according to the rules until now. And then according to the regulations, the criminals will be taken away by NCPD personnel for interrogation and investigation. And he has nothing to do here. A robot with prosthetics that looks more human than human. I encountered something strange today. After saying goodbye to Andy and other familiar NCPD police officers, Carl left the scene of the murder. After walking out of the building, he looked at the sky of Night City again. although it was still covered by the brilliance. Carl always felt that it was a good day today. Yeah. Stretching himself, Carl walked out of the door and took a few steps before he realized something. V and the others had already returned to the blue building with Arasaka's Nobu for safety. So what about him? This is the disadvantage of being too lazy to drive. But fortunately, Carl was prepared. Carl had just ordered a package that everyone else in the team had already ordered a few days ago. So he came to try it out. Dial a number. And the other end picked up immediately. Then, the I-synthesized male voice came. Mr. Carl, the distinguished guest of the Excellence package. What service do you need? Delamon. Send me a car nearby. Follow your instructions. Mr. Carl. Choose Delamon. And leave your troubles at the door. In Night City, when it comes to private car pickup and drop-off services, there is no better car rental company than Delamon Service. Delamon's private car service. According to Oliver and Jack, they need this level of car to pick up and drop off in their current situation. Now think about it. Maybe it is true. Delamon's private car drove over quickly, slowed down when it was about to arrive, and took the initiative to open the door for Carl. Very considerate. Compared to the appearance and structure of the robot that is more and more like a human, it may be more difficult for me to accept an AI whose emotions and thinking are more like humans. Chapter 423. As long as the reward is enough. Faraday has been killed by you? In the morning, in Tavernier's suite, Carl, who was sitting on the sofa waiting for V, who was on duty today to cook, received a message from Man's team. They went to Dogtown some time ago to hunt down Faraday and track down his traces all the way. It was not until this morning that they found Faraday traces and killed him. After thinking about it, Carl sent a message. Carl, when you went to Dogtown to find Faraday, I also went to Dogtown, but I didn't find any traces of you and Faraday. I was thinking that maybe I could meet you. So you have been looking for Faraday in Dogtown during this period? Man, Carl, you went to Baoshiking. The news from Dogtown has spread everywhere. What KK came to Dogtown? How could we and Faraday be invited to that place? We are just looking for it on the streets. The message said by Man paused for a moment, as if it was being input, and then a large message appeared. Man, Faraday was hiding in a group of scavengers' den. It took us a long time to find him. The scavengers in Dogtown are much stronger than those in the city. I almost fell into the hands of a group of scavengers. But fortunately, we finally pulled out the bastard Faraday and killed him. The bastard couldn't believe that he would be killed by us until he died. If I didn't want to do that, I really should spit on his body. Carl, the result is good. So you are done with things in Dogtown and ready to go back to the city? Man, we have been going back to the city for supplies. After all, Dogtown is not a safe place. After dealing with things today, we should not go to Dogtown again in a short time. That place is really not for people to stay. Carl, look at it in a positive way. You have solved Faraday, who almost killed you. If this news spreads in the next life, your team's reputation will be louder. Although Faraday, that bastard, is not very capable. He has been a middleman for many years. He was killed by you in this way. And the reason is still so fair. Many mercenaries, who have been cheated in the next life, will cheer for you. And some stupid middlemen, with messy ideas, will also think more. Man, among the mercenaries who cheered, there must be Oliver. How about coming to drink with us in the next life tonight? We can go to the Wild Wolf Bar. We haven't gathered for a while. It's a pity that Brown and his friends have to protect the big star carry, and don't have much time. Otherwise we can get together again. For Man's invitation. Carl Hand paused slightly on the phone, and then thought about it, and answered in a way that would not disclose the commission information. Carl, I have something to do. I have no time recently. After all, they are all in the mercenary business. And Man immediately understood. Man also knew Carl's personality. He would make things clear if there were any. If he didn't make things clear, there was only one possibility. That is, the matter could not be made clear. For mercenaries, they were busy recently, and the things that could not be made clear were only because they were taking on jobs. Man, then you should be safe. I won't bother you. Please say hello to Jack and Oliver. And V. You can call me anytime when you are free. As long as I am free, I can come to you immediately. Don't forget us when you encounter problems. Our team owes you too many favors. You have to give us a chance to repay us. Carl, I will. After sending a message to reply to his friends, Carl felt someone approaching from the corner of his eye. So he stopped playing with his phone and looked towards the place where he felt the person approaching. The person who came was not V, who had prepared breakfast, but Arasaka Nobuo, who got up and wore a bathrobe. "Good morning, Mr. Nobuaki." "Good morning, Carl." It's the 4th day of the escort work. Except for the accident on the 2nd day, Carl team escorted Nobuaki Arasaka to meet people in the city, and it was very safe. Nothing that could be called an accident happened. Everyone was familiar with this way of getting along with each other, and they all had their own personal impressions of both sides. Everyone in Carl team thought that Nobuaki Arasaka was a good employer. An employer who listened to others and followed the bodyguard security arrangements could not be regarded as a bad employer in any way. Not to mention that this employer did not have a condescending sense of status, and they got along very harmoniously. As for Arasaka Nobuo, he is now certain that all the members of Carl team are excellent personnel. The abilities of each of them are rare among the people Arasaka has ever seen in his life. There is no need to say much about Jack and Oliver. Before Arasaka came to America, there were only captains in the guard team who were close to them in level. As for Carl and V, with the two of them, Arasaka Nobuo even believes that even if Adam Hammer, Kenichi Shiro, and Takemura Goro stood in front of him and wanted to kill him, they could stop them, if it weren't for the fact that Arasaka Michiko had hired Adam Heavy Hammer in advance. Arasaka Nobuyuki actually wanted to hire Adam Heavy Hammer as his bodyguard, but the result was not bad, and it might even be much better than hiring Adam Heavy Hammer. It's better to get along with a person who tends to be crazy than to talk with a group of young people who are energetic and passionate and cook delicious meals. When getting along with Carl and the others, Arasaka Nobuyuki always feels that he has become much younger, and the passion that has slowly dormant in his heart has been activated again. But this relationship should end today. Arasaka Nobuyuki originally wanted to stay in Night City to make some advanced preparations for some future things, to ensure that he could bypass Arasaka Michiko as soon as possible to control Arasaka in America after something happened. But Arasaka Michiko's methods are quite excellent, and there are not many areas in America that he can get involved in. In addition, some news that made Arasaka Nobuyuki uneasy came from the main island recently. He had to go back to the main island as soon as possible to implement one of his plans. "I'm leaving Night City early, expected to be the morning of the day after tomorrow." What Arasaka Nobu said at the breakfast table made everyone in Carl team stunned for a moment. "I won't pay you less. But something happened, so I have to go back first. And I expect to come back in a few months," Arasaka Nobu said while eating a bacon sandwich, looking at everyone. "By then, can I entrust you to be my bodyguard again?" Although he was surprised by Arasaka Nobu's sudden statement of leaving at the table, Carl, as the captain, responded quickly to the proposal of a client who cooperated well to seek the next commission. Of course. Carl looked at Arasaka Nobu, who might not even notice that there was a subtle sense of determination on his face, and nodded. He said, "As long as the reward is enough." Chapter 424 Street News. Did you know about the conspicuous bag that appeared on the street recently? Conspicuous bag? After finishing the mission with Arasaka Nobu, the members of Carl team were sitting in the afterlife and resting. They heard the old captain, who was drinking at the bar today, and talked to him. His words aroused some interest in Carl. "The guy who is so conspicuous that you have heard about it, and told us about it should not be an ordinary guy," Carl said. "After all, if the conspicuous bag can be famous, it must have settled all the problems that have been provoked. And the guy who can settle things must be very capable." "Carl, why don't you listen to my detailed explanation? And you are so sure that the man is capable?" The old captain gestured to Claire to serve him a glass of wine and said, "Don't you think I am talking about some arrogant gangster? I usually don't regard arrogant guys who will die on the street in a few days as human beings. And don't you believe in me? If the old captain can take the initiative to talk about it, I can't let you down. Right? Naturally. I have to evaluate the person better. I like what you said, so I will take it as a compliment to me." After taking a sip of the wine that Claire served him, the old captain smiled. "But that conspicuous bag is really capable. In my opinion, it may not be long before we can see her taking jobs in the next life." She? Carl could tell that the word she in English used by the old captain referred to gender, so he was a little concerned. "There is also a job. Is this a female mercenary?" "Rare. Right? The old captain took another sip of wine and said, I heard that she was born in the Coronado farm near the Badland. She has recently made a name for herself in the city. I am one of the best middlemen in Santo Domingo now. So I have heard about her. Listen. You are determined to let her work. Oliver chewed on a not very rich combination of fried food, holding a synthetic fried squid ring in his hand, and said, Are you planning to train a mercenary to work for you? Yes. I have this idea. She is quite capable, and a mercenary from my area. I must pay more attention to her. But she is not working for me now. After drinking a glass of wine in 3 gulps, the old captain complained, She is helping Cormac. Cormac? Jack muttered the name. This is a middleman who is active in various areas, mainly in Watson District. He usually deals with some street matters, and occasionally takes on company work. In general, he is a guy with some reputation, and can be on the company's street middleman cooperation list. But to be honest, Jack feels that this guy is not much better than Faraday. Middlemen are just like this. The lower the level of middlemen, the more they are like this. Cormac is almost the same as Faraday. Although he doesn't value money as much as Faraday, he gives a little more money. The jobs he assigns are basically dangerous and life-threatening. Street mercenaries basically take his job and step into the road to hell. She can survive in Cormac's job and make a name for herself. You, the old captain, think that although she is a conspicuous person, she will be eligible to enter the next life in a while. That guy seems to be really capable. V said, But why did you talk to us about this matter? Old captain, are you thinking about it? Are you planning to ask us to help persuade her to leave Cormac and work for the honorable old captain and get a lot of money? Bullshit. V. The old captain showed a disdainful look. Brother, am I the kind of person who would do such a little thing? To be honest, I just heard that she is quite capable, and she is from my place. I thought that if you meet her, you should pay more or less attention to her. If she is really capable, then I will go to her myself. When have you ever asked someone to do such a thing? That's right. When I first started this business, I called everyone. Carl smiled and kept this in mind. Is she the mercenary who has become famous recently on the street? It sounds like what I felt at the beginning. But I don't know if this reputation can be passed on. There are so many cases where street mercenaries can become famous for a short time and then disappear quickly. No one can say for sure whether this female street mercenary who appeared in their chat with the old captain will disappear in the next moment. Anyway, you just need to keep an eye on her for me. The old captain thought for a while and said, Just think of it as sharing some information with you. I tell you one more thing next. I'm not too sure about this matter. It's just because I stayed in San Domingo and knew a little more information than you. I thought you might care about this matter. Why are you hesitating? Old captain? This is not like your character. Oliver saw that the old captain had been talking for a long time without getting to the point, and urged him, Hurry up and say it. If it's really something special, I buy you a drink tonight. Drinking more will help you speak faster. Am I short of your 2 glasses of wine? The old captain said so, but turned to look at Claire. Give me a few more glasses. Oliver will pay for it. No one is rich. And if someone is willing to treat you to a drink, it would be a pity not to drink a few more glasses. After Claire smiled and brought the wine over, he took another sip of the wine to moisten his mouth. The old captain's next words were much smoother. And as soon as he opened his mouth, he said something that made Oliver's hand pause slightly while eating fried food. I heard that Buchanan is ready to attack the general. Buchanan is going to attack the general? Who is the general? Oliver, a former member of the 6th Street Gang, can give the answer immediately. Rick Morton, the current boss of the 6th Street Gang. General is his nickname, symbolizing that he manages the 6th Street Gang like a general. And the old captain now said that Buchanan is going to take action against him. Although it was expected before that Buchanan might have some ideas about the position of boss because of his growing power. But is he going to take action now? Oliver muttered doubtful words. But his words were affirmative. The old captain said that he had only heard it. But Oliver knew that Buchanan was indeed going to take action. As the leading middleman in Santo Domingo, the old captain obviously could not reveal information to them with affirmative words. He specifically mentioned this in front of Oliver, who had the background of the 6th Street Gang, obviously to tell him the truth of this matter secretly. And this matter obviously had something to do with Oliver. His father and sister are both in the 6th Street Gang, and his father is not on good terms with Buchanan. If Buchanan is going to take action against the general, then obviously, he will not let go of Oliver's relatives, who stand on the side of the general. Do you want to go back to Santo Domingo? Carl reached out and took out the only French fries that Oliver could accept from the fried food combination in front of him. Put it in his mouth and chewed it. Then said, "We have known each other for so long. But none of us have officially visited your home. We have been friends for so long, but have never met your sister. It just so happens that the last job is over today. Do you mind if we go to your house and sit down?" Okay. After thinking about it, Oliver felt that it was okay to go back at this time. This matter made him very worried. It would be good to bring more friends home to see. And just like Carl said, it's time to bring friends back to see each other. The next day, everyone in Carl's team, including T-Bug who rarely went out, had just arrived in Santo Domingo. A piece of news spread that made Oliver feel lucky to have returned home. The leader of the 6th Street Gang, General Rick Morton, was found dead in the bathtub of his home this morning. Chapter 425 6th Street Gang Internal Disturbance. General Rick Morton is dead. Is this big news? Of course it is big news. Even if it is put in WNS News, it can be a special report. However, its content may not be very friendly, because everyone knows that the company behind WNS News is Arasaka, and the boss of the 6th Street Gang happens to be closely related to military technology. It is possible that News 54, a TV station with military technology behind it, will make a memorial report for Rick Morton. It is foreseeable that this news will spread throughout Night City in a short time. And as this news spreads, gang conflicts will surely follow. It is a very simple truth. The boss of a gang dies. No matter how he died, his death will definitely purge a group of diehards of the old boss as the new boss takes office. And the power of the gang will inevitably be damaged in this process. This damage is destined to make the gang unable to occupy the originally divided territory and have to spit out some. Valentino, the Tiger Claws, and even the Nightwalkers in the Badland may have their eyes on the 6th Street Gang during this period. Jack got off the Delamon taxi and said to Oliver, who also got off the car, "It seems that we came at the right time. I didn't expect Buchanan to take action so soon. It seems that he has accumulated enough strength to suppress all the dissatisfaction in the gang." Oliver didn't feel anything about the death of General Rick Morton. Although the boss of the 6th Street Gang was called a general, it only described that he treated his gang members as casually as a general treated his soldiers. This did not represent his level of management of his subordinates. It can even be said that General Rick Morton was actually a very incompetent guy. Think about it. You can know that a capable guy would not let Buchanan develop a power under his command that could surpass him as a boss. It's just that when the general was there, the 6th Street Gang could at least maintain a superficial stability. Although the supporters of the general and the supporters of Buchanan disliked each other, they could maintain a superficial peace because both sides were members of the 6th Street Gang. But now with the death of General Rick Morton, this short-lived peace within the gang has obviously ended. Oliver, you are from the 6th Street Gang. Who do you think killed the general? D got out of another Delamon taxi, and T got out with him. Bug and Carl. V looked at Oliver and asked, could it be Buchanan who did it? 9 out of 10. Buchanan has wanted to be the boss for a long time. But in the past, he didn't have enough power to become the boss in name. So he has been accumulating strength. And with his continuous expansion, he has been able to compete with the generals, and even surpass the generals. Do you think he can tolerate an incompetent general sitting on his head at this time? Oliver straightened his clothes and looked at a building in St. Dominic in the distance. Good continued. Besides, you have to cut off the head when you kill someone. First, cut off the general, who can be supported by the people on the general's side. There are not many people in the entire 6th Street Gang who can compare with Buchanan in terms of qualifications and deeds. He really played this trick beautifully. Maybe if he does it well, there will be no need for any internal fighting. He may be able to take over the 6th Street Gang smoothly. Being forced to obey the general trend? It sounds like he played a good trick. At that time, except for some diehards, the people on the other side may lose their own people. After the support of the people, they did not have the courage to compete with the general, Carl said, watching Delamon leave. And under the leadership of Oliver, he walked towards the ordinary American bungalow in the distance. But Uncle should not obey Buchanan. How can I obey? Oliver said angrily. Buchanan and my father used to have conflicts with each other. And then I was kicked out of the 6th Street Gang. And the two sides had a complete fallout. I know my father's character. If he obeys Buchanan, it would be better to let him die. You know, he used to fight. I was trained to be his successor in the gang. So do you regret not becoming a gang leader? Regret nothing. I have never done anything so right and refreshing in my life since I became a mercenary with Carl and the others. Think about what kind of life I lived before. How can it be compared with now? 6th Street Gang. Lose Street Gang. If your uncle heard you say this, he would probably teach you a lesson. After saying this, Carl also understood the situation. That is to say, even if the general is dead, your uncle will definitely fight with Wilcannon. Right? 99% of the time. His stubborn personality is not the kind of personality that would allow him to watch Wilcannon, the biggest suspect of the former boss murder, take the position of boss. The traditional old man in America is indeed of this personality. Compared with the young people of the new era, he seems more stubborn. But this personality is not bad. Then we know what to do next. Jack grinned. When we passed through Santo Domingo on our way to the Bad Land, we were blocked by Wilcannon people. I still remember that incident. I will have a chance to repay them. As the few people talked, they gradually approached the American-style bungalow. And it was in this house that a father and daughter were talking. You should leave here. Nottingham Winleo sat on the sofa, looking at the gang news that kept changing, and said to his daughter Marion Winleo, I'm going to attend the meeting to elect the next 6th Street Gang leader soon. It may be dangerous at that time. You can't stay here any longer. Are you going to face Wilcannon? Father? Marion frowned and said, in this situation, there may not be many people who can stand on your side. You have to go even if there are none. Nottingham's tone was calm. You can't just not do something because no one wants to do it. If this is the case, the 6th Street Gang will really be finished. If no one else does it, I will do it. Wilcannon. If Rick was really killed by him, then I can't let him become the boss of the 6th Street Gang no matter what. The 6th Street Gang is already corrupt enough. Wilcannon men have started to collect protection fees from people on the streets. If this continues, our 6th Street Gang will sooner or later become like the Tiger Claw Gang. But if you go, will it be dangerous? Let's call Oliver back. He is very capable now. With him, maybe you will be safer? Listening to his daughter's words, Nottingham changed slightly and hesitated. As a father, asking for help from his children is actually a very difficult thing. This not only means that as a father, he has admitted that he is getting old, but also means that he has witnessed his children growing up. Nottingham is not sure whether his son has grown up. Is he really grown up? Or has he just relied on his friends to get to this point? He doesn't know. But a word outside the house has been passed and without giving him an answer. I'm back, Dad. Oliver Winleo opened the door. Chapter 426 Nomination of the Boss. Every election meeting with disagreements is always in a mess. Even the internal meeting that brings together all the high-level members of the 6th Street Gang. General Rick Morton is dead, and the 6th Street Gang needs a new leader. Everyone has their own opinions on the next candidate for the 6th Street Gang leader. But judging from the current situation, Wilcannon promotion seems to have become inevitable. Even though everyone present knows that the death of General Rick Morton is probably related to him. When a gang nominates a leader, it is never based on kindness and friendliness. Having power and fighting ability are the most important. Although the 6th Street Gang does not care about the boss fighting ability as much as the Whirlpool Gang and the Animal Gang. Whether he is promoted or not is still closely related to power. After the death of General Rick Morton, the largest force in the entire 6th Street Gang is naturally Wilcannon and his group of subordinates. Relying on radical policies and collecting protection fees, Wilcannon ensured that he had a steady stream of personnel and funds under his command. At the same time, he also sought support from the personnel within the military technology. For him, today's nominal recommendation meeting was just a formality, and the result was already determined. Wilcannon is more concerned about how to deal with the diehards, or remnants, of General Rick Morton after he becomes the leader of the 6th Street Gang. In this regard, he intends to see the reactions of some people who have not yet arrived at the venue. Nottingham Winleo has not arrived at the venue yet. In the center of a chaotic place that used to be a farm barn, Wilcannon faced the noisy noise around him without saying a word, but just kept leaning forward and staring at the door of the barn, waiting for the people who would definitely arrive. As one of the few people in the 6th Street Gang with more seniority than Wilcannon after the death of the general, Wilcannon actually pays more attention to Nottingham Winleo than the general. The reason is very simple. Because compared with him, he does not know how to win people's hearts at all. He has watched a group of generals who can compete with him under his hands. In fact, Nottingham Winleo has always had many potential supporters. Although Buchanan personnel now occupy most of the important positions in the 6th Street Gang, Buchanan also knows what kind of people are under his command. To put it nicely, these people have joined Buchanan because of his potential. To put it bluntly, they are just attracted by Buchanan's various promises and future plans. These plans are the same as other gangs. They intend to oppress the people of Santo Domingo and collect protection fees. A group of people who sell contraband items are gathered together based on interests. Compared with the traditional 6th Street Gang members under Nottingham Winrio, they are not comparable at all. After all, there is still a group of people in the 6th Street Gang who have not forgotten the reason why the 6th Street Gang was established in the past. Now this group of people is under the command of Nottingham Winrio, a conservative and stubborn person. They are no longer the mainstream of the 6th Street Gang, but their strength has never been ignored. If Buchanan wants to become the leader of the 6th Street Gang, he must find a proper way to deal with this group of people, whether it is cleaning up or gathering them. If possible, Buchanan naturally wants to win over Nottingham Winrio. After all, Buchanan is really jealous of the group of forces under Nottingham Winrio. They are all the real backbones of the 6th Street Gang. In other words, how can anyone not like subordinates who are excellent in ability, abide by the rules, and are completely different from scum? But Buchanan knows that it is impossible. Buchanan knew the reason very well. It was not because of the conflict between Buchanan and Nottingham Winrio in the past. As a rival who disliked each other, few people knew Nottingham Winrio better than Buchanan. If Buchanan had come to power honestly and in accordance with the rules, then even if he was not liked by Nottingham Winrio, Nottingham Winrio would honestly admit that he was the boss and would be completely loyal to him in the future. Buchanan was very relieved about this and believed in Nottingham Winrio. However, the premise was that Buchanan came to power honestly and in accordance with the rules. Others did not know how the general died, but Buchanan did not know that he was the one who did it. In this case, it was nothing but a fool's dream to want Nottingham Winrio to obey him. It was confirmed that he could not be won over. But fortunately Buchanan had made preparations. Buchanan's eyes swept over the 6th Street Gang members stationed outside the barn, and his eyes were calm. Most of the people outside are his men. If a firefight breaks out, he has an absolute advantage. Although it was a pity that Nottingham Winrio couldn't do anything for him. As long as he was dealt with, he would have plenty of time to slowly win over and deal with his subordinates. He was also worried that after Nottingham Winrio pledged allegiance to him, he would form too much power under his hands. It was just right to deal with it all at once and let him and Rick die together. Buchanan didn't care about the shrinkage and deterioration of the 6th Street Gang due to the civil strife. He had seen the position of the boss for too long. Now he was finally going to take that position. How could he give it up for a part of the interests in the gang? After that, it would all be his anyway. He sacrificed part of his own interests in advance in exchange for his position as the boss. What's wrong with that? Buchanan is the boss. Choose Buchanan. It can only be Buchanan. The outside is all his people. This time he got caught. This guy actually took advantage of the boss' death to do such a thing. Amid the small discussions in the noisy barn, Buchanan's attitude became more and more relaxed. He had seen the ending until another voice sounded. Nottingham Winrio. I want to support Nottingham Winrio. Nottingham Winrio should be a good choice. At least he knows the rules. We all know his character. If he takes the position, we don't have to worry about us being secretly killed. Among the voices, one voice was the most irritating to Buchanan. Nottingham Winrio is here. With this not-so-loud voice, the barn instantly fell silent. Everyone, including Buchanan, looked at the barn entrance. And there, a blonde, determined middle-aged man was walking in big strides. Nottingham Winrio is here. In this barn, the only two people who are qualified to be the boss of the 6th Street Gang have arrived. Chapter 427 Evidence. Nottingham. Buchanan called Nottingham Winrio's name, stood up slowly, and looked at him straight in the eye. If you are here too, then the personnel are almost there, and the election can start now. No, I am not here for the election. To the surprise of everyone in the barn, Nottingham Winrio, who walked into the barn alone, just stood there and looked at Buchanan before the election. I plan to announce something. Announce something? Nottingham Winrio's words caused a small discussion in the barn. After General Rick's death, what could be more important than quickly electing a new boss? When the new forces have not been clearly divided. Announcing something? Could it be that thing? Feeling the gazes of other 6th Street Gang leaders around him, Cannon vaguely felt something was wrong. But looking at Nottingham Winrio, who was alone, he forced the bad and irritable feeling in his heart down again. And then he frowned slightly as if he didn't know anything, and said impatiently, "Today election is very important. Other gangs are eyeing it covetously. We don't have time to listen to what you announce. But this matter must be said." Speaking in an unquestionable tone, Nottingham Winrio at this time showed his unprecedented attitude that he had never shown in front of everyone. No one has ever seen Nottingham Winrio with such a serious attitude. But everyone who sees Nottingham Winrio's appearance now finds a feeling from him. A feeling that he must continue to speak. Otherwise something bad might happen. The feeling in his heart was getting worse and worse. But facing the current Nottingham Winrio, Cannon looked at him carefully again. And after confirming that he was the only one who came in, and that the people outside were all his people, he was silent for a while and said, "You'd better not waste our time. It will be over soon." Nottingham Winrio said so. And after his eyes swept across the people in the barn, his eyes fixed on Cannon. And it was at this time that Cannon feeling of badness reached its peak. Nottingham Winrio spoke. "I'm here to announce who killed Rick." "What?" Nottingham Winrio's words were like a heavy bomb, which shocked everyone present. "Announce the murderer who killed Rick." At this time, in this place, the senior leaders of the 6th Street Gang looked at Cannon one after another. Although they were not sure, they all had some guesses in their hearts, and had some expectations about who killed Rick. The person who can benefit the most after a person's death is the most suspicious. This is the simplest truth. Although not every case can be guessed in this way. In the gang, this guess is most likely correct. When the other 6th Street Gang leaders saw Cannon's current appearance, the last bit of guess disappeared. Because Cannon's face was very ugly. Very ugly. So ugly that everyone who saw Cannon's face knew what he was going to do. Cannon's step-by-step struggle for power in the gang was not entirely based on inducements. But also a larger part of the reason was that he was really good at fighting. At least in the battles against other gangs. There were few that Cannon could not win. And every time he showed such an expression, the people he was looking at would die very ugly. Either torn into pieces, or beaten into a pulp. Cannon. He was now looking at Nottingham Winrio with this look. It was just a statement. And before he even said who he was going to announce, Cannon had the intention to kill Nottingham Winrio. This was not particularly difficult to understand, because everyone knew that Nottingham Winrio was a rule-abiding person. If he wanted to announce the murderer, it was 99% likely that he had found evidence. Where did his subordinates leak the news? He had clearly supervised the entire process. And the person who did the job was killed by him personally after the job was done? Cannon also believed that Nottingham Winrio had evidence that was absolutely unfavorable to him. If he was allowed to announce such evidence, let alone take the position of leader, it was hard to say whether Cannon could get away with it. The 6th Street Gang was gradually degenerating. But there was still a rule that had not changed. After all, they were not the Whirlpool Gang or the Animal Gang. As long as they could fight, they would get promoted. In terms of face, they still value traditions and rules. As long as it was confirmed that the person who killed the former boss was indeed him, or someone he instructed to do it, then the position of boss would never have anything to do with him. Everyone guessed that General Rick was killed by Cannon. But guessing is guessing. As long as the evidence is not presented, everything is fine. But if the evidence is presented, there is nothing to say. Many of the elders and the families of the 6th Street Gang's senior officials are only old, but not dead. Some of them even participated in the 4th Corporate War more than 50 years ago, and founded the 6th Street Gang. The elders are still alive. Nottingham Winrio must not be allowed to speak. And he must not be allowed to produce evidence. He must be quickly solved before he does these things. In this way, even if there are any problems later, they can be solved as internal conflicts, compared with killing the boss. The gunfight among the personnel is also against the rules. But the situation is at least safer. And he does not necessarily have to do it himself. Cannon secretly sent a message to a 6th Street Gang gunman standing on the 2nd floor of the barn. This 6th Street Gang member was a member of another 6th Street Gang senior official under his command. If he was to shoot, he might be able to take the opportunity to put the blame on the head of the senior official while solving Nottingham Winrio. Although the senior executive could not threaten Cannon, the fewer people the better. And a one-man show was what Cannon pursued. When everyone was waiting for Nottingham Winrio to speak again in surprise or shock, the gunman on the 2nd floor slowly pulled out a sniper that could be slandered as a spy of the Tiger Claw Gang in a corner that no one had noticed. and pointed it at the back of Nottingham Winrio. He pressed his finger down. But when he was halfway through, someone pressed his hand down. Bang! The sound of the gun hitting the ground of the barn shocked everyone in the barn. What's going on? When people looked towards the sound, a young man with blonde hair and a small mustache, who had been driven out of the 6th Street gang, was standing on the 2nd floor, and his palm was pressing down the arm of a 6th Street gang gunman. Chapter 428. The sky is wide, and the sea is vast. The blonde youth's name is Oliver. Oliver Winrio. Everyone in the 6th Street gang knows him, and knows him. The reason is simple. This youth, who used to be an unknown person in the 6th Street gang, is now one of the top mercenaries in the entire Night City. His reputation has long been resounding throughout the city. Oliver. The people of the 6th Street gang kept chanting this name in their hearts. At the same time, they also saw where he was, and what he was doing. Many people even noticed the arm that he pressed down with his palm. The eyes lingered on the Kenshin in the hands of the 6th Street gang member. After all, they were all gang members, and had fought on the streets before. The 6th Street gang leaders present all saw the original trajectory of the gun. If it had not been pressed down by Oliver, the bullet fired from the Kenshin would have moved forward smoothly, and hit Nottingham Winrio's back. The man who was the only one in the 6th Street gang who was qualified to compete with Will Cannon for the position of leader after the death of General Rick, and who had just said that he had evidence of Rick's death, was hit on the back. Will Cannon felt that the gazes of the people around him changed almost instantly. The people around him originally only had doubts about the possibility that he killed General Rick, but after this incident, this suspicion had turned into actual doubt. Everyone knows that after General Rick's death, Will Cannon is the one who benefits the most. Now, seeing that Nottingham Winrio is about to release evidence that may be unfavorable to Will Cannon, it is like being shot by someone. Although everyone understands what is going on, they may do the same thing from another perspective. But isn't this too ugly? If the gunman had killed Nottingham Winrio just now, the people present would at most be surprised and regretful. And then, they would not say a word. Because with the death of Nottingham Winrio, Will Cannon's rise to power has become a foregone conclusion. They don't need to go against the future boss for the sake of death. But since Nottingham Winrio is not dead, and the situation is going to be absolutely unfavorable to Will Cannon, then don't blame them for raising some questions. Everyone supports you, Will Cannon, because you are capable and powerful. But you are getting more and more disadvantaged. Why should we support you? Are you better than Nottingham in character? Or more disciplined than Nottingham? Or have more experience than Nottingham? What's more? Many people glanced at Oliver. This kid is not simple either. No one present saw clearly when he came, and when he suddenly appeared there to stop the shooting. It is said that this guy is also a companion of KK. Although they are such a big gang that the 6th Street gang is not afraid of KK. The strength shown by the other party has made the high-level 6th Street gang present feel a chill in their backs. If KK also comes. If KK is a mercenary who wants to interfere in their 6th Street gang election, they will definitely work together. Even if they take out the few light ACPAs in their family, they will have to fight KK. But Oliver's identity happens to be stuck on this line. He is a former member of the 6th Street gang. And he is also the son of Nottingham Winrio anyway. Which is worth thinking about. Will Cannon is in a disadvantageous situation. Maybe the gunmen he arranged were also easily stopped. And the situation is about to turn to Nottingham Winrio's side. The senior executives present were a little worried about Will Cannon personnel at the venue. But looking at the current situation, Nottingham's son is obviously very good at fighting. And Will Cannon personnel may not be able to do anything to him. So, Oliver, bring that guy down. A senior executive of the 6th Street gang, who looked quite old, called out Oliver's name. He looked at the 6th Street gang gunman, who was frozen and motionless for some reason at the moment, and said to Oliver, "We all saw what he did just now. And we all know what he did. Just take it as a request from you. Bring him down and hand him over to us. And we will ask him on the spot." Oliver looked at the old man with many white hairs and a majestic expression, and nodded. He was familiar with this high-ranking official. He was considered a friend of his father in the 6th Street gang. He had called him uncle since he was a child. Since the other party had spoken, there was no reason for Oliver not to listen. In the silence of many 6th Street gang members, Oliver's hands moved slightly and gently pressed on the shoulders of the 6th Street gang gunman. The short rapid movement stopped. When the 6th Street gang high-ranking officials present blinked again, Oliver had already brought the 6th Street gang gunman, who was motionless for some reason, to the first floor. Sion Weston, with his pupils suddenly dilated. Will Cannon looked at Oliver, who was closing the distance with him in an instant. The distance between the two was only 5 meters. If it weren't for his reason telling him not to be nervous, he almost pulled out his gun and pointed it at Oliver. Is this the reason why he suddenly appeared on the second floor and stopped shooting? In the eyes of the gang leaders, Sion Weston is not a rare prosthesis. At least many people in the Tiger Claw gang, the old rival of the 6th Street gang, have installed this thing. And it is precisely because it is common in the eyes of the leaders that they can more clearly know the difficulty of using this prosthesis. Using it twice in a short period of time. And looking at Oliver's face and breath, he didn't even have any negative reactions. His adaptability to the prosthesis is obviously beyond ordinary people. Maybe it won't matter if he uses it several times in a row. For such a person, it's hard to say. Killing all the 6th Street gang leaders present may not be a difficult task for him. Is this the top group of mercenaries in Night City today? Some people who were originally on Will Cannon's side were silent. They originally wanted to find a reason to hold Oliver, who was not a member of the gang, accountable for daring to break into the gathering place of the 6th Street gang top leaders. But seeing that the comparison between Will Cannon and Nottingham Winrio began to tilt, and Oliver's casual display of skills was so intimidating, their minds changed. In fact, it is also good for Nottingham Winrio to become the boss. Today, after all, the position of the leader has nothing to do with them at all. It doesn't matter who they support. Of course, it's not that there is anything wrong with temporarily changing positions. It's just that joining the side of the winner will be more open for the future. Nottingham Winrio is a good person, and there is no need to think too much. The leader is the leader, who can do practical things. As for Will Cannon, Nottingham Winrio is about to produce evidence, and he failed, so we can only wish him good luck. Some of the high-level leaders who changed their minds have begun to retreat cleverly. They have guessed what is about to happen. Just as the old 6th Street gang leader named Oliver was about to step forward to check on the motionless 6th Street gang gunman on behalf of other personnel, Will Cannon had already stepped forward quickly. And then, under Oliver's gaze, he pulled out the tactical dagger from his waist and stabbed the 6th Street gang gunman in the heart. This action was not as fast as thunder and lightning, and Oliver could have stopped it. But he just watched. Watching Will Cannon kill the 6th Street gang gunman, without moving. Damn Tiger Claw gang traitor. Actually came to disrupt the meeting. Will Cannon, who spoke first to characterize the gunman, kept a close eye on Oliver. And seeing Oliver looking at him calmly without any attempt to stop him, his heart had completely sunk to the bottom. It seems that Nottingham Winrio did get the evidence that he had solved Rick. Chapter 429 Plop. Will Cannon killed the gunman himself, which naturally aroused the astonishment of the other people present. Many people did not expect that Will Cannon would be so decisive. He did not even give the possibility of questioning, and directly killed this possibility in his own hands. And it was precisely because of his somewhat anxious action that everyone now knew that the gunman was sent by Will Cannon. But they did not understand why Will Cannon would do this. Even if the gunman said that he was instructed by Will Cannon, Will Cannon could say that this was a tactic used by the traitor of the Tiger Claw gang to split the internal forces and put all the blame on the Tiger Claw gang. Anyway, the two sides were not getting along, so there was no need to put such a black pot on the head. What's more, the Tiger Claw gang had done a lot of such things. Will Cannon's action was a bit panicked in the eyes of others. Was Will Cannon really panicked? He might be a little panicked, but he was not at that level of panic. Will Cannon rose to the top by his fighting ability and various promises. But that doesn't mean he has no brains. If he really relied on those tricks to get to this position, it would be an insult to this gang with more than 2,000 formal members and tens of thousands of reserve members. Will Cannon was testing Oliver, who was still a young man in his opinion, by doing it himself. He wanted to find some flaws of Nottingham Winrio from Oliver's reaction. Nottingham Winrio said he had evidence. Will Cannon wanted to know the extent of the evidence he had obtained, whether it was pointing directly at him, or the kind of evidence that could be evaded like the gunman. So Will Cannon wanted to judge the severity of the evidence by whether killing the gunman Oliver would stop it. And the result of the test made his heart beat faster. There was no movement to stop him, which meant that the evidence was fatal. Nottingham Winrio no longer needed to use the suspect-related matter of the gunman to bring him down under the fatal crime. The minor crime was obviously insignificant. Will Cannon, who had confirmed the matter, gritted his teeth secretly. Damn Nottingham Winrio. I still underestimated him. He jumped out and gave me a fatal blow at the critical moment. But I haven't completely lost yet. I still have a chance. I can still struggle. Plop. The 6th Street Gang gunman, who watched Buchanan stab him in the heart with a knife, widened his eyes, and fell down with disbelief on his face. While Buchanan had already started to retreat, he only retreated 2 steps. And the guards who followed him were close to him. Buchanan had Krenchikov. And among his guards there were also people using Sion Weston, and a big man with heavy subcutaneous armor. He was very safe, and there was no need to fear Oliver. Things have become extremely bad. And Buchanan can no longer consider becoming the leader of the 6th Street Gang. This matter has now become a bubble. So it is best to save his own life. It doesn't matter if he doesn't become the boss of the 6th Street Gang. He still has a way out. As long as he goes to the Tiger Claw Gang and sells all the information he knows to the 6th Street Gang, it won't matter if he can get a position. Although the 6th Street Gang and the Tiger Claw Gang don't get along. The military technology behind them and Arasaka don't get along either. Both sides treat traitors from the other side very well. If he goes there, he can still get a position. He hasn't completely lost yet. Things like letters of surrender, of course, should be handed in as much as possible. Kill them. Many people were a little surprised by what Buchanan said suddenly while retreating. These people couldn't understand why Buchanan could be so decisive and turn his face against people immediately once the situation was not good. However, they knew that it was this decisiveness that allowed Buchanan to climb to his current position. Facing Buchanan order, more than half of the people he had arranged in advance did not move. They were originally a collective of interests. After seeing Buchanan's behavior towards his own people, their hearts were already half cold. What's more, the order they originally received was that Buchanan would order them to clean up those who did not obey after becoming the leader. But now Buchanan is not the leader anymore. And he is about to become a traitor. Do they still need to execute this order? But Buchanan still has his part of true diehards. When they received Buchanan's order, they did not hesitate to choose Oliver and Nottingham without any hesitation. There is no need for any instructions at all. The biggest enemy is very obvious. Hit it. Oliver sighed. In the end, strength still has to speak. But that's right. It would be strange if some people didn't die and bleed when gangs fought to change their leadership. But if you want to break the rules, don't blame me for breaking the rules. Crackle, crackle. Dense bullets flew over. And before they arrived, the knife flashed. Ding, 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 ding. I saw a vague figure coming quickly with a thermal samurai sword. Due to the party regulations, the operatives could only carry pistols. And the bullets fired by the Lexington pistols in their hands were all deflected by the blade of this thermal samurai sword made of high-quality materials. Lexington? It's not high-grade enough. It feels a little bit worse. V stood next to Oliver with a knife in the shocked eyes of the 6th Street Gang members around him. But his words made one person a little dissatisfied. What do you mean? V? I was changed by Lexington all night. One of the 6th Street Gang members changed his face, as the people standing next to him retreated in fear. Carl played with a knife in his hand and complained. Sorry. This road is blocked. When Buchanan wanted to retreat from the barn with the people protecting him, Jack, who had changed his face, grinned. The boss hasn't been elected yet. It's too rude to leave early. If you want to follow the rules, follow the rules. If you don't want to follow the rules, follow the rules. Everyone has people. So let's fight. Plop. When Buchanan was pressed by Oliver and knelt in the middle of the barn, he still had one thing he didn't understand. Because he ordered his subordinates to attack the members of the 6th Street Gang. He violated the gang rules and had lost his identity as a 6th Street Gang. Therefore, when Carl team appeared, he no longer had any illusions of escape. However, even at the moment of being arrested, he still had a little confusion in his heart. Buchanan remained kneeling, looking up, staring closely at Nottingham Winrio, and asked his doubts. How did you get the evidence? I should have handled it cleanly. When Buchanan thought that Nottingham Winrio, a well-known rule-abiding person in the gang, would explain to him honestly with a serious attitude and tell him where he was wrong, he did not expect Nottingham to laugh. This middle-aged man, who was always known for his seriousness and old-fashionedness, laughed happily. He said, I don't have any evidence. I am deceiving you. Chapter 430 Smuggling. When everyone thinks you have evidence, it doesn't really matter whether you have evidence or not. Nottingham Winrio's old-fashioned and persistent behavior paid him back in a rather ironic way. Even his biggest rival, Will Cannon, believed that he really had evidence. But Nottingham Winrio didn't. Everyone in the 6th Street Gang upper echelons thought that Nottingham Winrio was just old-fashioned and rule-abiding. But a truly old-fashioned and rule-abiding person couldn't survive in a gang full of disputes until now. Let alone raise a son like Oliver. Will Cannon, who didn't see this clearly, was ultimately one step behind. I guess I have to congratulate you on becoming the prince of the 6th Street Gang. Get lost, Carl. Oliver looked back at the barn, which was bustling with activity over the election of a new leader. I quit the 6th Street Gang a long time ago. I don't know the 6th Street Gang anymore. It seems that the prince still remembers that I was kicked out less than 2 weeks after joining. Jack also laughed and teased, and then said, but I'm lucky today. I just wanted to come here to help. But I didn't expect to come at the right time. My friend's dad has become the boss of the 6th Street Gang. I feel strangely excited just thinking about it. Come on. Even though he is the boss of the 6th Street Gang, my dad probably can't do anything too awesome. Oliver said. Gangs are just like that. They just need to keep going as they were before. What changes can they make? That's better than Will Cannon collecting protection money from the people who originally supported the 6th Street Gang in San Domingo. V pointed to Oliver's father's car parked in the distance. Go back to your house. T-Bug and your sister are waiting for our good news. T-Bug should have informed her in advance that the hacker was T-Bug. Maybe she has already had tea now, Oliver said, turning to look at Carl. Speaking of which, Carl, what mistakes do you think Will Cannon made this time? A review meeting was held, evaluating the opponent's mistakes to improve oneself. Right. After Carl finished this joke, he went on to say the reason why he thought Will Cannon failed, from my personal feeling. The reason for Will Cannon failure is very simple. Really very simple. That is, he really did this thing. And he was guilty, and not strong enough. If the death of General Rick had nothing to do with Will Cannon was obviously the almost undisputed successor of the 6th Street Gang. If he had not participated in this matter, then Nottingham Winrio's so-called evidence would not have any impact on him at all. He could even ask Nottingham Winrio what the evidence in his hand was like, and successfully use it to turn the tables. But he did it, and this thing was done. His power and strength were not enough. The gunman could not kill Nottingham Winrio, and not all the forces present supported him wholeheartedly. When he could not bring benefits to the supporters who were maintained by interests dispersed much faster than expected. Adding these factors together, if Will Cannon could still win, he would not have been just a candidate for the boss in the past, and he would have found a better time to get rid of General Rick and complete the legitimate succession. You need skills to do things. The more I think about it, the more it is true. Jack got in the car and looked back at the barn. Is it okay for us to drive your father's car away? Why worry? It's not like he can't walk home. What's more, he is about to become the boss. Is he afraid that no one will pick him up? I don't know how many people want to support him. Oliver sat in the driver's seat without caring. His father was not a lone hero. He also had people under him, although those people were not as many as Will Cannon. After the death of General Rick and the dissipation of Will Cannon power, the people with the most people in the entire gang were his father's people. With so many people, would he be afraid of not having a car to take him? We can go anywhere in St. Domingo from now on. He still sat in the back seat, and then said, I remember Oliver. You were warned not to return to St. Domingo, although that so-called warning has long been ignored by us. Now that your father is in power, is it easier to say? Who knows? Oliver put his hands on the steering wheel. If they still have the courage to cause trouble to us, then I will look up to them. If they really have that kind of courage, they would have done it when Will's artillery was still there. V said, and realized something. Speaking of it, now St. Domingo is under the management of your father, Oliver, and the deputy director of NCPD is Mr. Johnson. Does that mean that if we want to do some transportation business from the Badlands to St. Domingo, we can do it now? After all, he was a former wanderer. After realizing that the connections in the region had been opened, V's first thought was transportation. Officials and gangs collude. Right? That's a good idea. V. But it's really common in Night City. Carl asked curiously, so have you thought of what goods can be transported? If a smuggling route is to be opened, and we act as middlemen to communicate, it will really make everyone rich. At that time, not only will the 6th Street Gang have a source of funds, and no longer need to collect protection fees, but Mr. Johnson should also be able to continue to arm NCPD police officers. However, things in the city have been opened. So in the Badlands, We have to find a wanderer tribe to be responsible for transporting goods. I happen to know a tribe right next to Night City. These words made Carl think for a while. And then he remembered something. He still knows some recent intelligence in the city. Atacado? Carl recalled things related to the wanderer tribe Atacado in his mind. Atacado is a huge clan among the Rangers. It is said that there are as many as 1 million members in the clan. They are divided into many factions. Each faction can be regarded as an independent tribe. Recently, it seems that a faction of tribes has come to the periphery of Night City. Do you mean that we should talk business with Atacado? Carl's impression of the Rangers is ordinary. He only knows a few people. He does not express his opinion on this matter, but only seeks the opinions of experienced companions. We can try. V said, Atacado is a very honest tribe with a good reputation. Try the smuggling in Night City carried out by NCPD. 6th Street Gang and Atacado? Chapter 431 Atacado. If you want to discuss business with someone, you need an introducer. Otherwise, there is no trust between strangers. If you come to someone's house for no reason and say you want to discuss a big deal with them, who knows what you are here for? Even street idiot mercenaries have to look at the other party's reputation before accepting a job. Not to mention a big deal that may involve NCPD, the 6th Street Gang, and Atacado. After having the idea, Carl and his team acted quickly. After spending a few days to find a time to talk to Mr. Johnson and the new 6th Street Gang boss Nottingham Winrio about the relevant matters, both of them said that if it was just a smuggling line, they could take full responsibility and were willing to give this right to Carl and his team. After obtaining the consent of the two parties in the plan, the team suddenly had the idea of acting as an intermediary, which was beneficial to all parties. The only one left was Atacado, who was not familiar with the last party, and needed someone to introduce him to the meeting. It is not difficult to choose the introducer of this business, especially for the group of mercenaries like Carl, because as long as it is something in the bad land on the edge of Night City, it is difficult to bypass the middleman Dakota Smith, big or small, and you can just find her if you have something to do. Regarding Carl and his friends calling and hoping that she can introduce them to Atacado, Dakota Smith did not disappoint the mercenary team, who usually worked beautifully for her. After confirming that they were not looking for Atacado for hostile purposes, she quickly acted as the introducer of the business and built a channel for the two sides to meet. In order to reassure Atacado's personnel, Carl's team put the meeting place in an abandoned town selected by Atacado in the Bad Land. Some coincidences are that this town is where Carl and his friends first met V. It seems that the eyes of wanderers are all like this. A town with many connections, deserted and has a certain hiding ability. Everyone prefers it. We are getting there. In the past few days, the team worked hard to repair the Skyhero, although some ideas could not be implemented on the vehicle due to time constraints. The Skyhero, which was almost scrapped, had its general outline and power restored. Today's itinerary was the same as before, with Oliver driving the vehicle, and the vehicle carrying the team was approaching the town where they had agreed to meet. The meeting time agreed by Carl and the Atacado tribe was 10 o'clock, and Carl and his team arrived early. At 9:30, they were almost in the town, but when they looked at the town through the bulletproof glass, the Atacado people wearing simple dust and sandproof long clothes with tribal marks on them had already arrived. Do all you wanderers like to arrive early? It seemed like it was the same when I first met you. V, so sincere? Oliver was a little surprised to see that the people from Atacado arrived first. Are they so sincere about business? It's not sincerity, but I just have to search the meeting place in advance to prevent being ambushed. After all, in the Badland, if you want to destroy a tribe, ambushing and raiding the garrison is the most efficient way. V looked at the town that he hadn't seen for a long time and seemed to have become more dilapidated and said, "Don't look at us now. There are quite a lot of people. I guess there are still many people in the dark, ready to lead people to retreat or fight if the situation is not good. It is always good to have a cautious partner." Carl said, "At least it means that they really intend to have a good business. But they are just worried that there is something fishy on our side. Every wanderer tribe is not doing well." V looked at the possible cooperation. A cooperation through a middleman. And the Atacado tribe had a large number of people to go out and make various preparations. It felt quite ironic. In the past, his tribe was not the same. People living in the Badland will always keep looking for even a glimmer of life to survive. The vehicle stopped, and Carl and his friends got off one after another. And the Atacado people were also ready to greet them. As soon as Carl and his friends got off the car, a person came over accompanied by several Atacado people around him. Carl looked up and saw a middle-aged man approaching in the wind and sand. The first impression he gave was that of determination. With neatly trimmed short hair, healthy brown skin, thick beard on his face, wearing a short leather jacket, and a strong physique. Saul Bright. This is the name of the middle-aged man. And he is also the leader of the Atacado tribe that Carl and his team contacted through Dakota Smith. It's our first meeting, so I won't say much polite words. Saul seemed to be a very practical person. He skipped the irrelevant politeness and started talking about serious matters. We have cleared a room in the town. Let's go there to talk. What is the big business you mentioned in the communication? We can talk about it there. Okay. Inviting Carl and his team to a town full of Atacado's people, and to enter the room, they cleared to discuss business. It sounded like they were trying to lead them into a trap. But when it comes to business, there has to be some compromise. Since Carl and his team were the party that Dakota Smith had established as a bridge, it was okay to follow the other party's arrangements. When discussing business, Carl team followed Carl arrangements, so the others had no objections. Under the watchful eyes of Atacado's people, they quickly entered a house near the edge of the town. The interior of the house had obviously been cleaned to a certain extent. It was very clean, and the overall structure was also intact. Apparently, Atacado had done some careful cleaning for this negotiation room. And when he entered the room, Carl did not see any tripwire traps or hidden peepholes, which made him more certain of Atacado's sincerity. It seems that although Atacado has made some defensive arrangements for the sake of caution, they are sincere in the negotiation, or they are eager to seek business, and they are a little too polite in their attitude towards people. If a company dog sees this, he can judge at a glance that the next business can be lowered to Atacado. But considering the temperament of the wanderers, they may be satisfied with the lowered price. Stopping his thoughts, Carl sat down on a chair next to a steel table in the room that was obviously put up not long ago, and said to Thor, who was sitting opposite him, "Atacado, are you interested in doing some long-term big business?" Chapter 432. What is your relationship? You mean, you plan to rely on us, Atacado, to transport and smuggle some items into the city? After listening to what Thor said after he understood what he meant, Carl, who explained the cooperation in detail, nodded. That's about it. You will transport outside the city, and the checkpoints will be handled by NCPD. Then, the 6th Street Gang will transport the goods into the city. We have people in the entire process. All we need is your consent. How about it? Do you have the intention to cooperate? Do you have the intention to cooperate? Listening to Carl plain words, Thor's heart had already stirred up waves. How could there be no intention to cooperate? Just listening to this, you can know that it is a long-term business. After all, he is the leader of a wanderer tribe. How could he not know the benefits of a route that is well managed and has gangs and officials involved? This is basically a stable way to sit and count money. The cooperation that Carl was seeking was simply asking him, I dug up gold here. Do you want to come and dig together? It would be strange if he had no intention. Not to mention throwing this job to their branch tribe of Atacado. Even if it was thrown to the representative tribe of Atacado, they would have to have a leader come to discuss business respectfully. He felt like being hit by a pie in the sky. But in the excitement, Thor still maintained the least bit of rationality. Although the wanderers who have been struggling in the bad land for a long time may seem more simple than the city people in some aspects, they still understand one thing. That is, if you have no relatives and friends and have the opportunity to make a fortune, why should you look for them? Even if you don't want to deal with the notorious and untrustworthy Luan Dao society, there are many wanderer tribes with good reputations around Night City. Apart from Atacado, there may not be many of these tribes, but with a little searching, some can always be found. In comparison, the Atacado tribe has only been around Night City for a short time, and their transportation routes have only recently been figured out. If they want to find more reliable partners, shouldn't they consider those tribes that have long been entrenched near Night City? Then, why bother looking for them? The simple reason is that Atacado has no advantage over other tribes. Other tribes also have a good reputation, and other surrounding tribes are already familiar with the transportation routes. But they have just become familiar with them. No matter how you look at it, it is not the best choice. Why don't Carl and his friends go to other people for this opportunity to make a fortune? But they have to go to Atacado? If you think about it carefully, You feel that there is some kind of trap buried here. When faced with Carl's question about whether there was any intention to cooperate, Thor thought for a long time and asked a question. Why look for Adicado? Among the surrounding tribes, the Red Ochre group has the most seniority. Right? Red Ochre is a tribe of wanderers who have lived around Night City for many years. They have been running around the transportation routes for many years and have a good reputation among wanderers. It is reasonable for Carl and his friends to choose that tribe first. Why look for Adicado? When Thor asked this question, Carl understood his concerns, but it was difficult for him to explain this question. It can't be said that they just listened to V words, calculated it, and found that it felt right. So they did it. Who can believe that a transportation route that can continuously produce money is decided by a few people who found that it was a coincidence that they could be connected? And they decided on it on a whim? Putting himself in their shoes, Carl also felt that it was unbelievable. But this matter is really a coincidence. Carl realized that Mr. Johnson of NCPD was suffering from a lack of funds to arm police officers. At the same time, Oliver's father and the team happened to become the leader of the 6th Street gang and urgently needed to find new ways to make money to maintain the operation of the gang. Then, while chatting, V mentioned Adicado. Oh, why did V mention Adicado? Wait a minute. Carl remembered something. Thinking carefully, Carl was actually familiar with the word Adicado. Not just in the news. He seemed to have checked the other person's information when he met someone. But where did he see it? Carl's brain thought quickly, and then turned to the information. Because Panem. Carl's words not only stunned Thor, who was sitting in front of him, but also the Adicado personnel, who were responsible for security around him. All showed an incredible look, as if they couldn't believe that they would hear the man's name from Carl's mouth. You said? Sol asked in disbelief. Panem? Is it the Panem I was thinking of? Panem Palmer. If it's a person with this name, then it is. Carl glanced at V. He now understood why V mentioned Adicado. It turned out that he was thinking of Panem. When they met last time, he felt that the relationship between these two people was very good. But didn't Panem say that she had a falling out with the tribe? Why did V still help Panem's tribe to take on work? I don't quite understand. It can't be that Panem's situation is different from V, and she just left the tribe temporarily because of a conflict? Although I don't quite understand the real situation. V's recommendation must have his reasons. Carl doesn't have many advantages, but trusting his companions happens to be one of them. Adicado is Adicado. What's more, for Carl, Panem is also a friend he knows. If she really left the tribe in a huff like a child, then this job will be taken by a friend who will return sooner or later. Which is not bad. Who is Panem? Why are they so surprised? How come we haven't heard of her? When Jack, Oliver, and T-Bug were asking in the voice chat, Carl glanced at V, who was particularly silent today, and replied in the chat, V friend. A guy with a good personality. Let him introduce her to you later. V's friend. Oh, I see. The homeless girl you mentioned when you went to the abandoned hospital. Right. Jack and Oliver understood immediately. And T-Bug was silent for a while, and said in the group in disbelief, I can't tell. V remained silent in the face of the same teasing words from his companions. The commotion caused by the name of Panem by the homeless people stopped at Thor's signal for a short time. And then Carl and the others could feel that although the faces of the homeless people around them were still trying to remain serious, their attitudes had unconsciously relaxed a little. You guys. Sol thought about what he said and continued, what is your relationship with Panem? Although he said you guys, for some reason, Sol didn't look at the others. He just followed his own feelings and looked at the young man with a buzz cut who was the quietest and most like a wanderer in Carl's team. Good friend. Carl smiled and answered for V. Chapter 433 Divided. Good friends? Hearing Carl's words, Thor snorted and looked away from V, looking at Carl with a much kinder look. How is she doing in the city recently? Is she still in a bad mood? Hearing this question about Panem's life, Carl's previous guess was now confirmed. It turned out that Panem really left the tribe because he was in a bad mood because of something. It was completely different from V, who was driven out of the tribe like a pitiful puppy. Carl, don't speak your mind openly in the chat. Can't you hide it? I thought you were really taciturn today. V. After teasing V, Carl answered Sol's question. It's okay. When I saw her recently, she was quite energetic. She had a quarrel with Roger before. Had a quarrel with Roger. Sol shook his head after hearing this, still the same temper. Well, she is just like that. Thinking about the several times he met Panam. She was always in a hurry. Carl turned the topic back to the route negotiation. So, there are no problems now. Knowing the girl's temper. I guess you have had a lot of contact with her. Since it's because of her. Let's just leave it like that. Sol sighed. It seems that she doesn't agree with my approach. She said she would find a way in the city. And she really found a way. What do you mean by disagreement, and what to find a way? Carl couldn't help but glance at V again. Invite Panam to the party later. Oliver and the others have to get to know each other. Panam and I. Panam is also a friend I know. What do you want to say? Do you want to say that you are not related? V continued to be as quiet as a chicken. Jack and Oliver stared at V with squinting eyes. It is foreseeable that V's situation will not be very good after returning. The team trial with 4 votes in favor and 1 abstention will have to go through at least 1 round. Carl still remembers the last party in Arasaka Tower. When V showed off his delicious food alone and made him watch helplessly. It's just right to go back and find a reason to take revenge together. But negotiation is still important at the moment. How about it? Can we talk about the division now? Carl looked at Thor, whose doubts disappeared after mentioning Panam, and whose face was full of excitement that could not be suppressed. According to the rules of the city, or the rules of your wanderer tribe? According to which rules? Sol fell into thinking again, as if he was weighing which one was better. And Carl didn't know what the rules of the city, and the rules of the wanderer tribe were. While Thor was thinking, he connected with Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, do you remember the business we talked about before? According to your many years of experience in corruption, generally speaking, how much percentage do you have to take for this kind of business? And how should it be divided? I only embezzle. I have never done business. I don't even pay for food at the breakfast cart. You ask me? Useless NCPD. Click. Hearing the hang-up sound. Mr. Johnson, who was processing documents in the office and was almost numb, was stunned for a moment. And then his face changed. And he replied in the message, I am a policeman. Do you know the police? You actually asked the police how much percentage of smuggling. Oh. The deputy director of Night City doesn't understand this kind of business. Mr. Johnson, you should step down and let Andy take over. I just took office not long ago. Just tell me if you are the deputy director. Suffocated by this, Mr. Johnson was silent for a while, then contacted his niece, asked a little, and gave the answer, we want 35%. If the transportation route you mentioned is smooth in the future, we can ask for less. Just 30%. 35%? Considering the unconditional release of the checkpoints and the disregard of transportation in the city, 35% should not be too much. Carl, who had no experience as a middleman, asked Oliver to call his father and ask him, Dad, the deputy director of NCPD wants 3.5. How much do you want? You can decide. We are responsible for the transportation and sales in Santo Domingo and the city. 30% should be enough. I have estimated the value that route can bring. 30% is enough for the 6th Street gang to not charge street protection fees to maintain the status quo. If the route becomes bigger, it can also expand the personnel and equipment. Only 30%? While forwarding his father's words to Carl, Oliver continued to ask, is 30% enough? You have just taken office now. Can the people below obey you? I still have this ability. Don't look down on your father. You really think you can be more capable than me just because you are out there? Right? Besides, the 6th Street gang is the 6th Street gang. And you are you. This business is built by your hard work. Don't take less. I am doing this business on behalf of the 6th Street gang. 30% is more than enough. We worked so hard to pull it together? Oliver was silent for a moment. He was too embarrassed to tell his father that they just had a sudden idea. And then it involved NCPD, the gang, and the homeless. In the end, he just replied, I know. Then this is 65%. Carl saw the message and understood. The homeless are responsible for the worst environment in the bad land during this trip. So they should also ask for 30%. When the time comes, we will negotiate and let them take 2.5. We can take the remaining 10% for a long time to justify the work of liaison. Isn't 10% too much? Jack asked. It seems that we just took the lead. Taking the lead is also a skill. Having said that, Carl, who didn't feel that he did anything, felt that he had been with V for a long time, and he was about to be infected with the homeless poverty syndrome. He always thought that the amount of work he did would be equal to the bottom price. At worst, we can suppress it. We take half of it. There are 5 people in our team, and each person must take at least 1%. Carl thought so, but he had never thought that he was facing a group of wanderers. After careful consideration, Sol tentatively proposed a ratio that he thought was very high, according to the rules of us wanderers. We can take 20%. Right? When saying this, Sol's heart was actually beating faintly. He was a little worried that he would lose the business that Panem brought to the city, and Panem would rush back and point at his nose and scold him. As an old wanderer, he knew that this route would make a fortune at a glance. 10% was enough for their tribe to survive, and 15% would be enough to upgrade most of the equipment. 20% was really a bit exaggerated. 20%? Listening to Carl question, Sol felt regretful in his heart when he was about to say that he was wrong and wanted to guarantee the bottom line of 10%. He didn't expect that he would receive Carl's somewhat surprising reply. Then let's say 20%. It's too little. This was Thor's deeper regret that immediately arose after his regret faded away. Chapter 434 Car Race. Well, anyway, thank you for the tribe's work. I heard from them that you helped to arrange a new transportation route. I don't know how to thank you. Sitting in the afterlife, listening to Panem's shy thanks, Carl smiled without paying much attention. Everyone can make money from this. There is nothing to thank. If you really want to thank, go and thank V. It was V who took the initiative to mention Adicado. V. Listening to Carl's words, Panem, who had invited Carl and others to the afterlife today because he received news from the tribe, turned his head and looked at V. At this time, V was just drinking one sip after another. After thinking for a while, Panem sat down next to V and touched V with his elbow. What do you think? I think what I think. That's what I mean. Seeing the 2 people talking and lowering their voices unconsciously, Carl turned his head to look at Oliver, Jack and T-Bug sitting next to him, got their nods, smiled, and moved his seat slightly to leave space for the 2 people. Very good. Grabbing the cup in front of him with 5 fingers, Carl moved his cup and found that Claire, the bartender in the next life, was a little different today. Obviously, she still looked the same, with the same face, and her movements were as agile as before. But today Claire gave people a feeling of excitement, as if she was very excited and eager to try something. This made Carl curious. In his opinion, Claire was actually a calm and controlled person. She had never been too excited when sitting at the bar in the next life. At least Carl had never seen such an excited performance like today. Did something good happen? Claire? The 2 of them were acquaintances. So when Claire passed by him, Carl asked curiously, Did Roger give you a raise? Was it obvious to me? I've been told not to show it when I'm at work. Claire didn't expect Carl to see that she was excited when he spoke to her. But after a brief moment of surprise, she smiled and replied, How could it be that Roger gave me a raise? If it was true, I would definitely be more excited than I am now. Claire explained to Carl why she couldn't calm down today. I'm going to participate in a trial run of the street race tonight. It's been a while since I've driven my car at full throttle and let the engine roar on the street, so I'm a little excited. A trial run of the street race? Carl understood the literal meaning. Claire, have you participated in underground street racing? Car racing? I can't tell. I participated in it a few times. It's very exciting. Once you get used to it, you can't stop and fall in love with that feeling. You know, the roar of the engine, and the feeling of speeding through bullets. How come the roar of the engine and the speeding through bullets don't sound like a car race, but more like a street chase? Carl felt strange. But when it comes to cars, especially drag racing, a certain Santo Domingo is always particularly keen. Oliver has come over. Claire. Street racing? Tell me in detail. It feels quite interesting. How is it driven? Oliver. What? You are not going to drag race. Are you? Of course. If there is really a street racing, I have to let them see my driving skills. Right? Ask around. Who can drive better than me? Listening to Oliver's words, Claire didn't mind the possibility of multiple opponents. So she gave Oliver a brief introduction to what the so-called street racing is. In short, street racing is a racing mode that imitates street gun battles and chases. In this wild race, participants not only have to rely on excellent driving skills to get rid of opponents and stay ahead, but also use various attack methods including shooting to deal with competitors, as long as they can ensure that their vehicles are the first to cross the finish line. Any means are considered reasonable. This kind of competition not only tests the driver driving skills, but also includes factors such as shooting and vehicle bulletproof ability. It is completely different from ordinary racing competitions, and can be regarded as a special racing in Night City. Is it this? Listening to Claire's introduction, Oliver remembered, I have heard of it before. When I was a child, I planned to watch it, but my sister pulled me back because it was too dangerous. Is it time to compete again? How about it? Do you want to participate, Oliver? Claire said with a smile. There will be a trial run tonight. If we compete, my behemoth will not lose. But if you run well and rank well, you may be able to participate in this year's annual streetcar race. Do you want to try? Obviously, Claire was very interested in the hobby she did after get off work. When she saw that Oliver was interested, she naturally recommended, but if you plan to participate in the test run, a sufficiently sturdy vehicle is necessary. And in addition to the driver, you must also have a gunner. That is, a gunner who sits in the co-pilot seat originally occupied by the navigator and fires at other vehicles with a weapon. Only when there are enough people, the car race will be recognized. Participate in the car race. 2 people. The more he listened, the more excited he became. Oliver, who had difficulty refusing things like drag racing, was completely moved by Claire's recommendation. Something he was interested in when he was a child. He could finally try it when he grew up. He really couldn't resist it. But it took 2 people to participate. And this matter was still, I'm not interested. Carl refused immediately. Damn the Santo Domingo driver. Oliver is suffering when he is racing and sitting in the car. Not to mention that he has to sit in the co-pilot seat as the so-called gunner, venting firepower on other vehicles while being uncomfortable. Carl is really not interested in suffering. Then I will be your gunner, Oliver, compared to Carl, whose first reaction was to resist. Jack was very interested. He himself was also interested in racing. When Oliver cast his eyes over him, he directly recommended himself. Okay, let's try it tonight. Watching the 2 people who formed a racing team in a short time and began to ask Claire about relevant matters and communicate, Carl looked at V, who was still chatting with Panem, and said to T-Bug, it seems that they will be back very late tonight. I also plan to update the equipment tonight, and I may be back very late. Hearing T-Bug's words, Carl was stunned. Am I the only one who has nothing to do tonight? When he thought about this, he received a new message. This is a message from Blanca. Chapter 435 Peace of Mind. The message that Carl received from Blanca was very simple. She had just finished her work and could have a good rest for the night. So she planned to invite Carl to come over. When dealing with a former NCPD chief, Carl and Blanca agreed that if they were free in the future, they would definitely go to her house to sit down. Obviously, Blanca was now looking for a free time to ask Carl to come over. Carl was quite happy to accept his friend's invitation. Tonight, the other companions were busy, and there was only Chiochio at home. If he had to stay at home alone and bored with Chiochio, wouldn't it be pitiful? It's always good to have something to do. Blanca residence is in Charter Hill, a gathering place for company dogs. Carl didn't come here very often, but after arriving at the relevant location with the help of Delaman's taxi, he found that Blanca was already waiting downstairs. There are many luxury apartments in Charter Hill, some of which are equipped with special security equipment. Ordinary people who want to enter the apartment without verification will be automatically activated. Although Carl is obviously not an ordinary person, it is not good to dismantle the security equipment of the whole building when visiting a friend's house. So Blanca waited downstairs after receiving Carl's reply that he would come. Yo! Looking at Blanca, Carl found that Blanca might have just got off work not long ago, because the classic clothes of the office dog were still on her body. Her hair was messy, and her skin was not very moist. At a glance, it was obvious that she had just finished working overtime for a long time. How long have you been working? Only 34 hours. Blanca's voice sounded a little tired, but she still cheered up and said, I didn't use any stimulants or anything like that. I just endured for a while. Coffee is really useless. Don't take the use of drugs as normal. Aren't you really afraid of sudden death? Carl complained and walked into the apartment building under the guidance of Blanca, but I know it's useless to say this. You guys are so competitive that you may have already gotten used to it. It will be easier next time. It's always like this when you're busy. I'd be done with things today, so I can take some time off. Blanca rubbed her eyes. Her artificial eye had obviously not been debugged recently, and it skipped some frames. Besides, you said you wanted to come and play, so I have to give you a chance. Otherwise, you always be working overtime, and you be busy working. So we won't be able to meet each other. That's true. If you don't meet up with friends often, you always feel lonely. Although it sounds ridiculous. Blanca only has one friend like Carl. The two took the elevator all the way up to the upper floors, and arrived at Blanca's apartment. Blanca rubbed her eyes and entered, while giving the authority to Carl. And Carl observed Blanca's room. Carl had a lot of experience in entering women's rooms. But this was the first time he saw a room like Blanca. It's not that simple. But it's definitely not luxurious. It doesn't match the traditional concept of where a company dog should live. It looks like the room is not only filled with all kinds of messy sundries, but also a bit dark. It looks like a small room, even though the space is quite large. Noticing Carl's eyes scanning the layout of her room, Blanca explained, I don't like people from the cleaning company to enter my private room. And I'm usually too busy to tidy it up. It's been like this for a long time. But I'm used to it. Have you gotten used to this dark, full, and narrow room? Carl's mind flashed back to what Blanca had told him about her youth. When she was a child, Blanca spent her entire childhood in a sunless attic. Are you used to it? Sit anywhere you like. Sit wherever you see a place that can accommodate people. Sitting on a place that was probably the bed. Blanca searched the bedside table for a while, and threw a can of sweet tea to Carl. Do you feel disappointed? It doesn't look like a female room at all. Not bad. Carl took the drink that Blanca threw to him. Obviously because Blanca knew his taste. And sat on a place where he couldn't tell whether it was a sofa or a pile of equipment. At least it fits my impression of you. What impression? Working hard? Burning yourself for the company? And devoting yourself to the company? Ambition. Carl's words went straight to Blanca's heart, causing her to pause and taking out another bottle of drink from the bedside table. And then Carl continued, people who don't care about details must have something bigger in their hearts that they care about. For you, this room is just a temporary residence. Just ensure that the privacy in it is not leaked. Sooner or later, you will have to move to a new house in the future. So you don't need to take care of it. Right? Blanca also took out a bottle of sweet tea. Are you sure? I just think that no one will recreate the environment they didn't like in their childhood. If they really recreate it and mention it casually, it means that they have crossed the past and are looking to the future. What else can expectations for the future be but ambition? You can put it more romantically. Call it a dream. Isn't a dream ambition? It sounds like the words of a mercenary. Then the one who responded to the mercenary must be the words of a company dog. Carl's words made Blanca's tired face smile. Then mercenary. Stay well today. Stay? Carl opened the sweet tea and took a sip, looking at Blanca, who was lying on the bed after starting. Incomprehensible. Are you going to sleep? 34 hours. Too tired. So good night, my friend. After this sentence, Blanca closed her eyes and fell asleep peacefully. 1 second. 2 seconds. Judging by visual observation, she had fallen asleep. Fall asleep in seconds? Are you a genius nap fourth grader from somewhere? And how can you just ask someone to come over and then just go to sleep? Would anyone ask friends to come over to play and then let them stay as they please and then just lie down and sleep? This is too reassuring and relaxing. While complaining in his heart, Carl looked at Blanca, who was sleeping particularly peacefully, and sighed softly without disturbing her sleep. So, are you really tired and want to sleep peacefully for a while? Carl looked at the sweet tea in his hand. Forget it. Anyway, he has accepted a bribe. This reminds Carl of the feeling of always bribing his friends with some snacks and drinks when he asked them for help. Snacks and drinks are not important. They will always help even if you don't ask them properly. It's just that with snacks and drinks, friends can stay and eat and drink more naturally. Carl looked around and found that Blanca actually bought a lot of food. After taking a bag of snacks that didn't make much noise when eaten, Carl looked at Blanca, who was sleeping. Although her skin looked a little greasy due to long hours of overtime, her hair was messy, and her sleeping posture was not good. But thinking about the beautiful but particularly unpleasant look when the two of them first met, this reassuring look was more comfortable to look at. Chapter 436. Count me in. You're back. At 7 in the morning, T-Bug sat on the sofa on the first floor, moving his eyes away from the night city scenery outside the window, and looked at Carl, who had just walked out of the elevator. Have you had breakfast? Carl? No. How are you? T-Bug? There's still some food in the refrigerator, which was made by Jack and his friends after they came back. They hurried to bed after eating. From what you said, Jack and his friends came back quite late. Carl, who had just stayed at his friend's house for a night, yawned. It seems that they tried all night in the street racing last night. Almost. Oliver and Jack performed very well last night. It seems that they took the third place in the trial run. He was not familiar with the rules, so he planned to go back and pull Jack to practice before participating in the official competition. Did Oliver come in third? Carl thought about Oliver driving skills. It seems that many people from Santo Domingo participated. You have too many stereotypes. T-Bug turned his head back carelessly, looking at the morning scenery outside the window, and asked, So, Carl, what did you do last night? I went to my friend's house to eat snacks. And finally I watched Mutuo for half the night, and then fell asleep on the sofa among the sundries. 10 minutes ago, my friend had to go to work, so he took me back away. That's about it. It sounds like your style. Carl. So is Mutuo good? It's really good. I looked through my friend's collection, and there is a Mutuo called Night City Tour that I like very much. It records Mutuo during the Unification War. At that time, because of the news that the new United States was going to invade, the whole Night City was very nervous, and the recorder of Mutuo roamed on the streets like this. It feels like I know history in person. The type of Mutuo you like is really special. As he said, T-Bug yawned. I have been busy all night, and seeing you come back one after another. I should go to bed. If there is work today, do it later. Wait until I get up. Have a good rest. Carl nodded, and after T-Bug got up and went back to the room to sleep, he opened the refrigerator and looked at the food made by Jack and Oliver. It's called food, but it's just simple corn flakes soaked in milk. Maybe because it was made in a hurry to deal with breakfast before going to bed. The ratio between milk and corn flakes is very strange, and because of the passage of time, the corn flakes have been completely full of milk, and they look like porridge at a glance. He didn't dislike it, and took it up and went to the kitchen to get a spoon to eat the porridge. After eating half a bowl, Carl recalled what happened last night and suddenly realized something. Could it be that Blanca called him over last night because she wanted a safe and relaxing sleeping environment after working hard for a while? Okay. Carl had heard that some people were afraid to watch horror movies or videos alone, so they asked their friends to watch them together. And then they fell asleep next to their friends, letting their friends finish the whole movie. Some people are just like this. Sleeping next to someone they trust seems to make people feel extra at ease. Thinking about Night City Tour that he watched last night, Carl continued to eat a mouthful of corn flakes. This should be considered a way to rest in Night City, which is still tense and suffocating, as if it is moving forward all the time and can't stop for a moment. Right? Ding. When Carl finished eating the corn flakes soaked in milk, his peripheral vision noticed that the elevator on the floor was going up. And then it stopped and opened the door. V. You're back so late. Speaking in a tone that was almost teasing, Carl looked at V, who was surprisingly energetic, and said, You look energetic. I accompanied Panem back to Atacado last night and talked about some things. Since we didn't have much time, we stayed there for one night and also attended their bonfire party. Didn't I mention this in the team message? Sleeping in a tent for the first time in a long time. I felt like I was back in the past. And of course I was energetic. V patted his clothes, and when I was driving on the way back, I met a group of nightwalkers wanted to rob me. I killed them and went into the city. When I was about to reach Watson District, I encountered the Tiger Claws fighting with the NCPD escorting prisoners. I helped the NCPD to deal with the Tiger Claws, who wanted to rob the prison. When I was about to reach my doorstep, I encountered the Crazy Vortex Gang, which delayed me a little. I slept well, and I became more energetic after 3 encounters in the morning. I encountered 3 encounters in the morning. Are you a trigger machine of some event? Carl complained. You don't always go to the excitement. Do you? That's impossible. I'm also very confused. Why did it happen on my way back? I saw it all, and of course I solved it. But you know what? After Mr. Johnson left, the combat capability of NCPD has been improved to a whole new level. I watched them fight the Tiger Claws, and they could barely hold on and call for support. They are much better than the NCPD officers, who were solved as soon as they met in the previous records. It's just that Mr. Johnson's coming to power can't change the combat capability so quickly. The weapons purchased and personnel training have just started. I heard from Andy that it was Mr. Johnson who adjusted the composition of patrol officers. Mr. Johnson had been a patrol officer for a long time, and he knew that this job was thankless. So he changed the relevant welfare system and gave them priority in distributing weapons. As a result, all the capable and talented people now run to become patrol officers. Those who were originally excluded and became patrol officers were. Most of them have been transferred. It sounds like the city streets will be safer in the future. V understood, and then looked at the empty bowl in front of Carl. Breakfast? It should be Jack corn flakes with milk. I ate them all. If you want to eat, make them yourself. I ate it when I came back from Atacado. But you had breakfast. Do you want to go out together later? Cormac called just now and gave me a job of transporting something. He said that there was something that needed to be transported from outside the city to the city. He had sent his mercenaries to meet it and wanted us to help by the way. Cormac? For such a middleman who was paid well, but whose street mercenaries were consumed like weeds. Carl actually had an ordinary impression. However, he did not have a relationship with him like the dead Faraday, but maintained a rather dull relationship between mercenaries and middlemen. His job reminded Carl of the chat with the old captain a few days ago, and said, "Count me in." Chapter 437. Cormac. Carl is not V. He actually does not have the habit of working overtime crazily in his spare time. If there is a middleman who wants him to work when he is resting, then that person must be quite capable, or have a good relationship with him, such as the priest and the old captain. Among them, Cormac is definitely not included. The reason why he suddenly thought of accepting the invitation today is just because he thought of what the old captain said a few days ago. The old captain told Carl one thing when he was drinking in the next life. That is, there was a conspicuous female mercenary on the street. A person who was born in the Coronado farm near the Bad Land. She is quite capable, and is expected to be qualified to sit in the mercenary circle in the next life in a short time. The conspicuous mercenary has been working for Cormac. And Carl is a little curious about the mercenaries, who can work under Cormac, the famous mercenary consumer. And he just happened to go and see it. V was actually quite surprised that Carl planned to come. This kind of small job that ordinary street mercenaries can do. He is the only one in the whole team who is still doing it. Carl is surprisingly lazy about non-essential things. V just asked casually, and didn't expect Carl to be really interested in this kind of small job. However, V didn't care about it, and quickly replied to Cormac, saying that he and KK were willing to come. Cormac replied to V that both he and KK would come, and it took nearly 10 seconds for him to reply. I will add a remuneration that is sufficient for the qualifications. Obviously, Cormac was also very surprised that V brought KK to work together. In the middleman business, you can be greedy and mean, but you still have the basic ability to judge your partners. Every middleman basically knows that KK's temperament is to only take big jobs, and it is best not to disturb him for unqualified jobs. So Cormac has never tried to contact the entire team to help him work. Every time he just chats privately with V, who likes to clean up small jobs. It is unexpected that KK can come today. The job that Cormac gave to V was not the kind of job that required real work. The task was that something was coming from outside the city, and his mercenaries were responsible for picking it up. And V was asked to keep an eye on it. In essence, it was more like a means of monitoring and preventing accidents. Monitor the mercenaries to prevent them from taking the things and running away, and at the same time prevent them from losing the things due to lack of skills. And finally V can take over. If you are a middleman who has just entered the industry, you will definitely not understand why Cormac did this. Those middlemen who only intend to pay a sum of money will find a way to let V do the whole process. Then they are too young, because it would be very expensive to only hire V. In the middleman business, everyone knows that the personnel of Carl team are very expensive. At the same time, they do a beautiful and good job. The choice is two-way. Every middleman does not want to be a fool like Faraday. So when they find V, the only one in Carl team who can take small jobs, even if it is just a small job, the price will be very high. If you pay too much, you won't make much money from some small jobs. In particular, Cormac always pays more every time to maintain his reputation of high remuneration, which is his only advantage. If he only hires V, he can only earn 20% to 30%, which is almost equivalent to working for nothing. At this time, how to control expenses becomes a matter that a middleman needs to consider. Mercenaries only need to do the work and die. And how to dispatch and make money is a matter of consideration for middlemen. In his long career as a middleman, Cormac realized one thing. That is, the person who does the work does not need to be a person of reputation. Let the reputable mercenaries take on this task on the surface, but actually only play the key role of the person in charge, and hand over those hard and life-threatening jobs to the grassroots mercenaries. This approach can satisfy all parties involved. This is a win-win situation. First, those famous mercenaries only need to supervise the work to get paid, so they will naturally feel satisfied. Second, the bottom mercenaries can also get generous rewards when they know that they have powerful mercenaries as backing, which also makes them feel satisfied. Finally, for Cormac, he only paid a large amount of money in the eyes of the grassroots mercenaries, and less than 1/3 of the regular task fees of well-known mercenaries, and let those famous mercenaries act as a guarantee, and completed a task that should have been performed by the famous mercenaries in person. So he was satisfied. If all three parties are satisfied, isn't it a win-win situation? As for what to do if an accident happens, that's a big win for Cormac. The useless street-bottom mercenary died, so he could pay less money, and then the famous mercenary would take over the work, which means that he really only spent 1/3 of the money to let the mercenaries of the famous mercenaries do the work, which means that in the end, he can also earn 2/3 of the full reward that was originally to be paid to the famous mercenaries. Isn't this a big win? Cormac was very generous and gave more rewards than ordinary middlemen, but his ability and mind to make money were also more than ordinary middlemen. Everyone on the street knew that he was not much better than Faraday, but there was an endless stream of people willing to take his jobs, all thanks to Cormac's own methods. Who can say that he did anything wrong? And who can be dissatisfied with what he gave? In Cormac's entire ordinary mission operation process, the only ones who would be sacrificed were the bottom mercenaries, and those who died were like stones falling into the sea, and their lives disappeared immediately after a ripple. For Cormac, they were worthless. If there is a mercenary who can become a famous mercenary under his treatment, then Cormac would not mind paying a little more, so that he can become a person who can make a name for himself as a talent recognizer, and give him the qualification to enjoy the usual sitting and receiving money, and work hard for 1/3 of the money at a critical moment. However, if in this process, the low-level mercenary who has not yet become a famous mercenary wants to be more greedy for the reward and is more disobedient, then Cormac looks at the euros lost from the account because of KK's joining, and thinks about the female mercenary who is becoming more and more disobedient in the team, and slightly narrows his eyes, which are already small because of obesity. He originally wanted to play some tricks and let her team members deal with her, but if KK and V are there, then maybe he can change his way. Want to do something big? Want to get rid of yourself and do things privately? Then let's survive from KK and V hands first. Chapter 438: The Crying Woman. In recent years, most people don't know who they should trust. Is it family? We have the same blood in our veins. Friends? We have similar tastes in jokes and wine. Or business partners? After all, it is money that brings us together. Oriona doesn't know who she should trust, nor does she understand who should guarantee this trust. Because after all, she is just a mercenary who is common in Night City, who can become and die at any time. Oriona has been a mercenary for some time. She has been working for the middleman Cormac. Today, she and her companion Kalai, a strong man from the animal gang, took over Cormac's new mission and prepared to go outside the city to meet with the contact person to retrieve the goods needed by the middleman. On the eve of departure, she met the guarantor set by Cormac for this mission, or the insurance person, Mercenary KK. In Night City, there is no one who has not heard of his name, and no one who cannot recognize him. The man who can calm down the street gang gunfight just by saying this name is now standing in front of Oriana. Recently, Oriana has gained some reputation on the streets. She also knows that she is capable of getting more jobs soon. Maybe after a while, she will be qualified to go to the afterlife. And because of this, she clearly understands how outstanding and excellent the young man in front of her is. Even when he just stands there casually, Oriana feels her back is wet. This is just a pure physical reaction caused by instinct. Olona. Olona heard the black-haired young man call out her name, and at the same time, her eyes glanced at her companions, and Keely. Just calling out their names casually, Oriana felt that as the other party spoke. The pressure on her body was instantly relieved a lot. And even some of the stiffness of her limbs seemed to have been eased. With a dry throat, Oriana saw the performance of her fellow mercenary, Kalai, from the corner of her eye. The other party was even worse than her. When KK called her name, her body trembled involuntarily. The shaking of her 2-meter-tall strong body looked particularly funny. But Oriana couldn't laugh at this time. Guarantee for you. This is what Cormac often said. He always liked to guarantee others. But today guarantor was too powerful. I'm Oriana. Oriana, who was usually aggressive, always strong, swearing, and unwilling to back down on things, showed a rare gentle attitude. Hello. It's our first meeting. Very polite. Carl rarely heard such a polite address from a mercenary, and couldn't help but look at Oriana a few more times. This mercenary, who had recently made a name for himself on the streets, was favored by the old captain, and aroused his curiosity. From the outside, Oriana is a typical punk-style character. Her hair stands up like a green coxcomb. She wears a bright yellow jacket and very short jeans. The overall shape is quite suitable for flexible movement in battle. If you want to say the most eye-catching part of her body, it must be her right hand, which is a pink mechanical prosthesis. It seems quite normal for women to use pink prosthesis. After a brief acquaintance, Carl told Oriana about his duties as a guarantor this time. As Cormac had said in advance, we will follow you, and you will carry out the entire mission. We will watch the whole process, and will only take over if your mission fails. If the whole process goes smoothly, then after your mission is completed, we will leave on our own. Okay? We guarantee you. Cormac's standard process. We all understand it. That's fine. Nodding slightly, Carl's impression of Oriana was not bad because of her polite greeting. So he smiled back. Then you can start the action. Obviously, his words meant the end of the meeting and release. And after this sentence, Oriana felt that her mercenary companion Kalai trembling stopped. Watching Oriana and Kalai get into the car and leave almost as if they were running away, V called out to Carl from behind, "Did you scare them? Did you?" Carl briefly recalled the whole process of the meeting and felt that he should not have shown any hostile attitude. I think the conversation went quite smoothly. If you say it went smoothly, it was indeed quite smooth. It was quite interesting to watch the two mercenaries standing in front of Carl like frightened ostriches. But V still did not forget their guarantee duties today. So he opened the co-pilot and asked Carl to sit in. Let's go. We have to do a good job after accepting the job. We have to keep up and watch the whole process. If something happens and they fail, we will have to take action. I think we may not have to take action. Carl sat in the co-pilot and stared at the vehicle in the distance. That Kalai has half of his body equipped with Titan subcutaneous armor, which is quite capable. Titan, Tan subcutaneous armor. The heavy subcutaneous armor model? V had been sitting in the car just now, and did not look carefully at the huddled strongman. He did not expect that the other party was actually equipped with that level of subcutaneous armor. Isn't that the model that is said to be hit by ordinary submachine guns, which may not leave a mark? As a street mercenary, it is indeed capable. And Kalai is second. Do you know what kind of feeling that Oriana gives me? What feeling? A sense of familiarity. A sense of familiarity? V does not understand. The sense of familiarity should have nothing to do with ability. Could it be that she is someone who has received systematic training like Mr. Kenichi Shiro? Not really. But her subconscious movements and nervous behavior and vigilance when facing me reminded me of the movements of a Valentino gang legend from 40 years ago in an old video I watched before. Valentino gang legend? Hearing this word related to Jack, V looked up at Carl. What is that? A morning woman. Carl said. The top predator in the food chain of Night City in the era of the survival of the fittest. Chapter 439. Of course it's yours. How do you feel about meeting KK? Olona sat in the co-pilot seat and complained about her partner. Keely, look at how you looked just now. You were as cowardly as a coward without balls. If you met him in another place, you would have to kneel down to him. You are not much better. Oriana, driving the car. Keely's face still had a trace of fear. You usually yell like a mad dog. Why are you so cowardly today? It's the first time we met. And you just greeted each other and acted like a good girl. Right? It really made me laugh. Keely's words made Oriana silent for a while. No one said anything to anyone. But in front of KK, the two of them really acted like cowards. After a moment of hesitation, Oriana said, It's KK after all. Yes. KK. Kyle, who usually wears sunglasses to cover up his small eyes, pursed his lips. His eyes widened at this moment. KK, who was beaten by his companions before even the Savage King could fight him, has become our guarantor today. It's really exaggerated to think about it. Almost crazy. Don't worry about it. Oriona calmed down and said, at least this time. He is one of us. One of us. Kyle glanced at Oriona. Maybe. Maybe? Oriona felt that Kiliai's gaze towards her seemed a little strange. And his words were also strange. What do you mean? It's okay. Let's work honestly. Kyle drove the car forward. Anyway. Maybe after this order, you will be eligible to go to the next life. Next life. Hearing Kiliai mention the next life, the holy place of mercenaries, Oriona subconsciously ignored Kiliai's you that did not include herself, as if it was particularly pointed, and said with a hint of expectation, I don't know where that place is. If we go there, maybe we can be big brothers and sisters in the future. Kyle listened to Oriona's subconscious words with some joy, as if happy for himself and him. But his heart gradually became cold. Kyle was Oriona's first mercenary companion in the city. But Oriona was not Kiliai's first mercenary companion. Trust, like companions, is a cheap word in the mercenary business. Only Oriona, a girl who is too credulous, looks mature, but is actually very naive, would believe it. Kili keeps many secrets from Oriona, and he knows everything about Oriona, such as her girlfriend in military technology. If it weren't for Oriona's outstanding skills, perfect utilization value and innocence, this partnership would not last so long. Recently, Keely's long-term middleman Cormac has hinted to Keely that Oriona is dissatisfied with leaving his command. Coincidentally, Keely can understand this dissatisfaction. Maybe it's this job. Maybe it's not long before. Who can tell? Next life. Keely looked at Oriona. Then you have to live to enter the next life. Without noticing the vague glances from her trusted companions, Oriona was now quite excited after accepting KK as her guarantor. For her, after fear, people always feel a sense of challenge. This feeling made her unable to stop. This might be the reason why she finally chose to become a mercenary among various ways to make money. Even KK could become her guarantor. So it would not be impossible for her to partner with Keely to enter the next life. By then, would she be able to make a name for herself in the entire Night City like KK and his team? At that time, even that stupid old man would have to admit her ability. If he knew that the military veteran compensation that he had always thought was actually the mercenary money that he had been sending. I wonder if he would know that he was wrong and no longer oppose her becoming a mercenary to bring a good life to her family. With such a happy and exciting idea, Oriona and Keely met their contact at the Sunset Motel in the Badland on the edge of the city. He was a slender old man wearing a red suit and a red hat. His face was full of signs of transformation. The corners of his mouth were cracked to the earlobes, revealing golden teeth. His right hand was a golden prosthetic. He smiled at the arrival of Oriona and Kalai. His face was wide open with exposed teeth, showing a somewhat scary smile. Oriona. Welcome. Oriona. This person knew his name? She was actually scared by the old man's scary face. But Oriona's face was very calm. She looked at the old man. She didn't know when she became as famous as KK and could be recognized by people when they met. But she thought about it, and thought that Cormac's contact might have known her information from Cormac a long time ago. This was not surprising. I'm Asong. Asong Brian. The old man in the red suit introduced himself, introducing himself as a contact person, and his name should not need to be mentioned. After saying his name, the old man in the red suit stared at Oriona closely, as if he wanted to check her reaction. Asong Brian? Oriona was obviously very unfamiliar with this name. She frowned for a moment, and then nodded to Asong Brian. Oh, I know you. It seems that you don't know this name. Asong Brian looked at Oriona's performance, his face calm. I thought you would know it. Is this name very famous? Oriona was puzzled. I can't have heard of every name. Not very famous. Just a person who was not worth mentioning on the streets of Night City 30 or 40 years ago. As Asong Brian said. He took out a box placed on the seat next to him and pushed it to Oriona. Take it. It belongs to you. Is this what Cormac wants? Olona watched Asong Blaine push over a box that was only 30 centimeters long and wide. She didn't expect the whole process to be so easy. She thought this job would be the same as before, always accompanied by gunfights and dangers. But it turned out to be just taking a box? What's so difficult about that? Of course it's yours. Isong Blaine stood up and said something that made Oriana and Kalai expressions change drastically. It's also from the terrorist mobile team. Chapter 440 Skills. This is the stuff of the terrorist squad. Oriona's face showed fear. And now she was in a panic because of the box she almost took. Everyone in Night City knows what the terrorist squad is. Can their stuff be taken casually? I thought this job was just an easy job of taking boxes. But now it seems that this is a life-threatening job. This is simply asking us to die. Kyle was even more excited. He stood up directly. Oriana. Let's go! This thing is definitely not something we should touch. The job given by Cormac this time is too hot. Why are you so excited? Compared to the two people who panicked when they heard about the terrorist squad. Essen Brain, who was sitting in front of them, seemed very calm. He said, "Do you think you can get away if you give up the mission and run away now?" His words were very cold. And his words made the two people who had just moved stiffen their bodies. Without looking at Oriana and Kalai, Isong Brain tilted his head slightly, looked at the badland scenery outside the window, and said, "Those lunatics don't care whether you are just involved or retreat when the situation is not good. I think you, as locals of Night City, are very clear about their methods. They will find and kill everyone involved. No one can escape." Isong Brain's words made Oriana and Kalai silent. He was right. If it was another mission, others might let them go because they were smart enough to give up the mission. But facing the cyber psychopaths of the violent terrorist squad, who can expect them to be kind? Ordinary gang members will find a way to kill the other party when someone touches their things, let alone the violent terrorist squad. I'm afraid that by then, even the cockroaches they see passing by will be found by them, split in half, and fried in oil. But it's better for us to run now than to be targeted by the terrorist squad with this thing. Olona stared at Isong Brain and said, "Even if we can't escape, the person holding this thing is definitely the primary target. It's not our turn to be dealt with first. We can run for a while longer, and then be found and burned by the terrorist squad hackers who have dealt with the primary target. Don't be so naive, Oriana." Isong Brain grinned. "Why do you always think about the boring road of death? The way to live is in front of you. Why don't you take it? In your king. When the bastard took out this thing, there was no way to survive." Kyle tried to lower his voice so that the others around him would not notice. He wanted to punch the table in anger, but his remaining rationality controlled him not to do so. All of us involved must die. It's just a matter of time. Then do you think I'm the kind of person who wants to die? Isong Brain's smile became more and more exaggerated. The corners of his mouth almost stretched to his earlobes, and the skin that expanded to both sides revealed the red flesh under his cheeks. "Don't worry. We won't die. You won't. And I won't. As long as this thing is handed over to the right person. It won't happen for the time being." "Handed over to the right person?" Oriana frowned. "Old man. What do you mean?" "A gentleman from the city council is the signatory for Cormac's delivery. You are just the courier. You don't know the whole process and don't know the matter. Do you understand?" Isong Brain said, "Run. Mercenaries. You can run now. It's a matter of life and death. Will you be found by the terrorist mobile team first, and all of us die together at the hands of those cyber psychopaths? Or will you hand the thing over to the right person and put the matter on the table? It all depends on your speed." Listening to what Isong Brain said, Oriana understood. The terrorist mobile team's things were coveted by someone in the city council. And obviously, once it involves the city council, even the terrorist mobile team has no right to clean it up without authorization. The terrorist squad obeys orders from the city council but not announcements. That is to say, the terrorist squad can only be mobilized in an emergency when the city council issues a dispatch order. In normal times, the terrorist squad can choose not to obey orders from the city council according to its own principles. For the same reason, the terrorist squad and the city government are relatively independent. The terrorist squad has no right to take action against officials in the city council according to its own principles. Only after receiving an order jointly signed by the city council can it clean up the people in the city council who suddenly go crazy. Before this, even if the people in the city council took the terrorist squad's things for some purpose, as long as they were not caught on the spot, the terrorist squad had to endure it. After all, the disobedient cyber psychopaths were not worth mentioning to the city council. If someone in the city council wants something like this, then before he gets it, and loses the power struggle with the city council. The terrorist squad can only endure this humiliation and not touch him. The mastermind? Even the real personnel cannot be touched. After the goods are delivered, the citizens of Oriona and Kalai naturally have no reason to touch them. Even if it is a terrorist mobile team, killing civilians without reason will trigger relevant regulations. Even the signatory is fine, which means that there is no problem with the goods. How can the delivery person be in trouble? After understanding their only way to survive in this incident in a very short time, Oriona became suspicious. She stared at Asong Brian and said with vigilance, "Since you know what to do, why do you need us mercenaries to escort you? I think you can run. Why do you have to involve others? You said you don't want to die, so you should have delivered the things long ago. And the probability of survival should be the greatest. Because I really want to see your ability." Oriona. Asong Brian laughed dryly. "I really want to see your ability, and see if you are as good as that person. For this, I can accept death. So I gave Cormac enough to buy his life and your life. Just to let you take this order." Psycho! This is the thought that Oriona had after listening to Asong Brian's words. Just because he wanted to see his ability, he dared to touch the things of the violent terrorist mobile team. And even entrusted Cormac, the guy who valued money over his life. What exactly was his relationship with him? Why did he sound so familiar with me? And he wanted to see his ability? Do you and I know each other? You lunatic. It's just the first time I met you. But I just wanted to do this. Asong Brian did not give Oriona time to ask again. He looked at his watch and said something that made Oriona and Kalai beside her shudder. The loss of the violent terrorist mobile team's things should have been concealed until 4 hours later. But I think that time is too long. So I set a timer to call the violent terrorist mobile team's reserve phone number in 20 minutes. And then the phone will kindly inform them that the things are lost. You? Kalai couldn't help it. He wanted to draw his gun. But at the moment of drawing his gun, Asong Brian used an extremely sensitive action to put a golden scimitar against his throat. Even though his heavy subcutaneous armor was enough to protect him from the blade, Kalai still swallowed instinctively. The speed was too fast, and the action was too agile. He was pressed against the neck in the blink of an eye. He didn't react to the action of this crazy old man at all. "It's useless to kill me. I set the timer when I came. If you want to kill me, you'd better consider the time you spend with me." Young man. Asong Brian put away the knife, sat down again naturally, and then looked at his watch again. "Now, you have 19 minutes and 50 seconds. Chapter 441. Figure it out. Did you hear it, Carl?" "Yes. It's very clear. Turn up the volume of the car stereo a little," Carl said, completely. Crystal clear. Originally, Carl hacked into the mercenary named Keeley just to fulfill his duty of guarantee, and used his modified hearing receiving system and artificial eyes to observe the contact between their team and the contact person. Unexpectedly, he saw a good show. Asong Brian. Carl muttered the name in his mouth, and a smile appeared on his face. Interesting. This name is too familiar to him. This is a legend of the Valentino gang that Jack occasionally mentions. I didn't expect to see it today. What do you think? V looked at Oriona and July, who hurried out of the Sunset Hotel, got into the car with a box, and started the car quickly to leave, and asked Carl what he thought. "How much do you believe in what Asong Brian said?" "Not 100% of it." Carl laughed even more happily. The cyber psychopaths of the violent terrorist mobile team are not so easy to deal with. Although according to the regulations, they are not qualified to attack civilians at will. But the regulations even require cyber psychopaths to be warned once. Have you seen them do it? Oh, it can't be said that they haven't done it. But they are warning and attacking at the same time. Oriona and July are too naive. They actually think that handing over things can avoid the violent terrorist mobile team from coming to their door. How can they not believe it? No one is a fool. It's just a gamble. V can see clearly, once the things are delivered, the main goal of those cyber psychopaths will definitely be to try to recover the items from the city council. It's like the owner lost something. And the result is, if you see something from a colleague you don't like, you will definitely try to get it back from that colleague first. After all, if it's too late, the nominal colleague will find a good reason to swallow the item. For the people of the terrorist squad and the city council, the name is not a problem at all. The location of the item is the most important. In this process, Oriona and Keeley escaped, which is better than the situation where the items may be recovered at any time. You can talk to these little thieves first. It may be. Carl thought about the status of the cyber psychopaths, Evidence is not important at all. What's important is what this matter can bring. The things are there. They have the final say. The two little thieves are really not as important as the wrangling between the terrorist squad and the city council. According to the high-intensity execution of the terrorist squad, and the fixed-time injection of drugs for mental stability, after they quarrel with the people of the city council, or lose their interests and suffer a loss, or exchange enough things, it is not certain whether they can still have the concept of the two little thieves in their minds. Just like a company executive who found out that his things were lost. Their first reaction was definitely not that a thief had stolen their things for personal gain, but that their enemy had sent someone to steal their information. Unqualified thieves are just petty thieves. Whether to clean up or not depends on whether they have time and mood. Anyway, it's just a matter of convenience. V looked at the car with Oriona and Kalai sitting inside, and started the car. As a guarantor, he followed them and asked Carl a question. How many minutes are left now? Obviously, he asked how much time was left before a song brain scheduled to call the terrorist mobile team. I don't know. V got an answer he had never expected. I don't know. V turned his eyes slightly and glanced at Carl. You didn't remember it. I thought you would remember it and didn't care. You just want me to use my brain. Right? Carl shook his head. It's not that I don't want to remember. But I simply think there is no need to write down lies. Lies? V thought of the conversation Carl had just had with himself. How much do you believe what Essen Brain said? Not at all. Suddenly realizing, V felt as if a flash of inspiration flashed through his mind, and instantly reacted. So what you meant just now, Carl, is that Essen Brain didn't say a single true word? Almost. Carl recalled what he saw of Essen Brain through the perspective of the Keeley prosthetic eye, the scheduled 20 minutes. The reservation phone number to the terrorist mobile team. The stuff belongs to the terrorist mobile team. I think it's probably all lies. All lies? Even after reacting, V still found it hard to believe. Not completely sure. I only said it's probably. But I don't believe a word of it. Carl's reason was simple. I have observed a song brain through Kalai artificial eye. You know, I can tell whether a person is lying by observing various information. To be honest, I have never seen a man like a song brain, whose words are almost all lies. Oh, I can't say that I didn't see a single truth, except for his self-introduction and the words that he wanted to see Oriona ability. All of them were lies. Is it really that weird? V came to his senses. So, I was also deceived. Do you believe everything others say? Then you are too naive and easy to deceive. V, I'm afraid that someone will say, I'm someone sent by the president. And you believe it. Damn. Why did you talk to me about the possible situation of the terrorist squad just now? I was subconsciously led into a trap by you. Just find a topic to talk about. And I only said it's very likely. I'm not 100% sure. What if it's really the terrorist squad stuff? Then we have to prepare for it. Right? Okay. V asked why Carl was laughing more and more happily just now. Originally, he thought that Carl was going to meet the old acquaintances of the terrorist squad. So he got excited because he had the same interest in fighting as himself. So from just now, he was just watching himself being deceived and laughing foolishly. It was a bit depressing. But V also thought of a way to verify it at this time. Okay. Let's call Cormac and ask. If it really involves the work of the terrorist mobile team, we have to pay more. No. Cormac doesn't have the courage to tell us false information. In other words, from the beginning, this matter can be confirmed to be gone? Things are never 100% certain. What if Cormac learns from Faraday? Carl laughed even more happily. Fuck. You have figured it out a long time ago. Looking at me. It's okay. Think about the good side. V, at least you have figured it out now. Which is always better than those two newcomers who panicked when they heard about the terrorist mobile team and didn't go to verify it. Carl looked at the car in front of him with Oriona and Keeley driving faster and faster. And he was looking forward to what would happen next. Why did he deliberately lie to them? What was the purpose? Do you want them to turn around and rush to somewhere within a limited time? Or do you just want them to drive faster? What dangers will occur if the car drives faster and faster? The scene in front of him made Carl understand. He saw a heavy truck rushing out from the side of an intersection and crashing directly into the car where Oriona and Kylie were. The answer was a car accident. Chapter 442. I have to admit it now. This trajectory is wrong. I may have to get off the car. V. As Carl muttered, the heavy truck hit the car of Oriona and Keeley from the side, and the two-seater car flew to one side and spun almost without resistance. The car in the air was already twisted, and after spinning irregularly for several circles, it knocked the car driving next to it and hit the ground hard. Boom! Accompanied by glass shards and fragments of parts. Keely's body was thrown out of the car, and after rolling on the ground for a distance, he wailed with blood all over his face. Kalai didn't die, thanks to the tightened subcutaneous armor on his upper body and the special injections of the animal gang that he had been taking. But his right leg had been twisted at a very strange angle, and the severe pain made him curse. Who? Which bastard is it? While venting his pain with curses, Kalai still held the commissioned box tightly in his arms. He tried to stabilize himself on the ground and looked at the vehicle. Which bastard hit them? When Kalai looked at the vehicle, he saw Oriana lying next to the vehicle, dying. Olona and Kalai were very lucky not to die in the car accident, but the condition of both of them was not good. In comparison, Kalai only had a twisted right leg bone. After Oriana flew out of the vehicle, she was lying on the ground and vomiting blood, and she couldn't even get up. Oriana was still conscious in the pain. She looked at Keely, stretched out her hand, and made a low plea. Help me. Help Keely. Help her? Keely saw 4 people getting off the truck. They were walking towards Oriana. They seemed to notice Oriana's request for help. They looked at Keely, and the leader waved his hand at Keely, as if to signal him to leave. If it was the past situation, Keely would definitely support himself with his one leg that could still move to teach these people a lesson. However, looking at Oriana's appearance and feeling the box in his arms that was related to his life, Keely did not hesitate at all. He tried to support himself from the ground and limped to the back, abandoning Oriana directly. Anyway, Oriana was about to die. The group of people who came to their door for no reason seemed to be looking for trouble with Oriana. He was just implicated. At this time, it was more important to worry about his own life. 20 minutes was not enough time. He had to quickly grab a car on the side of the road to go to Cormac. As for Oriana, at worst, he would find a chance to collect her body. Kyle. You bastard. Seeing that Keel didn't even hesitate at all and turned around and left immediately when he felt something was wrong. Oriana seemed to have noticed something. She could still move her head to the side and saw someone approaching her with various weapons. What happened? Enemies came to her door? It was too good to be true. Who are you? Oriana wanted to resist, but her body made her completely powerless, so she could only curl up and watch the 4 people approach. We are not who we are. Contrary to Oriana's expectation, the 4 men approached her, but did not kill her. They had clearly attacked her, but when they looked at her, she could feel that they were worried about her physical condition. It looked as if she could not die yet. The leader of the 4 squatted down, and the drug was injected into Oriana's body. Although it could not cure her injuries, it alleviated her death. Is this an apology after accidentally crashing the car? That's not enough. Where is your doctor? After being injected with the drug, although she still felt that her life was slipping away, Oriana felt that she had some strength to speak. Without a doctor, there would be no mercy. After the leader injected Oriana with the drug, he stood up. The 4 of them stood on the 4 sides of Oriana from 4 directions, looking down at her, just like the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse in the New Testament of the Bible watching the judgment that was about to come. Oriana's blood was flowing, and in the dripping blood, she heard the sound of a car. A car drove around her, and then a foot in leather shoes came out of the car, landed beside her, and stepped into the blood pit. How pathetic. The familiar voice of Oriana reached her ears from top to bottom. When Oriana looked up at the man, she saw only a figure with an unclear face under the brilliance of Night City. It seems that you are not capable enough to pass my test. Oriana. Isong Brian. Lying on the ground. Oriana's eyes gradually adapted to the shadows, and saw the person looking down at her. All she had in her heart was doubt. What on earth are you doing? Speaking of the trial, he threw the things of the terrorist mobile team to them, and then had someone intercept them halfway. What on earth is this crazy old man doing? Some people think that shaking hands can establish a bond of trust. But I am different. Isong Brian looked down at Oriana. I only think that people with my blood in their veins can be trusted. But the fact is that no matter what kind of trust, the result is only betrayal. Do you feel a little betrayal now? From the handshake companion. From the betrayal of blood. What on earth are you talking about? I'm saying that you are so pathetic. Oriana. My niece. Niece? Hearing this word, Oriana widened her eyes, and looked at Asong Brian in disbelief. What did this psychopathic old man just say? My sister betrayed me. Asong Brian played with the golden scimitar in his hand and said to Oriana calmly, in the past, my sister and I were the most famous legends in the entire Night City. Our combination was invincible. We only needed a scimitar to easily deal with more than a dozen gang members. Half of the people in the city were afraid of us, and the other half were afraid of us. I always thought that our legend would continue indefinitely until 30 years ago. As if telling a story, there was no hurry to let Oriana die. At the signal of Asong Brain, another shot of the full force was injected into Oriana's body. Oriana, whose life was extended again, was forced to stay conscious and listen to Asong Brain's story. 30 years ago, my sister was attacked by people who were afraid of us. When we arrived at the scene, there was nothing left on the ground except an arm. From then on, our legend ended, and I embarked on the road of hunting down the murderer of my family. This hunt lasted for 30 years. Asong Brian let go of the golden scimitar in his hand, and the golden scimitar fell down, landing on the cheek of Oriana, and stabbed into the blood-soaked land. I have spent the rest of my life on the road of finding the real murderer behind the scenes. For this, I even left the Valentino gang, the gang I devoted the first half of my life to. I thought I would continue on this path for the rest of my life. But my dear niece, my dear Oriana, do you know what I found? Asong Brian showed a ferocious smile. By chance, I found a mercenary who was beginning to gain fame in the city. And her face was similar to my sister, the legendary mortar of the Valentino gang. They are so similar. And her movements are like my sister's rebirth. Isn't it a coincidence? Asong Brian covered his face. Blood. I thought the blood I always believed in would never betray me. But the fact is that the blood that has been involved in my first and second half of life has betrayed me. My life is meaningless and a joke. My sister is not dead at all. The enemy I am pursuing has never existed. She never even trusted me as a brother. Concealed me. Chose to leave the gang. Found someone to marry. And even gave birth to a niece for me and lived a happy life. This is really... It's sad. Laughing loudly, Asong Brian almost breathed out of his breath. When I looked at her, when I looked at my sister who lived a happy life, guess what I was thinking? Oriana? Yes. I thought very simply. It was really simple. That is, my sister had died 30 years ago. And the one who is alive now is just an enemy who killed my sister and made me spend my whole life chasing her. It's that simple. It's that simple. Ha ha. Looking at the old man laughing wildly in front of her, Oriana's face was extremely stiff, looking at his crazy laughter. For some reason, her throat became more and more dry. You're crazy, she said. I'm really crazy, he said. The old man bent down, hunched over, and picked up the machete on the ground. At the moment he picked up the knife, his back didn't seem to bend at all. It was straight as a gun. At this moment, it was like returning to 30 years ago. The legend of the Valentino gang is back again. Any last words? Accepting hatred felt so simple and easy that the old man became tolerant. He looked down at the stranger on the ground. I will give you a chance to say enough last words. Olona took a breath. I only have one question. The more blood she lost, the clearer her mind, which should have been blurred and gradually lost its rationality, became. Oriana had already understood one thing. The things in that box are not from the terrorist squad. Of course not. Asong Brain said, the terrorist squad will implicate my enemies because of you. I want to take revenge myself. Is that so? It won't implicate Vira. Thinking about her 8-year-old daughter, who was born when she was young because of improper living, and didn't know who her father was. Oriana, who was already 26 years old, thought about her life. Should she feel sorry? Should she regret not betraying Kalai and Cormac, the two bastards who really treated her as a night girl? Should she regret not having a good talk with that bastard father, and telling him that the military technology subsidy he had always thought was actually the money she had remitted? Or should she regret not having a good talk with that girlfriend who sold internal information for her at the military technology? Oriana felt that there seemed to be nothing to regret. My mother. She can deal with this uncle who came to seek revenge. Right? She taught me all my skills. She can definitely do it. It's a pity that I didn't show anything this time and just lay on the ground. But it doesn't seem to be a pity. After all, the purpose of learning this skill at the beginning was to deal with those boys who went camping with me and climbed into my bed. But I didn't like them. I can get to this point. Although I haven't earned enough money to give Vira a comfortable life. But it's not bad. Blood relationship. Hatred. Watching Oriona close her eyes, Asong Brian slowly raised the golden scimitar in his hand. His hands were very steady. Just like he helped Valentino get rid of the enemy gang members on the street 30 years ago. But no matter how steady it was not as steady as Carl's fingers touching the screen now. Ding. The sound of the phone being connected sounded next to Asong Brian and his 4 men. The 5 people almost realized now that there was someone next to them, looking for the sound. Carl was holding the phone in one hand and looking at them calmly with the other hand. KK! No one would not know him. When Asong Blaine saw KK, he was stunned. He knew that the guarantor this time was the most famous mercenary in Night City in this new era. But wasn't the thing in the hands of that to lie? That's why he let the guy go. Why is KK still here? The thing was not lost. And the mission was not their turn yet. Why did KK appear in front of him? Guarantee for you. KK spoke. But his words were not to Asong Blaine or anyone around him. Mr. Policeman, someone here deliberately caused a car accident, causing injuries. According to Night City law, you should take care of it. KK was on the phone. And from the sound of it, he was calling the police? Police? The NCPD gang? What use are they? I heard it. The voice came from a distance. And with it came a young man wearing an NCPD uniform. Walking slowly, holding a phone in his hand. I saw it too. The young man also did not look at Asong Blaine and anyone around him. His eyes were looking at the distance. Asong Blaine seemed to have noticed something and looked at that place. There was a crooked vehicle over there. A vehicle that was hit by the flying car that Oriona and Keely were riding in and was not crooked on the side of the road. 2 people with bloody heads and unconscious were now lying flat beside the vehicle. Judging from the similar appearance of the 2 unconscious people, the 2 people, one big and one small, who were obviously receiving temporary treatment, were a mother and son, and they were implicated in the previous car crash. Revenge is fine, but don't involve irrelevant people, Carl said, otherwise I will call the police. Squeak. The sound of electricity came from the baton in Andy's hand, and his eyes were fixed on Asong Blaine and the people around him. I will arrest you according to the law. Don't resist in vain. Today patrol NCPD police officers have been replaced by a new batch. Different from the past. All of them are the elite of the police station. And Asong Blaine seems to be a gang member living in 30 years ago. This is not 30 years ago. Carl, who has no criminal record in his files, has always been a law-abiding citizen. He put down the phone and said to Asong Blaine calmly, "Old man, revenge in Night City now does not mean harming innocent people. Carl never attacks innocent people. And the rules he agrees with are the rules of the current NCPD Special Operations Team. The legends of the Valentino gang in Night City in the past must follow this rule if they want to do things in front of the NCPD on the streets of Night City today. This is not the Red Era dominated by the legends of various gangs 30 years ago. It is now 2076. The most famous mercenary in the entire Night City is called KK. Chapter 443. I promise you, old man, revenge in Night City today doesn't care about harming the innocent." After hearing Carl's words, Asong Blaine's expression changed slightly. He seemed to have heard something incredible and unbelievable. He ignored NCPD officer Andy, who was walking slowly towards him, and looked straight at Carl. He stared at Carl. That smile had disappeared unconsciously, and his face was full of absurdity. "I never thought that today mercenaries would have such thoughts." Asong Blaine shook his head. His eyes fell on this young man whose reputation in Night City was no less than his past, and even far surpassed his. "Don't hurt innocent people. Have you never hurt an innocent person since you started this path? You are a mercenary, a profession destined to take lives, but you still want to not hurt innocent people. Do you think you are Morgan Blackhand? That's too ridiculous." Although he said, "too ridiculous," there was no smile on Asong Blaine's face. This young man gave him a very strange feeling. A sincere and sunny feeling that he had never seen in Night City, and he had never seen in his life. If he said that he didn't hurt any innocent people, if he said this openly, Asong Blaine felt that he would believe it. He, a person who has now lost faith and trust, actually realized in his heart that he would believe it. It's really unbelievable and ridiculous. But Carl didn't say what Asong Blaine thought he would say. Carl didn't say that he had never hurt an innocent person in his mercenary career. "Maybe I have hurt innocent people, Carl said. After all, I don't know if there are really people who have a family and never do anything bad among the gang members and company personnel I killed. I'm not sure, because maybe there are such people. But everyone I have faced, I am sure he is not innocent. Hearing and reading this, Isong's brain was silent for a moment. And then he almost subconsciously responded with words. Do you think you are a hero? Or a judge of sin? I am not. Very simple answer. Carl just said, it's just that I am happy to do it. That's right. Happy. There is no moral thing mixed in. Nor any responsibility or criticism or behavior. But Carl is happy to do it. He was willing to decide whether to spare someone's life before confronting them. He was willing to try to save someone when someone was affected. He was willing to be kind to others. All of this was just what he was willing to do. He was willing. So what did other people's thoughts matter? Willing. Isong Brian repeated the word, looking at the young man in front of him. There was only sincerity on the young man's face. And his answers to the questions were frank and direct. At this moment, Isong Brian was sure of one thing. This young man was incompatible with Night City and himself, who was full of hatred. Night City is a mud pit. Everyone knows it. But they always inevitably step into it and get stained with mud. For this city, people usually have only two choices. One is to keep trying to clean themselves, but get deeper and deeper. And the other is to escape from this mud with mud all over their bodies. But there will always be mud spots on their bodies. However, this young man is different. He stepped into the quagmire, but still maintained his own self. Whether to stay away, whether to get muddy, whether to wash, all depended on his own will and ideas. He was extremely willful. Willful enough to let the onlookers feel the willfulness of freedom. He was completely different from himself, who was bound by gang glory for the first half of his life, and then bound by empty hatred for 30 years. How free and how enviable. This is KK, the mercenary who sets the rules in Night City now. Isong Brian sighed. And then he turned the position of the machete. The NCPD man is in your hands. After saying this, he did not care about the reaction of the four subordinates beside him, and turned the machete in his hand, which had not been turned smoothly for many years, and walked towards KK. Today is no longer the chaotic era of 30 years ago. Now there is a person who sets the rules on the streets. Although it is only a small range. Although it is only a part. And it may even be that you only have to follow it in front of the person who sets the rules. But the rules have been set. If Isong Brian wants to break it, he must do something. Isong Brian chose to do what he did 30 years ago. Challenging the rules with a proud golden scimitar in his hand. Challenging people today with the attitude of the past. A challenge from the past. Carl chose to accept it. It seems that you don't want to be arrested peacefully. Carl calmly watched Isong Blaine coming with the golden scimitar. In his palm, a message appeared on the mobile phone screen. NCPD case assistance. Use of deadly force is allowed. Authorizer. NCPD Sergeant Andy. Then I will let you be arrested. The former legend of the Valentino gang. A person feared by half of the city and hated by half of the city? Maybe he did have this strength in the past. But now Isong Blaine is in Carl view. You are old and are not my opponent. To be honest, it is so harsh. Yes, I am old. Isong Blaine's pace suddenly accelerated, but I am not dead yet. No, I think you misunderstood me. Looking at Isong Blaine, who should have installed the reflective component. Carl's tone was still flat. I mean, you can't even be called an opponent in front of me. Not an opponent. In addition to being unable to defeat him, there is another meaning. He is not his opponent. Without moving, not even taking a step. When Isong Brian rushed in front of Carl and wanted to swing his scimitar to chop him, his body suddenly froze. The ownership of his limbs is no longer his. In front of Carl, the old man can't even fight around. I said, I will let you accept arrest. Carl stretched out his hand and adjusted the old man's collar. I guarantee you. Carl has a certain resentment towards this old man, who has been pursuing hatred for 30 years. After all, he has affected innocent people. If Carl hadn't gotten out of the car urgently to rescue and treat the two mothers and children, they would definitely die here. But this resentment is not strong. A person who has been silent in revenge for 30 years. The reason is still to avenge his sister. Carl always has some respect for him. The detention time is over. If you still want revenge, remember to call the police in advance to evacuate the crowd. The reason is that you can say that KK is fighting with others, and this area is dangerous. I allow you to use my reputation to do this. But? Carl looked at Oriona on the ground, and the relative shown in her personal information, if possible. Let the 8-year-old girl go. Let the child go. This sounds like two kind words. Carl will not say whether she is innocent or not. In the face of hatred. Perhaps these are not important. Even if the saying he has been exposed to since childhood is to cut the grass and root it out. There are too many such consequences after cutting the grass, but not rooting it out in history. However, Carl looked at Hassan Bryan again. What should he say? Is that girl the only bloodline that can be left after his revenge? Or is the child still young? Should he be generous to others and make judgments for others' revenge? No. Carl just said, I beg you. Carl had no position to express his opinion on the revenge that would not affect innocent people. And there was no law in Night City that allowed him to participate in it. Therefore, his request was based on his personal identity. Carl didn't know what decision Hassan Blaine would make. It's just that Carl really didn't like to see death. Hassan Blaine was silent about Carl's request. Even though he had broken away from Carl restraints and was taken to the police car by the NCPD personnel who rushed over, along with the 4 main criminals involved who were subdued by Sheriff Andy. He remained silent until the end. Before the door of the police car was about to close, he turned his head and looked at Carl. Promise you? Promise you what? Did Hassan Blaine promise Carl anything? Carl didn't know what Hassan Blaine was promising him when he said promise you. Whether he promised to use his name not to implicate innocent people, or promised to let the child go. Carl didn't know. But Hassan Blaine regained the trust he had already abandoned and said promise you. Chapter 444. So? Watching the mother and son who were pulled into the vehicle of a proper treatment facility after paying the medical expenses, Carl turned to Andy. Are you trying to say that I am kind? No. Andy shook his head. I just feel that. Carl, you have never changed at any time. Whether it was our first meeting or now, you are still the same. Very respectful. Andy saw clearly that Carl did save the mother and son and help them pay for the medical expenses. But at the same time, Carl also confirmed that the mother and son had already applied for vehicle and medical insurance. After understanding their family situation, Carl had already deducted the medical expenses from their account in advance. The money he paid was only used to help the account when the mother and son were unconscious. What's more, the hospital Carl chose was also a place where the mother and son often went when they were sick. Andy was watching Carl's mobile phone next to him. Andy saw Carl's entire operation process clearly. Respect people? Carl thought it was nothing. I just don't want others to feel indebted. Others have money and special medical insurance and car insurance. So there is no need for me to rush to help pay. They can pay with their own money and compensate according to medical insurance and car insurance. But Carl, even so, you saved them. Didn't you? How could I not feel indebted? Andy looked at Carl deeply and said, I still owe you for saving my life. I don't care. It's better if they don't know. Carl laughed. Otherwise, if they know that it was KK who saved them, my reputation might become strange again. Maybe there will be rumors that KK broke the car door while driving, and that KK found that the person was worthless after the horrific medical experiment. So he threw him into the hospital and deducted the money from their accounts. After all, Carl shook his phone. I did it. Forced the car door to save people who should have died with a twisted car under extreme circumstances, and sent them to the hospital with their own money after emergency treatment? Your reputation is not easy to say. Andy. As he said this, he thought of the Black Super Dream he had recently led to raid its hideout, and the Black Super Dream he had seized. I always feel that many people, who have never seen you, always like to portray you as scary and terrifying. Because the stereotype of a powerful mercenary is like this. In the past, there might have been a Morgan Blackhand who had a good reputation. But now the only one who has been alive in Night City and has a legendary name is that Iron Block. Carl felt that the criminal had been found, and it was all Adam Heavyhammer's fault. But Carl didn't care about reputation, as long as it wasn't something like Carl Night Tour of Cloud Top or something even more bizarre. Carl felt that it was acceptable. That kind of thing was purely a problem of personal insult, and it must be thoroughly investigated and resolved. He didn't want to go to the next life one day and hear someone inside shouting that he had seen KK and 2 men go into the Big Bird before he entered. Wait, 2 men? Count them. Oliver, Jack. They seem to have broken into the Big Bird bar last time because of the mission. Carl suddenly realized the truth behind some bizarre rumors. When Carl was thinking about it, V called. Carl got off the car to rescue people and deal with things just now. The matter of following the personnel for guarantee was all handed over to V. He continued to follow in the car. Now it seems that the order has been completed. Carl was thinking about it. But he heard something quite unexpected from V, who spoke. Cormac is dead. After this sentence, V added, Kyle is also dead. This time he was really confused. Under V guarantee, the client and the executor died. What the hell is this? Even if he got off the car halfway. But with V there, how could this happen? What happened? Carl frowned. Although it was just a small task, it would always make people feel uncomfortable if he failed. So far, Carl has never failed in the tasks he has done. Just when Carl thought that his 100% completion rate was gone, the next explanation made Carl's brows relax a little. Kyle has handed the things over to Cormac, and we have settled the order. But before Cormac could pay us the balance, they were killed by a team of military technology agents who broke in. The balance was not paid? Damn. This is the first time someone has taken advantage of me for free. No. I should say that I was taken advantage of for most of the time, but didn't pay enough. Carl understood after listening to the story. Killy and Cormac died after the mission was over. At that time, V was no longer obligated to take on the responsibility of protection. So he didn't take action. Killy and Cormac owed them a sum of money when they died. Didn't you like to work more before? Why don't you want to work more this time? Not cost effective. V said very carefully, I did some calculations. The military technology team that broke in and killed Killy and Cormac in an instant was an elite. If I were to kill them, I would have to spend a lot of effort. And I would have to provoke military technology for no reason. But the money Cormac gave us would not be this price even if it was doubled. Cormac owes us too much. So of course, I have no reason to work more. It turns out that if you work more, you still have to consider the money. After the simple Badlands wanderers entered the city in a short time, why did they consider the price? This night city is really a dive at. And people change very quickly. Carl understood what V meant. If they didn't make a move, they would lose the balance. If they made a move, they could get the balance and possible Cormac reward money. However, compared with the two, the latter was obviously more risky and had to provoke military technology. So it was not cost effective. Damn. Then we're just losing the final payment. Not really, V said. I just contacted T-Bug and woke her up. She cursing and helping me check things in Watson District, Cormac's old territory. I'm going to contact Regina to sell her these things that might be useful to her. Cormac owes us money, so it's reasonable for us to take the final payment from the place and base he left behind. I still have the mission records here, and no one can find fault with it. Something's wrong. How come V is so smart and shrewd all of a sudden? Me? Go to hell. Carl. You really think I'm a fool? Don't you? I was born a wanderer. Not from the countryside. So I can still do some calculations. V cursed and added, by the way, this group of military technology people saw me, and their leader wanted to discuss something with us. Discuss something? Just now. Keeley hurriedly asked Cormac if this box was from the terrorist mobile team. Cormac was robbed before he could answer. As a result, when this group of military technology came to me, they directly said that this was a file recording the transportation route of the terrorist mobile team's equipment. The transportation route really has something to do with the terrorist mobile team. The things are indeed not the terrorist mobile team's things, but they are really related to the terrorist mobile team. The legend of the Valentino gang 30 years ago was still a half-fake and half-real honest man. So the people behind them want to entrust us to rob something that will be transported later according to the route. Chapter 445. Sorting out. Robbing the goods of the terrorist squad is not an easy job. Jack was listening to Carl and V talking about their experiences today in the team's residence and said, "You are right to refuse. After all, we are not fools." V said, "Let us go to the terrorist squad. Why do we have nothing to do? It will be very troublesome to be associated with those cyber psychopaths." I really thought Carl would take this job. Oliver, who had slept for a day, was brewing coffee with a coffee machine that he had just bought. After all, we have done more troublesome jobs than this. I will take the job. It's not determined by the degree of trouble. Do you really think I'm a challenge lover who has to choose the highest difficulty for every job? Carl said while drinking sweet tea, "If you take this kind of job that you know will cause endless trouble, You will be harassed by the crazy people of the terrorist mobile team in the city. Carl is not afraid of the terrorist mobile team. But he also doesn't intend to provoke those crazy people for no reason. Just like the past mission involving the NCPD director, Carl chose assassination instead of open assassination. If he conflicts with those crazy people, he will only get into trouble. The follow-up treatment is too troublesome. T-Bug sat on the sofa next to him. After blinking a few times, he spoke out the news that had just happened. The latest news is that a group of people raided the equipment transport hovercraft of the terrorist mobile team and shot it down in the area of Santo Domingo. According to reports, the group of people belonged to military technology. But they were fired before they carried out the mission. What they did had nothing to do with military technology. This is too ugly. Jack frowned and commented, that group of people should be the military technology soldiers who wanted to entrust Carl and V to carry out the mission together. T-Bug, send me the information of that group of people. I have sent it to you, V. V raised his eyebrows after checking the information. That's really the group of people. No wonder I refused the mission after knowing what they were going to do. They didn't even ask me to keep it secret or keep it to prevent the secret. It turns out that this matter is so urgent. We just came back less than 2 hours ago. It seems that the group of military technology soldiers wanted to find someone to take the blame. But the person who took the blame didn't agree. So they had to do it themselves? Oliver thought and said, but the terrorist mobile team won't believe it. Of course they won't believe it. Carl said, it's better to say that anyone can see clearly that the so-called group of people were expelled from military technology, and the things they performed had nothing to do with military technology. This is originally an obvious lie. But I don't really understand why military technology people will go to rob the vehicles of the terrorist mobile team. Is there any explanation for this? V didn't quite understand. Although it is rare for companies to rob things and people, it is not uncommon. Don't companies poach people just like kidnapping? It's normal to rob things, right? If you say that this is what military technology did to Arasaka, I won't be confused at all. Or it can be changed to Kontao, biotechnology, or Yesher Company. After all, maybe the hijacked things are related to secret experiments, data or equipment. But for the terrorist mobile team, Carl didn't quite understand and said, the terrorist mobile team is originally an organization funded by the tacit agreement of various companies. What do they have that companies, like military technology, don't have? Do they need to rob the terrorist mobile team? And make it so ugly? I have to sort this out. Carl reviewed the whole thing. At first, Isong Brian got the route information of the terrorist mobile team's transport team from somewhere. Then, in order to attract his niece Oriona, he used this information to cooperate with Oriona middleman Cormac and established a commission. Then this job had nothing to do with Isong Brian and Oriona. When they were in a family dispute, Kalai handed the thing to Cormac. Then Kalai and Cormac were killed by the elite soldiers of the military technology who raided. After seeking help from Carl and V to no avail, the soldiers went to rob the terrorist mobile team's things. In short, the matter was that an old man wanted to have a family negotiation, which led to a mess involving the death of the middleman and mercenary, as well as military technology and the terrorist mobile team. There is not much to think about here. There are actually only 2 points for Carl to think about. First, how did the military technology personnel know that this thing was the transportation route of the terrorist mobile team? Even V, who participated in the mission throughout the whole process, only knew that this thing was the transportation route of the terrorist mobile team when the military technology personnel sought assistance. Second, what was the reason for Cormac and Essen Brain to achieve their goal? Why would he, a middleman, want the transportation route of the terrorist mobile team? This is very simple. After Carl said his doubts, Oliver said calmly, isn't it the same thing? How do you say that? They are taking both food and money? The people behind Cormac are the people of military technology. They are the real people who want the transportation route. It's just that some dirty things can't be done by them openly. Otherwise, they are commissioned and communicate with the sellers. It's all done by their people in military technology. Then even if they say it was done by temporary workers, it won't make sense. So they commissioned the middleman to be a black glove. And then after completing this matter, the middleman has no value. So they just get rid of it. Isn't it easy to understand? If that's really the case, it makes sense. Carl glanced at V. And the reason why they didn't get rid of V and took the risk of information exposure. It seems that they made a temporary commission. The elite soldiers of Militech were obviously prepared to quickly eliminate Cormac and his mercenaries as soon as the mission was completed. But they were obviously not prepared to face V and Carl, or even the entire team later, so they tried to entrust them. If they succeeded, they would have more people to take the blame. If not, they would maintain superficial peace and not be delayed by V. They could quickly execute the mission that did not require manpower. So, if they didn't think they could not take me down in a short time, I would have been eliminated by them as well. V came to his senses. Maybe that's it. Jack nodded. It seems that they will have some concerns if they have the ability and reputation. Now there is a question. How can the people of Militech think of taking action against the things of the terrorist mobile team? A mission involving his own team and V almost being eliminated together must be thought through. And Carl has a simple way to understand this. I make a call. Carl had a vague premonition when he dialed Blanca's phone. This matter is probably related to the internal struggle of military technology. And maybe the crazy guys of the terrorist mobile team will owe them something next. Very simple thinking. Blanca's current position is not low. But when Carl slept at her house yesterday, he didn't hear her mention this matter at all. This kind of matter involving the terrorist mobile team is considered important. If Blanca needs help, she will definitely think of entrusting Carl first, not the military technology elite team. This means that the group of people may be other senior people in military technology. And there is no such thing as friendly within military technology. The struggle of life and death is the norm. The group of elite soldiers, who listened to a certain senior military technology, took the goods of the terrorist mobile team. If Carl and his team want to help the struggle, such as recovering the goods of the terrorist mobile team, then the group of crazy people will owe Carl and his team anyway. Chapter 446, Intelligence Bureau. I knew you would call me. As soon as the call was connected, the external speaker's voice clearly spread throughout the room. The voice with a hint of joy entered the ears of every member of the team, which made everyone except Carl look at Carl unanimously. I bet I only heard this kind of sound when the girl next door was acting cute and pestering me when I was a kid. Oliver's low voice came into V's ears, which made V look at him. I don't believe it. Well, to be honest, it was the sound I made when I told my sister that I wanted this, and that when I was a kid. And my sister bought them for me. I believe it. It feels like when you expect to be satisfied by someone close to you, and you feel that this is the tone you should make. I remember when I was a kid, I made a bet with my friends that I could guess whether the next person to enter the tent was a man or a woman. And then, I secretly let another friend in. When he really showed up, I also hummed twice like this, while his companions were chatting in low voices. Carl understood what Blanca meant as soon as he heard her words. Well, it seems that you know the whole thing. Since I was cheated once, I have never slacked off in intelligence gathering. Blanca said, as a matter of course. So, you called me to ask if I was involved in this matter, and how much I know. Right. When you said this, I understood. Carl's conversation with Blanca was not like chatting with other friends. Although the two are friends now, the style of conversation is still very similar to when they first met. That is, if you understand this matter, then just ignore it and talk about the key points. When Blanca asked Carl if he wanted to know if he was involved and how much he knew, he was actually telling Carl the answer. That is, Blanca did not participate in this matter, but she knew the whole thing very clearly, and she was ready to participate. I give a friendly price. When Jack and others didn't understand what Blanca and Carl were talking about, Carl said something that they could all understand. Friendly price? What does this mean? Talking about commissions? No. Didn't I say something just now? Are you still questioning? Why did you suddenly fast forward to the commission? Did they miss something? It turns out that some jobs can only be negotiated by Carl, who has been in charge of commissions for a long time. I can give you a good thing. A heavy one. You know what my position is now. After the man died in the Dogtown incident last time, I could have moved to another position. If this job is done well, my position will be managed by my subordinates next. It is normal to have some loss during the handover process. Everyone present understood what Blanca said instantly. It was a standard American style. When counting back to the time when there was no new America, when the old American politicians or generals were changing their positions, there would always be some strange translucent losses where they were. This is an old trick. Even in 2076, it is still the same. Everyone understood it. But everyone was a little shocked after understanding it. Blanca's current position is clear to everyone because she is Carl's friend and the team's long-term client. The translucent damage she can cause can only be that kind of thing. In particular, Blanca used 2 words. 1. Heavy duty. That thing. Heavy duty damage. Is it okay? Facing Oliver words. Blanca heard his voice, and after a little silence to distinguish the voice, replied, Oliver. The light duty in the 6th Street gang is not very clean. Do you want to think about how they got it? At that time, I hadn't even joined military technology yet. Really traditional. It turns out that it is a tacit rule. That thing. Jack considered his words and asked Carl, we haven't undergone the corresponding modification, so it's not very useful. The exoskeleton may be able to use some auxiliary prostheses, but this thing is heavy, and it can't be used without special modification. Cyber modem link, network modem, web drive access link, and other things are all necessary. Carl said so, but as long as he thought of the look of Adam Heavy Hammer, he felt that it would be nice to have a set of this thing. Maybe he could take this thing out and point at it in front of Adam Heavy Hammer and say, look, you look like that thing. A piece of scrap metal that can't move without a brain. Whether it is useful or not. Whether it can be used or not. That is something to be decided after getting it. Things cannot be without. Just like the armored vehicles stored by their team now. Who knows when they will be used? The reward is reasonable. We will take this job. It starts at 1 million euros if it is resold. Although it is not resold. This price is obviously worthy of a job. A real friendly price. Tell me more about it. I think you guessed that I would call you out of curiosity. So you must have been prepared. The person who did this time is a typical new American in our military technology. New American? You also know the relationship between New America and military technology. There are always some people who really love this country. Right? And that guy is the so-called patriot. Of course. This has nothing to do with me as a former Spaniard. Blanca continued. I don't know the specific reason why the patriot wanted to move the goods of the violent terrorist mobile team. But the group of military technology personnel are heading to Taiping State. I know a little news that there may be people from the United Intelligence Bureau involved. And their purpose is to target the people in Dogtown. But no one knows what they are going to do. However, even in Dogtown, if they encounter dangerous cyber psychopaths, the terrorist mobile team is allowed to enter. So this matter is very simple to handle. I did not entrust you. And you did not receive my commission. You just wanted to go to Dogtown to relax. And then you happened to see the things lost by the terrorist mobile team. Then you showed kindness and called the terrorist mobile team to report it. That's it. Do you understand? No matter what his purpose is. As long as he fails, I can find a reason to get rid of him. The matter is simple. Just find someone and make a report call. You may need to stop the elite soldiers of military technology in the middle to ensure that they can see the terrorist mobile team. It's just a word in Blanca words that made Carl a little concerned. The United Intelligence Bureau, the department that leads the intelligence in the new United States, has both information collection and law enforcement functions. Carl once suspected that his Los Angeles mission was commissioned by them. And this time, could their people be involved? What are these guys lurking around the world planning this time? Last time it involved the presidential election. And this time it involves Dogtown. Is the United Intelligence Bureau's plan getting closer and closer? From Southern California to Northern California. Los Angeles. To Night City. Chapter 447 Hawkmoth Bar. Oliver. Oliver. Are you here? Do you want to have a drink with me later? I go when I'm free. Sitting in the car, Oliver drove the modified Hera while responding to the 6th Street gang members who greeted him on the street. Very welcome, Oliver. Watching this scene, Carl, who was sitting in the back seat of the car, nodded. You're almost the young master of the 6th Street gang. I really want to believe what they show. But I have to say, if I really take their smiles and friendly attitudes seriously, then I'm a fool. Oliver's face, which was smiling and greeting, turned to look at the road in front of the car. The smile on his face was still maintained, but his words were full of sarcasm. Why didn't they see such enthusiasm before? Everyone was afraid that Buchanan would choose to reject me. I remember their faces one by one. 9 of the 10 people who greeted me just now were guys who had a lot of ties with Buchanan in the past. Haha. They treated me to a drink. And they pretended to be. I'm familiar with him. I didn't realize it before. Oliver. Jack turned his head from the co-pilot seat in surprise. You actually know how to say one thing on the surface and another on the inside. You're quite vindictive. I want to be so vindictive. But Jack? Do you know what happened after my dad cleaned up Buchanan diehards? They actually planned to kill my dad, kidnap my sister, and trick me to kill him. If my dad hadn't copied a copy for me and destroyed the chip information in front of them in order to stabilize the gang, that gang wouldn't be able to move on the scene, and I would have killed them all. Looking at Oliver with a smile on his face and cold and irritable words, V realized that Oliver might have restrained himself a little in his words. After entering the city, V had almost understood the ways of Night City in these days. Oliver only said that the gang planned to kidnap his sister and trick him to kill him. But what exactly the gang members would do in the process? Is there any need to think about it? V has seen too many dirty things when he was alone in undertaking missions. Keep an eye on them, and find a chance to deal with them. Carl did give a suggestion. Unstable factors will cause trouble if they are kept. We don't need to worry about this. My father probably understands it. After all, he has copied a copy of the information to me. I don't believe he really intends to let those people go. Oliver snorted a few times. But don't worry about such troubles. T-Bug, how is the personnel tracking? Do I need to change the route? No. T-Bug's voice came from the ball between Carl and V's seats. The former military technology personnel have confirmed that they have entered Dogtown. We can just go all the way into Dogtown. As for the specific whereabouts, we will talk about it after we enter Dogtown. Then I will go directly through the gate of Dogtown? Last time you entered by scanning your face. You need to prove your documents to enter Dogtown. Is that okay? Listening to T-Bug's words reminded Oliver of the time when he was scolded like a dog by a ghost dog soldier at the gate of Dogtown. Damn. I recalled some bad memories. Jack, who was also scolded like a dog at the time, also remembered this incident. Our subsequent certification documents. That Kenichi and Yaya should have helped us get them. Right? The pass is ready. Carl, but I don't know if there is such a thing as expiration or revocation. The pass of Dogtown is basically once issued and used forever. So it's fine if you have it. Chiochio nodded anthropomorphically. But Dogtown is not a city we are familiar with after all. You all went to that job before. Chung has not been to Dogtown much except for buying weapons at the stadium. This time we are going to track people. So we may need a formal guide. Do you have any acquaintances in Dogtown? Acquaintances? V thought for a while. Should we go find Mr. Hands? He is the middleman of Taiping's How. And he seems to stay in Dogtown often. He is a local. Right? Go to him to buy some intelligence and information? Good idea. But while looking for Hands, we actually have acquaintances in Dogtown. What Carl said made the other people confused. Acquaintances in Dogtown. Do we know anyone in Dogtown? You all forgot Man and the others. After they killed Faraday. They have been in Dogtown recently. They can track Faraday and kill him in Dogtown. They are probably familiar with each other. We just haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's find them to entertain us. Carl shook his phone. As the saying goes, more friends, more roads. Look at our friends. Don't they open the way for us? I believe in your ability to make friends. Jack said, sometimes I wonder who is a native of Night City. I have grown up. But I don't know as many people as you do. You know people from all walks of life. And it seems that you can make friends everywhere. That's not right. Carl smiled. Man, and the others are our mutual friends. How can you say that about me? I also want to talk about the people in the Valentino gang. I don't know many of them. Jack, you are much more familiar with them than us. I know more people. But that's just because of the contact problem. Yes, the eldest lady of Arasaka, the senior executives of the military science department, and the deputy director of the NCPD. You know everyone. Oliver shook his head, but think about it. I never thought that I would get to know Mr. Johnson and the others. This is also thanks to Carl. Your social life. When I first met you, you approached me, and I got to know you. Carl waved his hand nonchalantly, and to be honest, I am the luckiest to have met you guys. You are just trying to impress me by being sentimental. Right? V rolled his eyes. Come on. What did Man say? Have you replied? Just think of it as being flattered by you. I will treat you if you have a drink later. V is so generous. You are different from when you first entered the city. You have money now. Carl said. Looking through his phone, I have replied. The fixed place in Dogtown where Man and his team are stationed recently is indeed a bar. Let me see the name. After confirming the information, Carl looked up at Oliver. The Hawk Moth Bar in the Long Beach Stockyard. Hawk Moth Bar? Hearing the name, V raised his eyebrows. Because of Carl. Everyone in the team has more or less been exposed to some Chinese idioms and proverbs. And he can only think of one word about moths. Moths fly into the fire. Chapter 448 Strange Blonde Bartender. The Hawkmoth Bar. As a common gathering place in Dogtown, Carl's first impression of it is quite ordinary. It can only be ordinary. In terms of the underworld, this bar is not as good as the afterlife. In terms of familiarity, this bar is not as good as the Wild Wolf Bar. And in terms of service content, this bar is not as good as the Lizzie Bar. Everything is ordinary. So what special impression can there be? Walking into the bar, the first person Carl saw was not Man and his friends sitting at the bar, but the bartender of the Hawkmoth Bar. It was a woman with short blonde hair, a few freckles on the bridge of her nose, and an ordinary appearance. She was wearing a dark green jacket with the cuffs pulled up. There were very obvious signs of transformation on her chest. Carl took a look and felt a little strange. Was it his illusion? He always felt that the bartender's skills seemed to be very good. He just took a look. But he felt that this guy might be able to fight with him. Was he too tired recently? Why did he have this feeling when he saw a bartender in a bar in Dogtown? Carl suppressed the strange thoughts in his heart. He had seen a black bartender who had a strong feeling in the bar of Dino in the city center. Now he saw a bartender who had a strong first impression in an ordinary bar in Dogtown. Did he have any special evaluation of the bartender in his heart? It was strange to think that the staff in a bar were very strong when he entered a bar. This was not a film of an old American blockbuster. The powerful people were lurking in the bar as unknown bar staff. That was too dramatic. Carl wanted to make himself ignore the blonde bartender. But he couldn't help but look at the blonde woman a few more times because of the strange feeling in his heart. The blonde woman noticed Carl's gaze coming in from the door. She turned her head away from chatting with a female guest. The two looked at each other, and Carl saw a trace of shock in the eyes of the blonde bartender that appeared and was quickly suppressed, which made him understand instantly. He was recognized. Carl's face was not disguised at all, so it was not surprising to be recognized in Dogtown, which is basically a part of Night City. It was just that Carl noticed a little detail out of the corner of his eye. When the bartender saw him and recognized him, she was shocked and moved her body. Although the movement was very small, and was quickly suppressed and disappeared along with the shock in her eyes. If she completed the movement according to that trajectory, she would touch her waist and instantly draw the pistol from her waist. It was not a big deal for a bartender to carry a gun with him, but the action of drawing the gun was too skillful and procedural, as if he had undergone some training. However, Carl only took a quick glance out of the corner of his eye, and was not sure what the action was. But he had already remembered it silently in his heart. His hunch was probably not specifically targeting the bartender, but the bartender just had the ability. The level of bartenders has also greatly improved these days. Oh! It seems a handsome guy came in. The blonde bartender quickly covered up. She quickly moved to face Carl, with a smile on her face. Handsome. What would you like to drink? Sweet tea. While Carl was answering, Man turned his head after hearing the noise and saw Carl at a glance. Oh? Carl. You are here. I didn't expect it so soon. Where are Oliver and the others? Parking. There seem to be a lot of people around here. We need to arrange it a little, Carl said, nodding to the other members of Man's team who turned their heads to look at him. Good afternoon, everyone. Hey, Carl. Pyrrha was very happy to see Carl coming and waved her modified golden 5 fingers. We haven't seen each other for a long time. How are you doing in the city recently? Just like that. Ordinary. Recalling recent events, Carl found that there was not much that he could share with Man's team, and the things that could be shared were indeed ordinary. So he just said that. He looked at the seat and finally sat down next to Man. After sitting down, Rebecca on the other side came over and thanked him. Thank you for my father's old gun. When you sent the drone to it, my brother and I were shocked. I didn't expect that my father's gun could be returned. Don't worry. I bought it when I saw it. Carl responded to Rebecca's words while looking around. Man, Pyrrha, Rebecca, Dolio, Chiwei and driver Falco were all there. But it seemed that 2 people were missing. Where are David and Lucy? David has an exam soon, and the time is almost up. As for Lucy, it seems that she is helping to tutor David. Listening to Rebecca's words, Carl was stunned for a moment. Lucy tutors David? His first reaction was, does Lucy have this level? David's studies are quite good. Just thinking about it, he reacted. Lucy family seems to be from an elite class, and she has received special training since she was a child. She is good enough to teach David about hacking. After all, there are courses in this area in the exams of Arasaka Academy. No wonder. Since there is an exam, there is nothing we can do. Carl, who said this, is actually not much different in age from David. But he didn't feel anything at all. When it comes to exams, students should be concerned. What does it have to do with him? A mercenary who has already entered society. Hey, man. After asking David and Lucy where they were going, Oliver and the others parked the car and set the alarm. What do you want? Guests? The first person to greet them was the blonde bartender, and Oliver and Jack each asked for the wine they wanted to drink. V asked for a bottle of beer after taking a few glances at the bartender. At the same time, V message popped up in the team channel. This bartender seems a little strange. A little strange? Not wanting to see the blonde bartender, she sat down with a smile on her face. Oliver asked in the team, is there anything special about her? It's hard to say. I just feel like she seems to have some skills. I have this feeling too. Carl said in the team communication, I thought it was just an illusion at first. But I didn't expect that you. V. also felt it. So it seems that. I'm watching her. T-Bug's words came out in the communication. Just be normal. I feel relieved with T-Bug watching me. Jack sat down without any expression fluctuations at all. The place where he and Oliver sat happened to sandwich the blonde bartender from both sides of the counter. And the blonde bartender was also sending a message to someone at this time. Her message was very brief. I'm at the KK team. Chapter 449 Coincidence? The drinks you ordered. The female bartender at Hawkmoth Bar did not let Carl and his team wait too long. After the members of Carl's team were seated, a cup of sweet tea was placed in front of Carl, who ordered a drink first. The sweet tea for Carl was obviously prepared. It not only contained ice cubes, but also a few mint leaves. This kind of sweet tea tasted refreshing and cool. In this gradually hot weather, it was obviously the most pleasant enjoyment. It seems that this store has good business. There is nothing strange about ice cubes. Ordinary ice machines can use those water that may not be very clean to make ice cubes that look transparent. However, mint leaves are not something that every bar has. Looking at the sweet tea in front of him, Carl stared at the mint leaves. In bars in Night City, even if there are drinks with leaves, the green options are generally rosemary, because rosemary has the function of protecting and nourishing the liver. Drinking it together with alcohol can slightly relieve alcohol and alleviate the damage of alcohol to the liver. Although most of the reform personnel don't care about these. High-end bars always have some company dogs who are injecting every day but pursuing health. Rosemary is prepared for those personnel, while mint leaves are different. In terms of taste, mint leaves pursue coolness and freshness. This flavor is usually prepared in bars for those guests who don't like to drink too much or prefer fresh tastes. Such guests often come to the bar not to enjoy alcohol. Or in other words, they don't come for alcohol. If it is a bar like Next Life, it is not strange to see mint leaves, because Next Life receives all kinds of guests, and Next Life can afford to prepare fresh mint leaves. However, ordinary bars and obviously poorer communities also have mint leaves. Doesn't this seem a bit unusual? Carl calmly picked up the sweet tea, and when he was halfway through, Jack stretched out his hand towards the sweet tea in his hand. Carl, I'm so thirsty. Can I have a sip to moisten my mouth first? I don't care. Carl naturally handed over the sweet tea, and Jack smiled with an embarrassed look and took a big sip. I have already activated the prosthesis Black Mamba installed on my circulatory system, and at the same time have begun to analyze the liquid composition of the entrance. If I detect toxins later, I will do it directly. Jack drank the sweet tea with a smile, and at the same time notified his companions in the communication to be ready, in order to cooperate with his violent prosthesis to regulate body hormones. Jack installed a prosthesis called Black Mamba a few days ago, which can assist the circulatory system to expel toxins and resist toxins. As the only person in the team who is specialized for this, he naturally couldn't let Carl drink an uncertain drink in front of strange people. So he took this responsibility. Jack didn't swallow the sweet tea drink directly. Jack kept pouring the glass, but used his big hands to cover up the change in the amount of liquid in the glass. He just used his tongue and lips to slightly inhale a little sweet tea into his mouth, and then moved his wrist slightly to pour the liquid inside into his inner sleeve along his wrist. It's really enjoyable. Leaving some ice cubes. Jack's palm slightly bent down, covering his wet inner sleeve at an angle that the bartender of the Hawk Moth bar couldn't see, and then put the empty glass with only some ice cubes left back on the counter. I say, Carl, why do you always like sweet tea so much? Drinking this stuff with ice cubes and mint leaves in this weather makes me feel refreshed. I feel that my mouth is no longer dry. Seeing that his saliva was flying, Jack showed a silly look of being surprised by the taste of sweet tea. While speaking with his mouth wide open, he used his lips to move up and down to shake off some of the wine that was stained on his lips, and was about to soak into them. You drank mine in one gulp. I wanted to make do with it, and not despise you for drinking a sip. Amid Carl's seemingly disgusted complaints, Jack had already completed the test. I have no problem with the composition of the wine just by relying on my mouth senses. My prosthetic authority has been released to T-Bug. T-Bug? Can you find signs of harmful substances invading the body from the circulatory system? If so, remember to call the trauma team for me, so that I can lie down in advance and prepare to be carried up. The trauma team is not allowed to enter the dog town. I saw the news a few days ago that the trauma team was shot down by the Hellhound. After testing, the ingredients are normal, except that the sweet tea drink has excessive sugar as usual, and some large doses of sugar added by the brand name. Everything is normal. In other words, there was no poison. While chatting with Man, Oliver sent a message on the comms. Are we overly suspicious? Everyone has secrets. Maybe that's the case. It's always right to be careful in Dogtown. But you should also be careful next time. The first cup was not poisoned, but the next few cups may be poisoned. Looking at T, V didn't think his companions were making a fuss about the bug message. But there was a problem. Jack found a reason to drink the first glass of wine. So we can't find a reason to let Jack drink the next glass of wine. We don't have anything to resist toxins. So how can we drink? Otherwise, we should tell Man and his friends to leave, and leave this bar that makes people feel weird. That's a good idea. Although according to Man and his friends, this bar is their base in Dogtown, and nothing has happened to them. But it's always better to be safe. Jack said in the communication, we can find a reason to take Man and his friends away, and let them take us around. Of course. But not now. Carl also agreed with not drinking in bars that are not safe. But he just visited the city layout center of Night City, and got the general building plan of this area before the Unification War. On that map, he found an interesting point. According to the structure, this place must have a large open space. And it is located in the basement of the Hawk Moth Bar. Or in other words, the Hawk Moth Bar is located above the large space. And the Hawk Moth Bar was opened 6 years ago, judging from the aging of the structure. And 6 years ago was the end of the Unification War. This is too coincidental. Chapter 450 Daphne. In 2017, as the smoke of the Unification War cleared, the new United States announced its withdrawal, and declared that it would no longer interfere in the affairs of the Night City area. At the same time, above this huge underground space that was very suitable for lurking, a new bar was quietly born, dedicated to providing services for those residents who lived in Dogtown and were in fear all day long. All this seemed too perfect and too coincidental. It was so coincidental that people couldn't help but wonder if all this was really just a coincidence. Change your mind. Because the open forces of the new United States were forced to withdraw from the scope of Night City. It would be more reasonable and more natural for some people to stay as undercover personnel. Will it be? After coming to this bar because of the invitation of Man and others, I happened to run into a suspicious person. Could she be? After a little thought, Carl felt that there were more and more doubts. Man and his team are outsiders to Dogtown. And the place where they can stay for a long time to get intelligence is obviously a place with many outsiders and intensive intelligence exchange. Otherwise, Man and his team could not use this as a resting base and collect information in Dogtown to hunt down Faraday. In other words, this seemingly ordinary bar is a place where outsiders exchange information intensively. For ordinary people, where would be the best choice to choose an intelligence collection point in the city? The answer is obvious. Be a bartender in a bar. Bartenders come into contact with all kinds of customers day after day. As long as they pay a little attention and listen carefully, the amount of information they can grasp will far exceed that of ordinary people on the street. Take Arasake Nobuo for example. When this level of person arrived in Night City, Claire had already known the news in the Next Life bar, and guessed and told Carl and others. This is enough to prove the unique advantage of the bar in intelligence collection. Your drinks are ready. Handsome guys. The female bartender had already prepared drinks for the other people. With her palm pushing, cups of drinks were sent to Jack and the others. Then she looked at Carl, looking at the empty cup in front of Carl, and grinned. Do you want me to prepare another cup for you? Carl raised his eyes slightly, and looked at the female bartender seriously. The personnel database of Dogtown is basically not connected to the NCPD statistics of Night City. But this woman seems to have been a Night City person in the past. So there is her information. And her name is Daphne. Daphne is a good name. In Greek mythology, this is the name of the laurel goddess, symbolizing dawn. There is an illusion about this goddess. That is, the god of light Apollo has always been in love with the laurel goddess, and has been chasing her for a long time. Although Apollo is not the sun god, he has always had the attributes of the sun in a broad sense. Apollo chases Daphne just like the sun chases the arrival of dawn. This name is really likable. Carl, who is always considered by his friends to be like a crazy son, likes the name Daphne very much. Unfortunately, he thinks this name is just a disguise. It is always said that if a person hides his name, the new name he chooses will always have its meaning. Daphne, which symbolizes dawn, is looking forward to the dawn of the day when it ends. You have a good name, Daphne. Faced with Daphne's question about whether she wants another drink, Carl did not answer, but naturally called out Daphne's name in the information. And her words obviously made Daphne stunned for a moment. However, her expression of surprise disappeared quickly. It turns out that you are a guest who has heard of me. I thought about introducing myself again and asking you to come more often. But I didn't expect. As she said, Daphne avoided Carl's gaze, but her hand drooped slightly. KK knew her name. Did he check her information? Why did he think of checking the information of a person he met for the first time? Is he very vigilant? But if he just knew the information, it would be fine. This information is completely consistent with hers. Even if he knew it and investigated it, at most he would only know that she had deliberately tampered with it and exposed her disguise, secret, and identity. She was just a former clothing store employee. When Daphne thought so, she noticed Carl's gaze. Daphne had deliberately avoided the sight and adopted a way that was considered in the training analysis to avoid attracting the attention of customers. But even though she had shown such an attitude, Carl's eyes were still firmly locked on her. The sight was looking at her neck and chest. Daphne's chest had obvious signs of modification, and on her neck was a string of small rosary necklaces that fit the skin tightly. And under the rosary necklace, there were tiny signs of modification, which seemed to have been modified a little on both sides of her neck, so that something fit her face at a good angle. Oops. Daphne's heart skipped a beat when she realized that Carl was looking at her transformation marks. Some people from military technology had sold some experimental prostheses that were considered unsuitable to the 6th Street Gang. Among those prostheses, one was redeveloped because it showed a certain value in KK. Arasaka developed a chip version of that thing through a certain degree of commercial operation. And its prototype is Behavior Characteristic Synchronization Template? No. It should be another type of imitation mimicry mask, which does not need to be directly operated on the subcutaneous tissue, but changes the appearance through certain optical projections and facial muscle changes. This prosthesis is really good, Carl said to Daphne in a questioning and emotional way. If you don't mind, can you let me see your real face? Just as Carl's eyes were like torches, as if his sight had penetrated Daphne's disguise. I just made a small rash request. Can't wait any longer. Daphne, who realized that she had aroused suspicion and was about to be exposed, had already clenched the pistol on her waist with her drooping palm and pulled it out. But just as she tried to keep her face unchanged and start Sion Weston to make a move, a hand had already taken a step ahead of her and grasped her palm. With just a slight twist, Daphne's palm lost its strength due to dislocation, and the gun she had just raised in her hand fell between the loose fingers and was held by someone. Removing the magazine, ejecting the bullet, the action was done in unison, without giving Daphne a chance to shoot. V, who was closest to Daphne, completed the process of removing the weapon and making it harmless. Don't rush to do it. Let's discuss it. How about we ask it properly? Putting the harmless gun on the table, V and the others in the team stood up and surrounded Daphne from 3 directions. Or you can try to run back. Carl sat down and smiled at Daphne. I allow you to run. Chapter 451 Exposed. I allow you to run first. Carl's words were very gentle, and they didn't sound threatening at all. But Daphne didn't move at all. Is it because these words are false? No. Carl's words were very sincere. So sincere that Daphne could be sure that he was not lying without activating certain devices. However, even if he didn't lie, anyone who really did it according to his words would be a fool. Carl only said that he allowed her to run. But he didn't say that they wouldn't chase her. Nor did he say that they wouldn't stop her. He just gave her a chance to try to escape and let her move. So did Daphne really want to run? How could it be possible? No one is a fool. Especially for a professionally trained CIA agent. Carl's words were just a kind of cat-like playful behavior like a dying mouse. There were people who could escape from Team Carl. But they were definitely not many. And Daphne was definitely not one of them. So she stood there obediently, not even trying to recover her dislocated hand according to the emergency treatment, and just kept the drooping posture. At this time, except for Team Carl and Daphne, the others on the scene, including Team Man, also reacted. It happened too suddenly, and the actions were too fast, so that Daphne's resistance was stopped just as she tried. And it all happened so fast that the members of Team Man had almost no time to react. And it was over. However, even if it ended quickly, it was still easy for the members of Team Man to distinguish between the enemy and us. There was no doubt who to choose between the bartender, who often came, and the lifesaver, and friend of most of the team members. Click. The sound of the pistol safety unlocking rang out. Because Rebecca was not tall enough. She put one foot on the chair to keep steady. She leaned forward and crossed half of the counter in a coercive manner, raising the muzzle of the gun and pointing it directly at Daphne. Then, she turned her head slightly and looked at Carl. With a serious tone, "Carl, is there anything wrong with this woman?" When she asked this question, the other members of the Man team had already tacitly taken out their weapons and pointed them at Daphne. As the top mercenary team in the city, even if they were drunk, they were still at that level in terms of the speed of drawing their guns. "I'm not sure," Carl said honestly, staring at Daphne, "but I'm sure that people with the latest prosthetic technology of military technology should not just stay in Dog Town, where ordinary people gather, as bartenders." In Carl past, this was just as incredible as the owner of a roadside pancake stand carrying a real gun. Anyone who found out that the bulging thing on the other person's waist was real would be surprised. The latest prosthetic technology of military technology? Man listened to this, and his expression changed several times. He didn't expect that in Dog Town, where he was half a repair base. The bartender, who was already somewhat familiar with him, actually had this thing. Does that mean that some of their previous chats and actions were watched by someone related to military technology? This feeling really makes people feel like they are being monitored all the time. However, Man knew that there was nothing for the mercenaries to be monitored by the military technology personnel. Their actions were not hidden from people. Any middleman would know what they did. The owner of the store where they were stationed was a military technology person. It should be a coincidence and accident. The other party's purpose was definitely not against them. It was just too coincidental. Man and his team wanted to entertain Carl and others. But Carl and his team found the suspicious points of the boss as soon as they came. Should we say it was too coincidental? Or should we say that this bartender related to military technology was too unlucky? Daphne, who was pointed at by various guns, was silent for a while. And then she spoke again. When she spoke again, her tone had changed. It was completely different from the bartender, who greeted the guests enthusiastically before. She sounded calmer. "I think everyone has a little secret. It shouldn't be. Is this a strange thing? Could it be that the famous mercenary KK is also the kind of person who is keen on exploring other people's secrets? I don't have many advantages, but I have many disadvantages," Carl said indifferently. "One of my disadvantages is that I am too curious, although it is not strange for people to have secrets. I think it should not be a problem for me to ask the real identity of a person who was about to draw his gun at me." Daphne was stunned by Carl's words. And then she recalled a little, and found that Carl had just said that he wanted to see her face. He and his companions did not make any moves. The guy who dislocated her joints just now could have done it earlier, and she would never have reacted. But that guy waited until she drew her gun and aimed at the moment before he made a move. So, Carl was really following some rules, and waiting for me to make the first move. Was he trying to lure me with those words? I had heard that the mercenary KK was a very polite and disciplined person in the industry. Seeing is believing. It was true. But as the person being lured, Daphne was not happy at all. While Daphne was thinking about how she should deal with Carl's problem next, she received a message. Let me be responsible for communicating with them. This message came from Daphne's superior. But Daphne was a little bit unbelievable when she saw it. She probably hadn't had time to report to her superior that she had been exposed in front of KK. How did her superior know the situation here? Is it surveillance? But she was just a hidden agent. And this kind of surveillance was used to deal with her. Some necessary procedures. After all, you were betrayed by a traitor back then. Right? As if guessing what Daphne might think. The superior instructed Daphne, take out your phone, and I will have the conversation next. Daphne remained silent and did not respond verbally to her superior's words. But she still took out her phone as her superior requested. And under the gaze of Daphne and Carl and others. After Daphne placed the phone on the counter, Carl's familiar voice came from the phone. Second communication. KK. This is Smith. The voice of Smith, who had concealed his appearance and entrusted Carl and others to carry out tasks related to the presidential campaign, came from the phone. Chapter 452 for the country. Smith. Hearing this familiar voice and name, Carl's eyebrows slightly raised. It seems that I really caught someone by chance. By chance? It seems that it is luck. Which gives us another chance to reach cooperation. Smith's words were flat. And he obviously didn't believe Carl's coincidence. But he didn't care too much about it. Because they would find out whether it was a coincidence later. And now, Carl and his team really came at the right time. Smith continued to say, you did a great job last time. And the adult was very satisfied. You said this last time. No need to say it again. Carl noticed something strange. Listen. Your tone is different. Didn't you memorize the template Smith gave you last time? After Carl said this, Smith, who wanted to say something, was silent for a while. You are really sharp. Smith is obviously just an identity used to communicate with outsiders. If necessary, everyone who needs to hide his identity and communicate with others can be Smith. Smith, who is communicating with Carl now, obviously did not expect that Carl could detect the difference just by the slightly different tone between the two conversations, even though they used the same template and voice. Your last guy had a somewhat arrogant tone, as if you were lucky to work for us, which made people feel uncomfortable. He was not so kind as to say that he would seek cooperation again. That should be a small mistake in our communication. But KK, you don't have to care about it. The current Smith voice was indifferent, after all. You will not see him again. In the future. You only need to remember my tone and voice. Listen. That Smith is no longer in this communication position? Is he promoted? Or, listening to the plain words of the current Smith, Carl already knows the result of the previous Smith. Obviously, the Smith that Carl would never see again might have physically disappeared from the world. He disappeared just by turning his head. How cruel. But this matter was only their internal affairs after all. So Carl sighed a little, and no longer cared about it. It was just the death of the person who dispatched the task. Carl had experienced it 3 times. From Faraday to Cormac. And now Smith. So, what kind of cooperation are you looking for now? Carl looked around. Do you need others to leave for a while? The rules for mercenaries to take business. Confidentiality is always the first rule. There were also people from Man's team present. Although they were friends. If it was a secret mission, it was necessary to ask them to go outside with a bottle of wine for a while. Hearing Carl's tone that seemed to be about to take the job. Although Man didn't react too much why he started to work the last moment and talked about cooperation the next moment. He was very perceptive and stood up. If there was any private work, then he could wait first. Anyway, it was time to drink. But just when Man stood up, Smith unexpectedly called him. Please wait a moment. Former warrant officer Man. If possible, we hope that your team in Night City can take on the next mission with Carl's team. You don't need to avoid it. Hearing Smith calling warrant officer Man, who had already stood up, paused for a moment, and then frowned slightly. He now reacted. You are from New America. Man was once spotted by a recruiter because he knocked down 5 New America soldiers in a bar and joined the New America Army. He stayed in South America for 2 years and performed various tasks with very capable teammates until Man retired during the Unification War and came to New America. His last rank was warrant officer, which was higher than a soldier and belonged to the position of officer cadets and reserve officers. The rank of warrant officer is not very impressive in New America. But Man was awarded this rank only 2 years after joining the army. His excellence in the army is beyond doubt. If he had not wanted to come to Ninth City to create his own team and hope to become a legend, his rank in the New America Army might have been higher. Man had never mentioned this rank, which had been sealed up after his retirement, to anyone. But now it was revealed. The person who revealed his name could only be a New America personnel who had his information. Smith neither admitted nor denied Man's words. Obviously, he knew how to keep his identity secret better than his predecessor, who said he was working for military technology. He said in a way that Man could understand, "Now, the country needs you again." "Humph. The country needs me," Man snorted coldly, obviously disdainful of what Smith said. "Do you want me to go to South America to set fire to villages again? Or do some internal cleanup? Haven't you asked me to do these jobs? I remember that I made it very clear at the time that I would no longer have anything to do with you. Since you, warrant officer Man, are unwilling to serve the country again, then I think I can now entrust you with tasks as a client." Smith didn't care about Man's attitude. He had seen countless people who thought they would have nothing to do with them as long as they retired. And the final result of those people was that they were found by military technology and New America and squeezed out the last bit of value. Smith quoted a very high price right away, 1 million euros. "This is the price of your team. Man, I think you can understand how much this price can bring to you." Originally, Man planned to refuse as soon as Smith opened his mouth. He didn't want to be involved with military technology and New America. After hearing the number of 1 million euros, his palm trembled slightly. "Are you satisfied with this price, warrant officer Man?" Man was silent after listening to Smith's words. Finally, he sat down silently in the eyes of his companions, who were waiting for his decision, and then looked at Carl. "I wait for your decision. If you accept it, we will accept it." Obviously, Man was already very tempted by the price. If his team had this 1 million euros, not to mention a lifetime of good food and drink, at least it would be easy to be chic on weekdays. But he still had reason, knowing that military technology or New American personnel could offer this price. And this job would definitely not be easy. So he gave the decision to his friend, letting Carl, who had more experience in big business negotiations, decide. "Can I decide?" Carl didn't feel anything. It would be better to say that the team took the job. And with the addition of Man's team, it would always be easier to do things. So he looked at the phone that emitted Smith's voice. "Tell me. I want to know what the country wants us stateless mercenaries to do." Chapter 453 Alvin Agreement. "We take this job." After the final communication with Smith, Carl looked at Daphne and hung up the phone. The client's commission did not conflict with Blanca's commission, and both could even be considered the same purpose. There was no reason not to take this kind of task that could be solved at once. Except that, a lady working for New America. Carl looked at Daphne. "We should be temporary companions, right? Can you show your true face now? We won't have any contact after this mission." Daphne looked at Carl and said, "Since there won't be any contact, there's no need to show you my true face. And I might have a different face the next time we meet." "It sounds like an actor with 1,000 faces. It seems you must have done similar work before." Seeing that Daphne was unwilling to show her true face, Carl didn't care. It was just his curiosity. Now that the two sides had reached a cooperation, he had no reason to force his curiosity to be satisfied. The mission Smith assigned to Team Carl and Team Man was very clear. They needed to track down the military technology team and ensure that the operation they planned to use the equipment of the terrorist mobile team against an important person in Dogtown failed. Blanca's mission was to ensure that the team was eliminated and the plan of the person behind the team would fail. Although the two were not completely for the same purpose, the process was the same, and the things to be done were also the same. Anyway, it was definitely right to eliminate the military technology team. Well, let's go back to the beginning. Man, as the leader of their team, came to discuss things with Carl and the others. That is to say, you came to us at the beginning, and you also wanted to use our more experience in Dogtown to find the group of military technology people. Right? Almost. So it just happened by chance. Carl turned his head and stared at Daphne. But now there is a better candidate. I think a hidden person should have more information channels than us. In terms of information, Man and his team are also half outsiders. Compared with Carl, they are only more familiar with Dogtown. But they are not as good as the people who have been hiding here for the country. Daphne did not deny Carl's words. She calmly glanced at the store, turned out from the counter, walked to the door and closed it, and then pulled the curtains in the store, kept a posture of avoiding guests, and turned around again. "Come with me." After saying this, she walked deeper into the store. Carl glanced at V, who understood and followed immediately. Then everyone was divided into two groups. The rest of Man's team, except Man, and the rest of Carl's team, except Carl and V, stayed in the bar. Only Carl, V and Man followed Daphne into the back, passing through the kitchen, which was greasy but clean. They came to an elevator. I haven't gone down for a long time. I thought it would take a long time before I went down again. Daphne turned her head to Carl and said. At the same time, the camera above the elevator began to verify the scan. Scanned by the camera, Carl asked in confusion, "What is the place below? The intelligence center? This place was once a safe haven for people like us. But because of the betrayal of a bastard who should have been dead, I am the only one in Night City who still uses this thing," Daphne said, and typed something next to the elevator, so that the elevator, which had turned red and was scanning Carl and others, turned back to a safe blue light. After that, the elevator opened and she walked in. "Come in. It's on the first floor underground." "Is this the underground space on the original architectural map?" Carl, who knew that this was probably some kind of hiding place, stepped into the elevator and then looked at the name of the first floor underground displayed on the button screen. Boiler room. The boiler room is a machine room where boilers and water pumps and other auxiliary equipment are placed. It is quite suitable to use this place as a hiding place. The elevator did not last long before it reopened, and the underground scenery revealed in front of Carl was pitch black. Compared to his teammates, Carl's eyes were still original, so he needed a period of adaptation to the darkness. After adapting to the darkness, he found that the underground space was unexpectedly large. Even if it could accommodate more than 10 people, it might be more than enough. It can be imagined that at its peak, before the new America and military technology attacked Night City, this place might have been hiding a lot of people who served the country and handled various matters. But now, it can only be said that this place may have been covered in dust for too long. Carl can even smell the unique smell of dust. Wait a moment. I checked the power supply. This place hasn't been maintained for 6 years. I don't know how many devices are still intact, Daphne said as she came to the power supply to check. After checking for a while, she reached out and pulled the switch. The light followed Daphne's movements and enveloped the dim underground space again. Although the light only illuminated some places due to the damage of some equipment, it became brighter overall. In the light, Daphne turned around and looked at Carl. "I can't show you my face, but my name is quite common." In order to avoid the name Daphne, which still has some value, being exposed to those who are interested in your communication, you can call me Alex in the future. Are you reluctant to give up the name of the bar owner Daphne? Alex? Carl thought for a moment. It sounds like a male name. Another pseudonym? For those of us in this industry, real names are no longer used as much as pseudonyms. If someone calls out my real name, I may have to be stunned for a while before I can react that it is my name. Alex took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and took out a. After lighting the fire and looking at the direction of the smoke, he put the filter into his mouth. "We have been doing this for a long time, and we don't know whether the face wearing the mask is ourselves or the person underneath is ourselves. It seems that there is no problem with ventilation underground, so we can rest assured." As he said this, he didn't care whether Carl listened to him or not. Alex walked to a device, entered a string of things after starting it to confirm, and said to Carl and others who were walking over, "Come on. The information you need is all here, and the authority has been released to you according to the requirements above." Carl walked closer to the screen of the old-fashioned electronic device, and the first line he saw was Alvin Protocol Maintenance Plan. "This is..." At the same time, Alex, who had not seen it just now, also looked at it at the side, and his face was also surprised. "What is the Alvin Agreement?" "It is a peace treaty signed by New America and Arasaka 6 years ago. It stipulates that the military forces of New America are not allowed to set foot in Night City. It formally divides the sphere of influence between military technology and Arasaka. It is also a paper data guarantee that there will be no fifth corporate war between the two parties. Now this information says that the Alvin Agreement needs to be maintained. Is there something about to happen that will threaten the survival of this agreement? Is someone trying to destroy the already fragile balance between military technology and Arasaka, and let the corporate war of that year ignite again around the world?" Alex quickly pressed the screen twice again. and finally displayed the information on the entire screen. This intelligence was sent to the Night City intelligence file by an agent with a hidden code name. And its overall content is, Agent Code Name, Hidden, Confidentiality Agreement 2, Mission Briefing, Alvin Protocol Maintenance Plan. Person involved, Kurt Hansen Intelligence Summary. According to the latest intelligence, military technology personnel are planning to use the equipment of the terrorist mobile team that is not yet restricted by the regulations to attack the target Kurt Hansen. The purpose of this operation is to eliminate Kurt Hansen and plunge Dogtown into chaos, so as to support new patriots and enable the power of the country to intervene in Night City again, thereby realizing the Alvin Protocol destruction plan. Instructions for the hidden personnel: infiltrate the city council. Find out the details of the terrorist mobile team's equipment and possible leakage channels. Monitor Kurt Hansen's whereabouts. Ensure his safety. Collect the identity information of the attackers. Evaluate the current security situation in Night City. Formulate an emergency response plan to prevent Arasaka from intervening. Stay hidden. Avoid attracting unnecessary attention. And ensure the secrecy of the operation. Operation code, constraint. Execution time, immediate. Note: this operation is of vital importance. It is necessary to ensure that the stability of Night City is not destroyed. All operations must be carried out in secret to avoid causing public panic. After completing the task, evacuate the scene immediately without leaving any traces. Urgent note: the KK team has taken over the cleanup task, and all personnel will assist as much as possible. Command Authority, RM. Alex read the entire document content and finally stopped at the Command Authority. RM? After seeing the English abbreviation of this Command Authority, Alex's heartbeat accelerated a little, because in the Authority, there is only one person who has such a cumbersome data code and only uses these two English letters as the abbreviation: Rosalind Miles. This is permission from the President. This mission command authority is very important. Alex has never received such a command authority in her past career of serving the country. On the contrary, the traitor who was the leader of the agents in her past often received orders from the President. Throwing away some complicated thoughts in her mind, Alex looked at the urgent note again. The KK team has taken on the cleanup mission, and all personnel are doing their best to assist. The mission that the KK team is involved in is not the mission that they just took on to clean up the military technology personnel. In other words, the reason why the group of military technology soldiers seized the equipment of the terrorist mobile team is to use the weapons that have not been installed with positioning and restrictions according to the regulations to kill Kurt Hansen, the king of the Dogtown, and then support people who are loyal to the country, so that the tentacles of the new United States can extend into Night City in another form? This approach, even if you don't see the person represented by the command authority, just look at this form. Alex can understand that this is definitely done by military technology or people in the new United States who are dissatisfied with the current president. In the eyes of the general public in North America, Rosalind Miles has two identities. One is an infringer of the freedom and sovereignty of the independent states, and the other is a patriot who protects the reunification of the country. However, no matter what her identity is, the war of unification she carried out during her term is definitely a point that cannot be avoided. Whether those who oppose or support her agree on one point, that is, this war is only half completed and has not yet achieved her original goal. Those who oppose her are thankful that Arasaka helped maintain the sovereignty of Night City. But at the same time, they are also afraid that Night City will become the next free state land that she will reunite with tough measures. Those who support her are happy that most of the country has been unified, but they are also afraid that her tough measures may cause conflicts with Arasaka, which will lead to another corporate war that will affect the world. People on each side agree that this has not achieved the purpose that Rosalind Miles originally envisioned, and they all admit that now is not an opportunity to liberate the free states and unify the United States. If it is revealed that the new American army has violated the Alvin Agreement and is going to invade Night City again at this time when both sides are opposed to Rosalind Miles' further actions, no matter what the reason, Rosalind Miles is the primary target of attack by both sides, because she is the current president, and in the general public's perception, she is the leader of all people in the new United States. People tend not to consider factional struggles within the government. If that really happens, Rosalind Miles' term of office may end here. Alex already understood the story behind this. Patriots dealt with Kurt Hansen, a traitor in the true sense, for the sake of national unity. Supporting patriots was fake. The real purpose was that some people in New America and military technology were planning to use some means to drive Rosalind Miles out of office. While Alex figured this out, while V and Man were still thinking and wondering about the contents of the document, Carl had already figured out the whole thing. Because if this matter is linked to the work he had taken over in the past, it is not difficult to guess the real thoughts of the Patriots. And it is not difficult to know that the abbreviation RM is the abbreviation of Rosalind Miles by roughly spelling it. After understanding the matter, Carl's idea is very simple. Countries and companies in this era are really the same, fighting internally and internally again. If they had the energy to fight internally, they would have gone to deal with other companies and countries and dealt with most of the troubles long ago. However, in that case, mercenaries will not be needed, which is not good. Chapter 454 Learn from me. Knowing that someone wants to provoke a fight between Arasaka and military technology by attacking Kurt Hansen. What should be done to prevent this from happening? The answer is to find Kurt Hansen. No matter what the purpose of the group of people with the unidentified equipment of the terrorist mobile team is, there is one thing they can never get around. That is Kurt Hansen. Kurt Hansen is the person they want to deal with. So why not talk to Kurt Hansen about this matter? This sounds very simple, but it is naturally not that simple to do. Who is Kurt Hansen? The king of Dog Town. A person who tore off a piece of flesh and blood in a corner of Night City to build his own private kingdom. If any street kid runs up to him and tells him that there is danger and someone is going to attack him, he will probably just laugh and then kindly send the idiot out. As for where he is sent outside, it depends on whether Kurt Hansen is really amused by the clown. Of course, that is the situation of street kids. Kurt Hansen still maintained a certain respect for KK's visit. In the previous contact, KK's performance obviously left a deep impression on Kurt Hansen. For a person of this level, no matter what he wants to say, he must listen. Not to mention the words he said when he made an appointment before the meeting. It concerns your life. Kurt Hansen. If you are interested, you'd better listen. If you are worried about me coming, you can ask a lot of people to guard you. When Kurt Hansen saw what KK said, it was naturally impossible for him to prepare a large number of people around him to protect himself. However, he did not give KK many places, and only allowed KK to bring 2 people. The meeting place was not Kurt Hansen's old nest. The Bao-Shiking building was a good place. But if you meet people in your own territory every time, it would be too much of a loss of face. Although Kurt Hansen didn't care much about face. He was a former colonel of the New America, who had fought his way through the hail of bullets. He still had courage. Moreover, in his opinion, even if it was KK, with only 2 people, it would be too much of a pipe dream to capture him without him being able to escape. The appointment location was a small restaurant on the street. The owner of the restaurant had already been sent away by the Nether Dog with some money. And the other houses around were also controlled by the Nether Dog personnel. Under such circumstances, KK came at the agreed time. For Kurt Hansen, the people KK brought with him this time were a little unfamiliar. A strong man and a fluffy blonde woman with glasses were completely different from the KK team members he had seen last time. However, after watching for a while, Kurt Hansen quickly identified who the strong man was through the database accessed in the artificial eye. Man, former New America warrant officer, now a Night City mercenary. The mercenary team he led is quite famous in Night City, with a completion rate of more than 90% for missions. Former New America warrant officer? Kurt Hansen, a former New America colonel, looked at Man a few more times. According to his information, he retired during the Unification War, which was about the same time as he left New America. As for the other woman with fluffy blonde hair and glasses, Kurt Hansen did not find any information in the database. Scanning over that face, Kurt Hansen had some guesses in his mind. Is it some of the latest technology for changing appearance developed by military technology? Kurt Hansen had already guessed some of the purpose of KK's visit this time. And this guess was confirmed by Kurt Hansen after KK sat down and told him the purpose of his visit. The former military technology people are going to attack me. And the country is going to protect me? Kurt Hansen was indeed amused. Listen. It feels ironic. Aren't I a traitor in their eyes? Why is it that this time they have the opportunity to get rid of me? A traitor. And they are rushing to ask you to protect me? Kurt Hansen's words were obviously said to Carl. But Carl's attitude was very calm. The mission is not to protect you. To be precise, you just need to get rid of those people and ensure that they fail in their purpose. However, If you want to avoid failure in this mission, your safety, it is indeed crucial. So I think it is better to talk to you and let you know how to protect yourself. Carl's eyes stared at Kurt Hansen's face. After all, if my life fails because of others, I will always be a little frustrated. Listen to this. KK. Don't you think I can protect myself, even if I have received your reminder? Listening to Carl's words, Kurt Hansen really felt a little strange this time. It has always been the case that others stand in front of him and worry about his life. This is the first time he stands in front of others, and others worry about his life. I didn't say that, but if you want to think so, it's not wrong. Carl said with a hint of meaning. It's easy to dodge an open attack, but it's hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. Kurt Hansen is naturally a very capable person. Even if Carl wants to take him down head-on, he will have to spend a little effort. However, both sides are ready. If Carl is given the opportunity to attack, then Kurt Hansen can survive for 1 second in front of Carl. Carl is generous and gives Kurt Hansen time to prepare for death. And the current situation is like this. If the elite soldiers of military technology attack Kurt Hansen head-on, it's really not a big deal. But if they plan to do something with the dangerous equipment they got from the terrorist mobile team, it's hard to say. Besides, some people in New America and military technology want to take control of Dogtown from Kurt Hansen's subordinates after his death. It's hard to say who is trustworthy around Kurt Hansen now. Kurt Hansen restrained his smile. Obviously, he knew more about this matter than Carl. But before that, he had to confirm KK's true attitude first. And now, I think we can talk. Kurt Hansen stared at Carl. I think KK should not be disgusted by a protection commission that can make a little extra money. A protection commission that can make a little extra money? Hearing this, Carl's expression finally changed. He smiled. A smile that is very famous in the Black Dream Circle in the city. Of course. Carl said so. This is not to make a little extra money, but to make 3 at once. When it comes to business, V and the others really have to learn from me. Chapter 455. You have to be patient. Are we becoming more and more like bodyguards? Jack tried the weapon provided by Kurt Hansen and complained, although we can't say that all big jobs are protection commissions. After all, we have done some other types of big jobs, but the recent jobs have been transferred to protecting people. There is no conflict in the jobs. Kurt Hansen can't die in our jobs. What's wrong with taking a job, by the way? Anyway, whoever makes the money will make it. So why not let us make it, by the way? Oliver adjusted the gun he had just bought. It doesn't feel smooth at all. The only thing I feel uncomfortable about is why we have to wear the clothes of the Hellhound and use the weapons of the Hellhound. We were members of the Arasaka Special Operations Team. This is how you disguise yourself. V didn't feel anything. Just like he didn't mind wearing the Arasaka combat uniform last time. We all know that those military technology personnel want to kill Kurt Hansen. So we have to stay around Kurt Hansen. If we appear around him, we must know that something has changed. Maybe we will temporarily hide and delay the mission. It's getting long. So we pretend to be ghost dogs and guard it. Isn't it more reasonable? I don't believe that it would be so difficult for the king of Dogtown to find someone in Dogtown wearing a ghost dog uniform that was 1 size larger than Jack. Man said unhappily, this uniform is modified from the New America uniform. Wearing it always reminds me of the days when I was in New America. It's really uncomfortable. I say Kurt Hansen should stay well. Preferably stay in his turtle nest. And let his men search Dogtown thoroughly. I don't believe that they can't find the military technology gang. Maybe they can really find it. Carl checked his Hellhound uniform and said, if Kurt Hansen really knew what was happening in every corner of Dogtown, then the New American personnel would not have been lurking for so long to collect information. Moreover, this time, it is likely that someone who is not very loyal under Kurt Hansen is involved. They may want Kurt Hansen to die. If the information is to be handed over truthfully, I don't think it will be possible, Carl said while tossing the Hellhound uniform. And then suddenly sighed, which made the other people in the room, who were wearing clothes, cast their eyes over. What's wrong? Carl? Is there something wrong with the uniform? Jack glanced at the uniform in Carl's hand. Is it not fitting? It definitely fits. And it's even brand new, but deliberately made to look old. Kurt Hansen did a good job in this regard. He was just afraid that we wouldn't be used to it, and would arouse other people's suspicion. But the color? Carl sighed deeply again. It's green. Even the helmet. It really makes people feel quite heavy. What's wrong with it being green? Oliver had already put on the helmet of the Hellhound. and was looking at Carl through the helmet-mounted camera on the helmet. And he looked like he had a green hat on his head. It's okay. Carl began to put on the uniform. If you can't adapt? Carl, how about you go to the outer area with Pyrrha and the others to provide support? Man suggested, anyway. There are enough of us inside. I'd rather sit in a row with those mechas in the outer area. Dogtown is indeed a place full of martial virtues. Every few steps, there are ghost dog drones sold by an unknown company walking on the roadside. Carl still likes Night City a little more. Although people in Dogtown often say that Dogtown has souls, and people in Night City like to act like big-tail wolves. But for Carl, Dogtown is just SOSO. It's not good to circle around in a pile of guns and weapons every day. But no matter what, Dogtown and Night City are definitely better than Los Angeles, where Carl has been. The military technology and the new American military training base are too barbaric. They are both under military control. In comparison, Dogtown, which is managed by Kurt Hansen, is a reasonable rule. Complaining in his heart, Carl put on the clothes of the ghost dog, in order to attract the group of military technology and some of his disloyal people. Kurt Hansen did not intend to wait for them to come to him, but planned to take the initiative to walk around Dogtown, just like a lion patrolling his territory, waiting for the enemy's challenge. The people he was going to bring with him, in addition to a few nether dogs, were Carl and Man. It must be said that Kurt Hansen's courage and reaction speed were really amazing. When he realized that there might be disloyal people under his command, he almost did not bring other loyal subordinates, but only brought a few soldiers who had just joined the nether dogs not long ago. Nominally he was going to train them, and Carl and others who were disguised as nether dogs, and then prepared to set off. They are courageous and quick to react, but it's hard for Carl and his team. They don't understand the style of the nether hounds, so they have to learn as they go. But they are experienced mercenaries after all, and it's enough to deceive the nether hound soldiers who have just joined the nether hounds and are following them. When Carl sat next to Kurt Hansen, Oliver had already talked to a nether hound soldier who had just joined not long ago about which Mutuo is good and whether Hintang service is awesome. How is this car? Kurt Hansen glanced at Carl sitting next to him. It's an old model of Colby, equipped with crystal ball holographic projection technology and extra reinforcement. It's a pretty good car. Not bad. Carl, who was sitting in the co-pilot and watching the client holding the steering wheel, commented slightly. You can't see the situation inside from the outside, but you can see the outside clearly from the inside. The crystal ball technology is really good, and I just judged that this armor reinforcement should have been modified with special materials. When I came up, I took a knife and tried it a little. My neurotoxin knife scratched it and felt a sense of pause. This kind of armor should be able to block ordinary caliber rifles. I scratched the car before getting in, just to test the armor. How can this move be like a naughty child? Listening to Carl Handy move, Kurt Hansen was silent for a while. Generally speaking, if someone in the army or his subordinates did such a thing, they would definitely be severely punished by Kurt Hansen. But the person who did such a thing was KK. I have to remember the habits of you mercenaries. Kurt Hansen stepped on the accelerator silently. For the mercenaries hired by yourself, some things must be tolerated. Chapter 456. Really brave. Mr. Kurt Hansen, driving on the streets of Dogtown. Carl, who was originally looking out the window through the crystal ball system, suddenly turned his head and asked Kurt Hansen a somewhat strange question. What is war like? What is war like? Hearing Carl's sudden question, Kurt Hansen's hands were steady while driving the vehicle. But he didn't quite understand. Why do you ask this suddenly? Maybe there is an old soldier sitting next to me, and I'm just asking. Carl said honestly, after all, I haven't experienced war. It sounds like a question from a new soldier. Kurt Hansen snorted coldly. If the puppies under my command asked me this question, I would definitely train them so that they can't ask this question. Why? Because war has never been a word that can be said casually. Kurt Hansen looked straight at the streets of Dogtown. All the filth you can think of, all the malice and kindness, may come from war. It is as long as someone has experienced it once, they will never want to experience it a second time. It is so complicated that every time I think about it, I feel like vomiting. Even if he is a former colonel who has made countless contributions in the war, even if he is a traitor to the new America. Kurt Hansen probably guessed why Carl suddenly asked this question. You are thinking about what Dogtown, a place that has experienced war, has become under the rule of someone like me who has experienced war. Right? What is your impression of the situation on the streets? It's not that depressed. It's prosperous. It can't be compared with the city. I can only say that this place may be worthy of the evaluation in Night City. This is a ghost place where people shoot for no reason. Carl looked at the appearance of several people on the street who were probably high and started shooting at each other and said, "But it's better than Los Angeles anyway." Los Angeles. Hee hee. It seems that the selection of that group of people has been going on. After all, Hansen was born in the new America, and he knew a little about some of the secrets inside this country. Hearing Carl compare Los Angeles to Dogtown, he felt that his management was insulted. More than half of my men were selected from Dogtown. But every puppy who joined the Nether Dog, their families are proud to join us. These are not soldiers that can be trained by those idiots who have never been on the battlefield. That's true. Carl continued to turn his eyes to the front. But those idiots may want to make Dogtown the next Los Angeles now. That's because I have to be dealt with first. Kurt Hansen also looked forward. And in front, a thing with a tail of smoke was flying towards them. Fishing. The fish to be caught finally took the bait. Kicking open the car door that was not closed tightly, Carl, wearing a Nether Dog uniform, rolled out. Before he left the car, he glanced at Kurt Hansen, who was sitting next to him, and found that he didn't need to worry about this protected target, because the other party had already turned over and got out of the car with a very sensitive movement. It's really good to have such a capable target to protect. You don't need to worry too much about his life. When Carl and Kurt Hansen turned over and got out of the car, people got out of other vehicles around the two-seater car they were riding in. Everyone acted quickly. It took only a moment for each of them to evade with their own means. When the rocket with a tail smoke flew over, there was no figure in the center of the target. Boom! The explosion sounded like a prelude. When the vehicle that could resist ordinary bullets flew high, Carl had already grasped the Ajax kinetic assault rifle. This gun is a special version of the Green Hellhound. But to be honest, it is just a different paint job. It is essentially not much different from the Ajax often used by military technology soldiers. So when Carl held it and fired at the place where the rocket flew, the overall feeling was no different from the NCPD holding the Ajax and firing when on duty. Carl did not control the trajectory of his rifle, because he had just been attacked and could not determine whether the attackers were the former military technology soldiers. So he only showed the reaction of an elite Nether Dog soldier. But it was his action that made him a target. Led by the experienced Nether Dogs played by Carl and his team, the group of Nether Dog recruits, who were pulled out of the car and saved their lives, almost subconsciously followed them and started shooting at the direction of the attack without knowing whether there was a target. The attackers quickly locked onto the target that threatened them based on the difference in reaction speed between the recruits and Carl and his team. Swoosh! Bang! A bullet that Carl dodged by leaning sideways blew up several pieces of gravel on the ground behind Carl. Carl quickly determined the direction of the shooter from the trajectory of the bullet he saw from the corner of his eye. He turned around again and pulled the trigger. The bullet splashed towards the location 100 meters away. But there was no human figure in the direction Carl determined. Did he evade without hesitation after shooting the bullet? Bad news. Carl and his team were facing quite experienced personnel, who at least understood the key points of urban street fighting. Good news. This meant that the group of attackers did not wear any heavy protection. Otherwise, at this distance, they would not have needed to avoid the Ajax rifle shooting. Carl noticed the direction where Kurt Hansen was. Now the boss of Dogtown was hiding behind a vehicle, using this thing as a cover to attack the enemy in an unknown direction. Carl didn't hesitate any longer. He ran a few steps, dodged the bullet that was supposed to hit his upper body, and slid to the side of Kurt Hansen. Did you call your men for support? Of course. Kurt Hansen changed the bullets in his gun. Have you identified the personnel? No. The current attacks are within the normal range. I can't be sure if the other party is military technology. And I haven't seen the so-called lost unverified equipment of the terrorist mobile team. As Carl was speaking, he heard a buzzing sound. It was a mechanical mixed with heavy, but rapidly approaching footsteps. This sound was. It seems that the target is confirmed. Carl left Ajax. These guys are really brave. He took off the uncomfortable helmet. They dare to use the exoskeleton that only the elite members of the terrorist mobile team can afford. Chapter 457, played with by others. The military technology personnel stole things from the terrorist mobile team. They attacked the transport convoy of the terrorist mobile team and took unverified dangerous equipment. What is that equipment? The answer is now clear. They took the exoskeleton of the terrorist mobile team and put it on those crazy people. One person can suppress a block of high-load exoskeleton. Exoskeletons and ACPA are different. With a few exceptions, ACPA focuses on the modification of a human body to adapt to ACPA. All the deployment is basically for the human body to adapt to ACPA and to carry ACPA to do related modifications. In this process, ACPA is the main body, and people are more like a vital component. Exoskeletons focus on people as the main body, although some exoskeletons require users to install corresponding auxiliary prostheses. Most exoskeletons focus on anyone who can use them, as long as your body can bear the burden brought by the exoskeleton connection. You can drive the exoskeleton. In this process, people are the main body, and exoskeletons are just components that enhance people's combat capabilities. In Carl's opinion, without ACPA, the ACPA pilot's combat capability may not even be able to beat a stronger NCPD officer. For example, the elite team formed by Andy now has good NCPD officers. Even if the exoskeleton assembler loses the exoskeleton, it will not affect his combat capability too much. After equipping the exoskeleton, it will be even more powerful. A member of the terrorist mobile team is enough to suppress the ordinary cyber psychopaths in Night City in a single fight. And the terrorist mobile team equipped with exoskeletons can tear an armored vehicle apart by hand. I remember that this group of military technology personnel attacked the terrorist mobile team's transport convoy and robbed the goods. Do you think they fought with the terrorist mobile team during this process? Looking at the four figures approaching rapidly, Oliver threw away the Hellhound gun in his hand, which he was not used to using, and took out a few modified grenades with very short fuses from his pocket. 4 people died in the terrorist mobile team, which is exactly the configuration of an escort team. T-Bug's voice sounded in the team channel. Be careful. These military technology people are not simple. I have seen familiar faces. Looking at the person who rushed to the front, controlling the exoskeleton, holding a machine gun and suppressing the shooting while walking. Jack shouted, "It is definitely a military technology personnel. The leader is the Korean we met in Los Angeles. The one with 6 eyes in the gear group. What is his name? It seems that he has been successfully selected for conscription and died for the new United States and military technology. Jean Jiun. Thee still remembers the name of this person, who had met once. He has taken off the heavy and troublesome nether dog costume under the surprised eyes of the nether dog recruits next to him, and pulled out the thermal samurai's sword. The guy who modified himself to be crazier than the Whirlpool gang and used Sion Weston without any fear. Carl also has an impression of this guy in the gear group. According to the performance shown when they first met, the gear group is a group of people who are more powerful than the Whirlpool gang, better armed than the Tiger Claw gang, and more experienced than the 6th Street gang. This is a group of soldiers specially trained in the combat trial field. They may all be on the verge of mental illness. They are carefully selected from 60,000 people. They are absolutely excellent soldiers. Mr. Kurt Hansen, the craziest elite selected from 60,000 people who have been fighting for years. Even your Hellhound should not have many people who can compare? Feeling the sound of the vehicle being hit, Carl smiled at Kurt Hansen. It seems that your commission is worth it. Is it the group of guys from Los Angeles? My puppies will never lose to them. Their training method only treats soldiers as consumables. Give me more people. If I meet them on the battlefield, I can bury them all. It sounds like a conflict between experienced veterans and those high-ranking executives about training methods. I remember that during the corporate war, Arasaka had a combat method of throwing a modified cyber madman into the battlefield to clear an area. Do you think this is some kind of plagiarism within military technology? I asked you to protect my KK, not to ask me for my opinion here. You are not a journalist. Why do you want to know so much? Kurt Hansen came to his senses and frowned at Carl. But Carl just shrugged indifferently and said, because I am curious. Curious at this time? In the midst of gunfire? Curious about this kind of thing? Because I have to protect you. Mr. Kurt Hansen. Protection is boring. So I have to chat and relax my employer to prevent him from getting nervous and afraid. Carl's tone was calm. And then he moved instantly. If you think that protection is not good and fails to provide emotional value, and you don't assign work next time, that's not good. When Kurt Hansen came to his senses, he had been taken away from the bunker by Carl. And the vehicle bunker he was in just now just exploded because of the leakage of Junji's fuel. Standing on the first floor of the building on the street, Kurt Hansen squinted at the explosion. They have 4 exoskeletons. And I don't know how many people are staying in other places. I know. Carl waved his hand and took off the helmet he had been holding in his hand and threw it to Kurt Hansen, indicating that Kurt Hansen should wear it to prevent stray bullets, and then put his hands behind his back. His eyes followed the 4 blurry figures on the battlefield that began to rush towards the exoskeleton armor. At the same time, he heard the voice of the peripheral support team that had found the enemy and started fighting, but they don't know who they are facing. A group of violent psychopaths who were carefully selected from 60,000 people to solve the transport team of the violent terrorist mobile team. Although such skills are rare, they have been seen before. If it is just this level, then this job is really easy. I remember that Mr. Kurt Hansen specially allowed the violent terrorist mobile team to enter the dog town. Kurt Hansen, who was holding a helmet and was being watched by Carl, realized something. Are you going to call those cyber psychopaths? What are you talking about? I'm a good citizen. I just found out that the friendly and kind terrorist squad, who work hard for people's safety, lost something. So I called them to come and get it. After all, if it's too late. Carl looked at the flash of the thermal samurai's sword in the distance, and the limbs flying in the sword light, and said in a gentle tone, their equipment is about to be broken. As I said, playing with exoskeletons is not like ACPA. It depends on people's ability. Chapter 458, The Stabbing Katana. Buzz. The sound of the thermal katana, along with the sound of limbs and machinery falling to the ground, echoed around V. V exhaled a breath and stepped back slightly, avoiding the grab of Jean Jian's other hand wearing an exoskeleton in front of him. Ha! Ha! The pain of losing an arm could not make this person, who had been injected with special drugs when wearing the exoskeleton, flinch at all. Jean Jian stared at V with a pair of blood-red eyes, and saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth unconsciously. At this time, only the order when he wore the exoskeleton remained in his mind. Get rid of Kurt Hansen, and all the targets that blocked the way could be killed. His instinct reminded him that if he continued to fight, his body would be in danger and would collapse. But his brain, which had been eroded by drugs and madness, could not let him wake up at this moment. Jean Jian had only one thought in his mind at this time. Kill. Kill the person who is blocking the way in front of you. Watched by the blood-red eyes, V took another step back, holding his arm in front of him with the blade facing outward, making a defensive posture. Such a posture is not because V is afraid of Jean Jian's performance, but according to his experience in dealing with many cyber psychopaths, it is the most reasonable choice to retreat a little at this time. Cyber psychopaths are like beasts. Once they fall into madness, their threats reach their peak. However, it is in this state that their behavior becomes most obvious. At this stage, you only need to understand their attack intentions and respond accordingly. There is no need to take risks, because once this stage is passed, even if no action is taken, the balance of victory has tilted, and the result is a foregone conclusion. And Jean Jian's performance was within V expectations. Even if a person with only one arm left has the support of an exoskeleton and can exert greater strength and faster speed than usual, it is still too much of a dream to hit V relying only on the instinctive fighting impulse. The thermal samurai sword was fully charged. As Jean Jian continued to swing his broken limbs and splashed blood, V stroked the sword. Hiss. As the blood fell on the blade that was still warm, it made a hissing sound, and at the same time it stuck to it, emitting a pungent smell of burnt cells. V stroked the blade in his hand, wiped off the sticky blood, then raised his arm, pointed the samurai blade forward, and then stabbed it straight out. The blade stabbed out like a cone, instantly piercing Jean Jian's body. Jean Jian wanted to move forward just now, but because his body could not withstand continuous force, his movement slowed down for a moment. At the moment when he showed a flaw, the tip of the knife in V's hand accurately pierced his heart. As a wanderer in the Badland, V would never miss any chance of survival. And similarly, he would not ignore any hope of survival of the other party. If a flaw is revealed in front of him, and sanity cannot be guaranteed, the result will only be death. V's knife was very fast. When Jean Jian's body finally stopped functioning smoothly due to damage to the important part of his heart, he had already pulled out the knife. The blade was still very sharp. Holding it with both hands, V raised the knife. Then, he slashed with a right oblique cut called the Kasaya slash in the Kendo Mu dream he had seen. The sharp samurai sword did not cause Jean Jian too much pain. V ended his life cleanly. Ka. Putting the knife back into the sheath, V did not look at Jean Jian again. The reason why he turned off the activation of the thermal samurai sword before was because he noticed that when the thermal samurai sword cuts a person's body, it will cause the cutting surface to be uneven and emit a strange smell. In order not to damage the samurai sword too much, he chose to fight only relying on the sharpness of the samurai sword itself. And this kind of battle does not seem to matter. In the impression, Gene Jian showed the ability of Cian Weston in Los Angeles. I don't know why he didn't use Cian Weston when they met today. Could it be that installing the exoskeleton would cause any conflict with Cian Weston? V, who didn't understand this, turned around and found that he was the fastest to end the battle. Man, Jack and Oliver were still entangled with the exoskeleton personnel. I should have known not to put away the knife. V, who obviously had no awareness of his own efficiency, didn't expect that none of his teammates could solve the opponent. So he drew his knife again and planned to help Oliver nearby. Although Oliver Melee's skills were not bad in the team now, he was still a sniper. He could win a close-range fight with a military technology elite wearing an exoskeleton, but the time would probably be extended. This was the idea. But he didn't expect that when he just stepped towards Oliver, there was an explosion, and Oliver's figure flew backwards. And then the person wearing an exoskeleton in front of him was paralyzed on the ground. The fuse of this grenade is too short. Have I ever shortened it so much? Fortunately, I have Cian Weston. The other side almost didn't react. And I didn't react either. Sitting on the ground and moving a little, Oliver, who felt his butt burning, howled and slapped his pants as he stood up. Why did it explode as soon as I threw it out? You didn't take the wrong grenade when you moved the weapons from Hera to the Hellhound car, did you? It exploded as soon as you threw it out. It feels like something Carl used. T-Bug complained in the communication. And Oliver picked up the unused grenade and found that it was really what T-Bug said. Damn. I took the wrong thing. When he came to his senses, Oliver felt that the side facing the explosion was in great pain. Looking at his hands, they were already full of shrapnel. Obviously, even if Oliver had urgently activated Cian Weston to evade, his actions were still not fast enough. Damn it. I don't have the ability to fight for the time being. I have to take emergency measures for myself. It's up to you guys next. This trip was a big embarrassment. This lesson should not be made. Remember to be careful. V. Come, Jack said in the communication. He saw V holding a knife to help him out of the corner of his eye. He immediately activated his violent mode and punched the military technician wearing an exoskeleton with his tense muscles and thick heavy subcutaneous armor. Although this punch made Jack retreat several steps and the skin on his palm cracked, revealing the subcutaneous armor underneath. It also temporarily stopped the military technician in front of him. At this moment, V quietly approached from behind and used the gap of the exoskeleton to accurately stab the blade into the body of the military technician. 3 of the 4 military technicians wearing the exoskeleton of the terrorist mobile team who raided had been eliminated. Now, there is only one left. Chapter 459 Change Your Mindset. Have you solved 3 of them? Kurt Hansen watched the whole process intently, watching Carl team quickly solve 3 military technology personnel equipped with exoskeletons at an astonishing speed. The overly fast speed caused a huge wave in his heart. Even if KK was not there, the people in the KK team were the top mercenary team in the city. Kurt Hansen had heard such words a long time ago. And now it seems that it is completely true. Although he just showed disdain for the training methods of New America and military technology in Los Angeles in his conversation with Carl, he actually knows quite well the ability of the combatants trained by this training method. He boasted that if he trained the troops himself, he could completely suppress the soldiers trained by this training method, which refers more to the situation of large-scale combat. In small-scale assaults, how strong are the personnel trained by the Los Angeles training method? The fact that the soldiers trained by Arasaka using this training method during the corporate war were able to compete with the ACPA newly developed by military technology is enough to illustrate the problem. And this kind of crazy man created by brainwashing and military training, after wearing the exoskeleton used by the terrorist mobile team, was able to easily kill 3 people in front of Carl team. Even Carl was standing next to him and did not make a move. This kind of combat ability is enough for Kurt Hansen to pay attention to the people in Carl team except Carl. Such a team, with all members present, even if they broke into their own military camp during the unification war to chop off their heads, not many people could stop them. The only preventive strategy is to expand the scope of reconnaissance to ensure that they cannot approach their own camp. or directly use heavy firepower in field combat to find a way to clear the area and compress the space to solve the problem. Thinking about what he could do from the perspective of an officer if he wanted to solve Carl Team. The more he thought about it, the more Kurt Hansen found that he had no way to deal with Carl Team now. This team has too much advantage in this city. In current wars, and even in previous corporate wars, there are rarely direct attacks on entire cities, because as long as it is a large company, it often has its assets in major cities. If it wants to attack cities on a large scale, it will inevitably affect its own interests. In this case, sending troops into the city to engage in street fighting to suppress resistance is what companies do now. Just like the New America once sent Kurt Hansen to Night City. In this case, there is no way to deal with the Carl Team now. If the Carl Team is to be completely solved, a large-scale strike must be taken, which will lead to immeasurable property losses. What's worse, if the action affects the assets of other companies, it may be necessary to pay additional costs to calm the situation. This is still based on the premise that the Carl Team has no external assistance. If at this time, the company that wants to get rid of Carl Team, and its enemy knows that the company wants to get rid of Carl Team, then whether the enemy leaks information to Carl Team or directly provides help, the plan of the party that launched the attack will fail. And then, if the surviving Carl Team retaliates against the attacking party with the support of the hostile company, the loss will be even greater. Kurt Hansen looked at Carl Team who were protecting him beside him, and understood why mercenaries like him were intentionally cultivated to grow continuously in Night City like maggots in the Whole Foods factory, and were constantly mixed into synthetic meat. This city cannot do without them. Just like the meat added by maggots cannot be missing in synthetic meat. In this city, these mercenaries are really like fish in water. Especially in Night City. A city with various companies and extremely complex forms, which cannot do without their meat. But it just so happens that Kurt Hansen really doesn't hate the meaty taste of maggots and some synthetic meat. For him, who spent the first half of his life in the military camp, synthetic meat that is usually distributed and can feel some crisp cartilage when chewed is qualified synthetic meat. Now, synthetic meat that uses some larvae with a high meat yield rate to replace maggots does not have the same taste as before. Such people are also beneficial to Kurt Hansen. Looking at the last exoskeleton military technology soldier who died under the siege of 4 people and other nether dog recruits around him, Kurt Hansen said, "My people have found their location and surrounded them. You can let your people and the group of people from New America leave. I will take over next. I don't have any opinions. But you have to talk to Ms. Alex about the New America." Carl said indifferently. He didn't contribute much to this job. And it was almost over. In the end, this group of military technology people were not good enough. Carl thought that they had spent a lot of effort to rob the goods of the terrorist mobile team. There must be some sophisticated plan. And every step was calculated. He had to deal with it carefully. Otherwise he might step into a trap at every step. Mr. Kurt Hansen was in danger at all times. But it turned out to be like this? Carl thought that he was with Kurt Hansen. And even if he didn't encounter a few people wearing ACPA raids, there should be some raids by the Sion Weston soldiers. It turned out that when it was over, he moved a little. And it all depended on V and their efforts. For Carl, who likes to be lazy, this is not bad. But it is a bit boring. It seems that the position does not represent the IQ. The failure to move Kurt Hansen today also made Kurt Hansen alert that he had their people under him. Even if he targeted Kurt Hansen in the future, it would be useless. Wouldn't those guys change to a more dangerous idea? Carl had a strange guess. Those people did something that threatened Rosalind Myers' position as president. If they want to survive the reckoning after Rosalind Myers, what should they do? If you make a bold guess, since there is no way to get Rosalind Myers to step down by external means, then don't you have to use a simpler method? A good method that has been tried and tested in the history of the old United States. Rosalind Myers cannot step down. So wouldn't it be better to get rid of Rosalind Myers directly? Even if she is the new president of the United States, she is still immortal. Chapter 460. Good morning. Alex, don't you want to have a drink and eat before you go? Is New America so tight on your arrangements? After finishing this not-so-troublesome job, Carl watched Kurt Hansen leave, and noticed from the corner of his eye that a certain New America staff member was leaving, and it seemed that he was not going to say hello to their temporary partners. "We won't meet again." Saying this, Alex turned his head and looked at Carl deeply, and at the same time looked up at the floating car of the terrorist mobile team hovering in the sky. "The country will remember your help this time. Will the country remember our help this time? Looking at Alex disappearing in the shadows between the buildings, Carl repeated this sentence and laughed. I think Rosalind Miles will remember this behavior. Carl, I don't think Alex's bar will welcome us. Or when we go again, she may not be there. So let's leave Dogtown and go to the next life. Would you like a nice drink? After receiving the news that his team members had evacuated because of the Netherhound, Man came over and invited Carl. I wanted to treat you well, but it was interrupted by the work. So it's a good time to continue drinking. There is no problem with this. But Carl's eyes slanted slightly and looked at the position where he and Kurt Hansen were just now. Does this person want to join us? Does this person want to join us? Hearing Carl's words that were obviously addressed to someone, Man subconsciously looked in the direction where Carl was facing. But all he saw was an empty first floor, with no signs of anyone at all, which made him stunned. Is Carl talking to the air? Man, who knew rationally that Carl was unlikely to have a cyberpsychosis attack, took only a second to come back to his senses after being stunned. There was a person hiding in the place where he thought there were no people. He chose to believe Carl's judgment at the first time. Man's arm was raised, and the projectile launch system was ready to launch at any time. Enemy? Man pointed his hand at the empty space. Although Man didn't know where the people there were, with the small missiles loaded in his arms, it would not be difficult to blow up the place directly. As long as Carl said that the person hiding there was an enemy, Man would launch the small missile without hesitation. No. Carl looked at the empty space and shook his head. It's still a semi-acquaintance. This feeling makes people feel familiar. I didn't expect that people in the country really liked the profession of bartender. Carl said something that Man didn't understand and turned around. No need. Man, he has left. It should be the support personnel sent by the country to prevent us from failing. Should I say that I was underestimated? Or should I say that Rosalind Miles is too cautious? Is it an agent of the new United States? Man said. He could understand it, which made him frown. They entrusted us openly, but they also said people here secretly? It may be that they were ordered by the person who needed to assist us, and they came to assist us secretly. But that guy's ability is not bad. The reason why Carl stayed beside Kurt Hansen just now was to be lazy and prevent the military technology people from raiding. On the other hand, he was very curious about who was hiding in the dark and watching them. According to the current situation, that guy was from the New America. Dark skin really has an advantage in lurking. Carl shook his head. Fortunately, he is not an enemy. Otherwise it would be more troublesome to deal with him than the group of military technology guys today. Are you talking about the New America agent? Almost. Listening to Carl muttering, Man didn't know why he thought of someone. Dark skin. Very capable New America agent? Man happened to have such a person in his memory. Could it be that before Man left New America, he received an invitation from a comrade like this to join the spy team he was going to form in Night City, California? But Man, who wanted to form a team and become a legend at that time, refused. If it was him, it would be consistent with what Carl said. But according to what he heard from his comrades in New America later, didn't he die 6 years ago because of betrayal? Maybe it's just a coincidence. Man thought so. But he couldn't help but look at the place where he didn't see anyone at all, as if he was looking for the figure that Carl noticed. Solomon, are you still serving the country? Man, walking in the darkness, the New American agent with black skin and perfect hiding in the shadows, muttered this name. As an agent lurking in Night City, after receiving the highest instructions, he rushed to Dogtown in a short time and witnessed the whole process of the battle with his own eyes. Since he was not required to take action throughout the whole process, he had been hiding in the darkness, silently guarding Kurt Hansen, who must not be in trouble. Until he ensured Kurt Hansen's safety just now, he was able to leave. While lurking, he noticed his former comrades, but he did not show up to meet them. As an agent who has died in his resume, he is burdened with the task of lurking. If it is not necessary, his lurking will continue. It is certainly very happy to meet his former comrades, but compared with the national mission, some patience is completely acceptable. However, this new American agent did not expect that his lurking would be discovered by others. KK. Thinking about this mercenary who had impressed him the first time they met, and who had discovered him this time, the agent in his regular uniform walked out of the darkness and into the crowd. The crowds kept intersecting, and the agent entered the crowd and disappeared in a flash. On the other side, The two mercenary teams gathered together, also laughing at each other, and went away with a crowd that left in chaos because of the battle. After merging into the crowd, they disappeared, just like time dripping into the long river of time and quietly passing by. Good morning, Night City. I am your best friend Stan. Hearing the familiar voice, Carl opened his eyes. Check the time. November 3rd, 2076. Good morning, Night City. Chapter 461 Network Monitoring Message. Yawning, Carl came out of the room while looking at his phone. Standing on the second floor, he looked at the first floor and found that no one was there. Time, 8 o'clock. Looking at the closed doors on both sides, Carl understood the reason. Yesterday was the traditional Mexican program Day of the Dead. Jack and his friends stayed up too late and are still sleeping now. Walking down the stairs slowly, Carl looked at the information. The latest information was a commission from the priest. The content was probably to get a briefcase with information from a company dog and send it to him. Carl looked at the task and felt that this job did not require so many people. So he sent it to the team channel first, waiting for anyone in the team to be interested in doing it. Then, there were commissions sent by the middlemen such as the old captain, which were also sent together. There are not many commissions that require the whole team to go out now. And now everyone in the team is very wealthy. As long as they don't buy luxury goods such as luxury cars, they are basically enough. So now they just pick and choose the tasks. After sending some tasks that V should be particularly interested in, Carl looked at the messages again. There are not as many people who send messages as task middlemen. Just a few. Looking carefully, it is Brown who took a photo in Morocco and sent it, saying that Carrie is now on tour here. I remember when chatting privately with Carrie. Carrie complained that according to the arrangement of his stupid agent, this is the last stop of the tour, and he will have to arrange for Carrie to run out of talent and stay in the house to keep the heat. Things in this regard, I don't quite understand. Even rock stars can't do everything as they please. After responding to Brown's photo with a thumbs-up picture, Carl looked at Blanca's message. She was recently promoted, and her subordinate named Meredith was also promoted. Now she seems to be the director of military technology. I remember that Blanca told Carl to pay attention to Meredith during the mission. Now it seems that Meredith was promoted smoothly. Did she pass Blanca's loyalty test? I guess Blanca got some evidence. Carl didn't care much about such internal company matters. It's a good thing for a friend to be promoted. To Carl, Blanca promotion speed is a bit slow. If you calculate carefully, every time Blanca was promoted, she either framed others and threw the blame on others, or killed competitors and superiors. If it was Arasaka, she would have been promoted to the sky long ago. She has been struggling for so long. But now she has just reached the level of director, and is qualified to sit in on the local meeting table. Calculating the time she has worked for military technology since she became an adult, it feels like that. The Arasaka system is still good. A capable person can quickly climb to the position of section chief, and then find an opportunity to get rid of the person above him to become a department head. After spending another half a year to get rid of the person above him, he can climb to the position of director. Just like speed running, Carl thought about V. If V was a company employee, relying on his diligence and ability, he would probably pass the level all the way through this route, from entry to the conference table of Arasaka Tower in 1 year. It's comfortable to think about it. However, if we count the Arasaka system, the fastest promoted person in this regard is Adam Heavy Hammer. Adam Heavy Hammer really rose to the top in one step. From Arasaka's cooperation and sponsorship of mercenaries to the security director of Arasaka Tower, it only took one order. The director of the security department of Arasaka Tower sounds like just a director. But as long as you think about what Arasaka's main business is, you can understand the height of this position. A security director of a company whose main business is security assurance. If promotion in Arasaka Tower is considered a tower climbing game, then Adam Heavy Hammer will grow wings directly from the door and fly directly to the top of the tower. Because he has many acquaintances in Arasaka, Carl now has a general impression of the position of Adam Heavy Hammer, the security director. In simple terms, although he is just a security director, he is a person close to the Emperor. He has the right to decide and veto anything related to the security of Arasaka Tower. Only the master of Arasaka Tower has the real power of command. He has the power of life and death to those below the master of Arasaka Tower. And even vice presidents like Mr. Kenichi Shiro are included. As long as he does not attack the master, Adam Heavy Hammer's position is the only right of interpretation. Although this scope is only within Arasaka Tower. Kill first and report later? Thinking about it, Carl came up with this idea. He remembered that it was said by a eunuch. Thinking carefully, Adam Heavy Hammer's mechanical body is quite suitable. I will send this joke to Mr. Kenichi Shiro later to make him laugh. After reading the messages from his friends, Carl's eyes stayed on Haruko chat box. Haruko said 2 days ago that on the main island, Arasaka Nobuo and Arasaka Saburo had a very unpleasant quarrel again, and they almost fought when they met. It seems that Arasaka Saburo was so angry that he went back to his Kyoto mansion and didn't want to meet his unfilial son. I don't know what the situation of Mr. Arasaka Nobuo is. Carl's personal evaluation of this former employer, who was generous and easy to talk to, is still quite good. At least much better than that old man Arasaka Saburo. It's better to be angry to death. For Carl, who knows about Arasaka Saburo's past experience. Arasaka Saburo is a complete remnant of militarism. He has lived long enough until now. Friends' messages often carry some intelligence. Carl cherishes the things that these friends will say in passing during the chat. But now look. Night City is also very peaceful recently. Just when Carl was thinking this, an account that had left an account with each other, but never communicated, sent a message. Mr. KK, do you remember who I am? Are you and your team free recently? If you are, please reply before 6 p.m. on the day of the message. This message is, looking at his notes, network monitor. Carl still has an impression of the only network monitor he has ever met in real life and left an account. That person is eloquent and easy to talk to. Carl almost watched a Western movie with him at that time. But later, because V and his team acted too fast, the movie just ended at the beginning. Network monitors make a lot of money. Thinking of this saying that is circulated in the bodyguard and mercenary circles, Carl replied, I remember that there are people from the animal gang around you who are protecting you as a long-term commission. Chapter 462 Arrival. Carl, did you get up so early today? When Jack woke up and went downstairs, he found that Carl had already finished making breakfast and was lying lazily on the sofa. You got up too late. T-Bug just went downstairs to have breakfast and went upstairs. Carl glanced at Jack and then looked up at the 2 doors on the second floor that were still closed. It seems that V and Oliver need to sleep for a while. They drank too much yesterday. Jack came to the dining table and looked at the breakfast. Bread slices, fried eggs, bacon and sausages, with a glass of milk next to it. It was a very ordinary breakfast, but it was considered rich. So he sat down and picked up the bread slices while eating and asked curiously, Are you waiting for us to wake up? It's not an urgent job. Carl sat up straight on the sofa and said what he had just heard from the network monitor. Do you remember the network monitor? It's the one I met in the Taiping's How job. He sent me a job this morning, saying that the Voodoo Gang is doing something recently. He hopes that we can help him find a way to do something to the Voodoo Gang after a while. Network monitor. Doesn't he have people from the animal gang next to him? Listening, Jack asked the question that Carl had just asked the network monitor. The guys from the animal gang are good bodyguards. They are excellent. But don't expect them to keep quiet. The network monitoring is going to carry out a covert operation. They said that they are going to do something to the Voodoo Gang top leaders. And they want us to go over and help them at that time. That means they are going to raid the Voodoo Gang top leaders. And they need to help them from close range before they start. And they can't be exposed. Right? After listening to Carl's explanation, Jack understood. That is indeed not something that the animal gang can do. So when is it? He didn't say. He just made a reservation for us. Because he still has to catch the traces of the Voodoo Gang members on the internet. So he hopes that we can help at any time. Any time? After hearing this, Jack raised his eyebrows. It seems that he gave a lot of deposit. 300,000 euros. Plus the Access Warehouse Network Monitoring Network Drive Type 1 given after the work is done. It is really good, Carl said, nodding his head, compared to the Arasaka Access Warehouse I am using now. The Network Monitoring Network Drive Type 1. This type of model is only used internally by the Network Monitoring Department. It is indeed better. T-Bug commented on it just now, saying that it is really strange that the network dogs of the Network Monitoring Department would actually use this thing as a reward. In the past, whenever they saw someone using this thing, they would pounce on that person and swallow him up. The Network Access Warehouse used by the strongest agent of the Network Monitoring Department has the same terrifying attack ability as a monster. Jack also muttered Bug had introduced to them information about this access warehouse. This thing's intrusion performance seems to be one of the best. Right? Actually, it's not much different from the Arasaka I'm using now. But even if it's only 20% better, it's a world of difference. Carl spread his hands. Anyway, there's no better access warehouse on the market than this one. If you want to use it now, just use the best one. The bulk of this job is on this access warehouse, which will be the principal. You can share the deposit later. I compensate you some after I get the order from the access warehouse. I want this access warehouse. If you keep a backup plan after getting this thing, it should be quite deadly. Network monitoring is so generous. There must be something fishy. Right? I definitely have to check it out when I get it. But I heard that there are still access chambers of this type circulating in the market. I guess it should be the best access chamber on the market. Isn't it said that things that can be put on the market are basically outdated? Carl said, sighing. Sometimes I think about it. No wonder rich people always like customized things. Whether those things are good or not is another matter. But they are definitely the most advanced and most suitable for themselves. But for customized goods, I guess we can only have money to customize firearms now. Access chambers are things that are very expensive to develop. And we can't touch them at all. For example, the Malorian Arms Company 3516 that Johnny Silverhand customized at Malorian Arms Company Limited. The only one in the world. But wasn't that gun given to Johnny Silverhand by the boss of that company? Think about it. Don't you have the same treatment? Jack bit the bread in his mouth and glanced at Carl's arm. Your arm and single molecule line are not simple either. Well, speaking of himself, Carl chose to laugh it off. Don't worry. That's what I mean anyway. Other customized items are too expensive for us to figure out. But weapons are not possible. I think we can contact the weapons company and see if we can pay them to help me customize a special weapon. When I go out and show my gun, others will be scared to death when they see it. Aren't our current faces enough to scare the gangs in the city to death? When we need to draw our guns, they will probably be dead. Jack stuffed another poached egg into his mouth, slurped it and swallowed it. So when V and Oliver get up, let's discuss it. You guys discuss it. And do the work you are interested in. I have already posted the team channel. And I have to go out now. Carl stretched and stood up. I have to go to the Badlands to receive some things. Receive something? After hearing this, Jack first thought about it. And then suddenly realized, has that thing arrived? Yes. It's finally here. It's now temporarily stored with your armored vehicle at Atacado. Your armored vehicle is not easy to transport into the city, so you can only rent it to Atacado to transport them. But this thing is the size of a container. And I have to go there today. Say hello to everyone on the street and bring it home. Keep that thing at home. If the NCPD comes to check, we will definitely be arrested for violating the laws of Ninth City. They have to check it out. All the gangs have hidden things. So why can't we have them? This thing is not reassuring anywhere in the city, so it's safer to keep it at home. Remember to ask V and Oliver to clear our utility room later. There should be enough space for things over 2 meters long, Carl said, walking up the stairs outside the floor, ready to go to the top floor to sit on an automatic hovercraft. And he was stopped by Jack halfway. Carl, that thing needs to be repaired. Right? Is it okay to leave it at home? V said that he has read relevant information these days. He understands. You can ask him when the time comes. Watching Carl wave his hand and walk up to the rooftop, Jack scratched his head. V understands? This SPA thing. Just read some information. Will it work? Chapter 463. Use it yourself. Carl, we haven't seen each other for a while. It's been a while. Where's Soul? He's on the left. Just go there. He's also obsessed with that thing and hasn't come out for a long time. Will you come for a drink when you're done? V comes more frequently than anyone else in your team. It's not easy to see you. I think it's because of Panem that he comes so frequently. Not today. But I can come when I'm free. Carl got off the hovercraft, said hello to Mitch, a friend he had met in Atacado these days, and went in the direction he pointed, intending to see what Atacado's leader Soul was doing now. As Carl walked, he saw an NCPD police car parked there. An NCPD officer who was probably on duty was drinking and resting at the small bar in Atacado's camp. When he saw Carl, he raised his glass with several Atacado personnel next to him and gestured to Carl. Carl also nodded back. The transportation route of Atacado 6th Street Gang and NCPD has been implemented for almost half a year. This route has been stabilized. Each gang has something to earn and wants to maintain this route. Some of them earn enough to live a good life and want to maintain it. It is not difficult for them to get familiar with each other. With the help of mutual interests, friendship is established at an astonishing speed. In the current situation, it is not uncommon for NCPD personnel who occasionally run field work to appear in the Atacado camp, and for Atacado personnel to receive help from NCPD personnel in the city. In this environment, only the 6th Street gang has maintained a slightly old-fashioned way. Close, but not too close. However, thinking about the military technology behind them, this semi-closeness may be the best attitude. In Carl's impression, Mr. Johnson, the deputy director, seems to have more say in the bureau recently than the director. It is foreseeable that after the current director retires, he will definitely be the next NCPD director. This is understandable. Mr. Johnson came from the bottom of society and has been quietly dedicated to this most difficult and unpopular patrol officer position for more than 10 years. In every action, he always rushed to the front and did the most dangerous work. He always used his salary to subsidize his subordinates. The amount of money he paid was so much that he had to save up the remaining money to buy a military-grade technology rifle that he had been dreaming of for a long time. After being promoted, he still maintained this style. Once he had funds, he always gave priority to upgrading his subordinates' equipment for the safety of his subordinates, or providing compensation for the families of the sacrificed NCPD police officers. How could such a boss ability to command within the bureau be surpassed by a chief who succeeded him only because the previous chief died? The previous chief who died wanted to lay off more than half of the police officers and cut their benefits. It was natural that he was unpopular and had no ability to command. For example, Mr. Johnson is the first to go. His subordinates eat meat first, and he drinks the remaining soup. If such a boss is not popular and has no ability to command, then it will be a miracle. The next NCPD chief will be rotated soon. Thinking about Mr. Johnson, Carl also thought about the attitude of the NCPD police officers towards him now. It was a bit like recalling the scene when he met with NCPD police officers and some people started to call him Mr. Carl felt strange. Carl himself likes to call people older than him Mr. out of respect for age. But this does not mean that he can get used to being called Mr. by people older than him. He is not a mafia, and he still needs police officers to call him Mr. He can't stand this kind of respect. Although Carl can understand that they are doing it out of their own will. But that kind of feeling Carl can only say that he may not be used to being treated respectfully. Thinking about it, Carl arrived in front of the armored tent. The place where he was now was the most central place in the entire Atacado. Even the place where the leader lived was not worth mentioning compared to this place, because the leader of Atacado could be replaced. But if the cargo vehicle that the entire Atacado tribe relied on for survival was damaged, then the people in the entire camp would starve to death. There were also a lot of people from the Atacado tribe in this place, and everyone was basically busy. But when they saw Carl's face coming over, they still took the time to say hello to Carl and pointed the way. It's been a long time since we last met. How have you been recently? Carl? Go inside. Thor is inside. You brought a powerful thing this time. It's been a long time since we last met. The powerful thing is indeed a powerful thing. But it's not as good as the armored vehicle you like more. Right? One is something that I like so much that I can't stop having it. And the other is something that I can't stop having. I like both things that I like so much. Do you rent this thing out? I just saw Thor's eyes light up. I guess I can give you a high price. This thing is not good. We like it so much too. We are going back to debug it. If you want it, I can help you see if I can get a drone. That thing will be more useful to you. Right? Besides, you can discuss this with Thor. After chatting for a few words, the people working at the door did not block Carl and waved their hands to make way. Then they continued to work. Carl just walked into the armored tent that was 5 or 6 meters high and more than 10 meters long from the position they made way, and saw Thor jumping down from a tall machine. When Thor jumped down, he saw Carl, who had just walked in from the door, at a glance. And it was really like what the Odegaard people at the door said. His eyes were so bright that they seemed to be shining. It's fully equipped and heavy. How did you get this thing? Carl? It's unlucky to get it into the city. If you want, just leave it here. We won't charge you for storage. Get lost. Thor. Looking at Thor, who used to give people a sense of toughness and spoke calmly, now saying shameless words. Carl felt that it was not good to be too familiar. I shouldn't have exposed this thing in front of the tough guy. What kind of tough guy? In front of this thing, you have to be moved. Carl looked at the machine that Thor jumped off and found that it was surprisingly high. It was almost 2 meters and 6. And the special armor that was extremely thick just from the appearance. Ordinary grenades and shells could not cause any damage. Taking a deep breath of the dusty and oily air, Carl had to admit that he was also moved. We plan to use this ACP ourselves. Chapter 464 Mr. KK. The transporter is fine. The verification is correct. Pass it. The personnel at the outpost outside Night City watched Adacado's truck slowly pass by in front of them, watching the account changes displayed on the artificial eye. Their faces unchanged, and soon greeted the next car. I was lucky today. Adacado's car passed by when I was on duty, and I made a small extra money. Lucky. Today it's an acquaintance who is checking. Adacado's truck driver said to Carl sitting in the co-pilot seat. Last time when we transported goods, a newcomer came, and we took a long time to get through. Is the inspection so easy now? Carl saw that he didn't even get out of the car, and Adacado's driver just opened the window and stuck his head out to successfully complete the verification. And he had a general impression of the current transportation. It's okay to save face, but you also have to know the rules. Carry less prohibited items that shouldn't be transported. Even if you are discovered, you have to bear the consequences yourself. As long as the city council members are not idle to check, nothing will happen. Even if there is something wrong, you will be released on bail after being imprisoned for a period of time. The driver sent by Adicado to help Carl transport things said this, and still mention the things they are transporting now. But the things behind us are not within this scope. At most, we can secretly transport some smuggled real meat and firearms. For things like KK, once they are discovered, you have to come forward. Otherwise it will be difficult to explain. That's true for this thing. Carl nodded to show his understanding. Once the transportation of ACPA is discovered, it is not so easy to solve. This is not a simple matter of transporting real meat, which can be handled by sending some ordinary NCPD police officers. No matter how minor this incident is, it will be put on the meeting table of the city council. If it is not handled properly, it will be a political incident again. The people in the city council will not believe that this thing belongs to Carl's team, because Carl and his team are mercenaries. And those people with strong paranoia will most likely suspect that the ACPA was transported in by someone who commissioned Carl's team behind the scenes. And the target of those people behind the scenes may be themselves, who have not received relevant intelligence. By then, the incident will have nothing to do with Carl and his team. The people in the city council may divide into factions and start to act in various places. And the news should be able to broadcast for a while. In fact, if it is just the city council's paranoia attack and cleaning each other up, Carl doesn't care. After all, he is happy to take some work during this period. But if the price is that the ACPA is disposed of, it will not be good. For ACPA that has not been exposed, basically every gang will hide some for their own use. And for ACPA that has been exposed, it can only be specially handled. The last time it was exposed to the public, Carl personally participated in the ACPA incident. Military Technology and Arasaka press release had a long argument. This is a terrifying big toy that would be fine if it was not exposed, but would be upgraded to the political level if it was exposed. Sitting in the moving truck, Carl was actually thinking about Thor's suggestion to store ACPA in Adicado. But some things are always a bit obsessive. Ever since he lost 2 forearms due to this thing, Carl has remembered this thing. This time when he went home. In addition to the ideas of other people in the team, Carl's own idea of following the research also played an important role. To open ACPA, you need to install special prostheses and equipment. Carl naturally would not choose to add burden to his body to open such a thing. What he wants more is to disassemble and study ACPA to find the weakness of this thing. The tutorials and equipment information about ACPA are all top secret. Even if you can buy related Black Super Dream and information on the black market, it is limited. It is definitely not as good as directly taking an ACPA in front of you for research. As long as Carl studies this ACPA thoroughly, he will be able to solve other ACPAs when he encounters them. Carl does not need to reverse the research to crack the information of ACPA. They may be interested in that aspect. What Carl wants is to know where the ACPA is burdened when it is in action, where it will not be noticed, and where it is weak. Then, when it really encounters it, he can carry out surgical precision strikes on the thoroughly studied areas. As long as this thing is studied thoroughly. Adam Heavy Hammer, wearing Dragoon modified armor, will be close. In the past battle with Adam Heavy Hammer, because he was not familiar with it, he could only attack the weakest part of the eyes. Carl still remembers that according to his understanding of Adam Heavy Hammer will never leave this weakness next time. If he encounters it again, he will have to rely on his understanding of armor to dismantle it. As the saying goes, 3 times is the limit. Carl and Adam Heavy Hammer have competed twice. One time they lost miserably, and the other time they tied under the team. The third time, Carl will make this legendary crusher kneel down in front of him. It won't be far away. He clenched his hands and felt the strength of his arms. But Carl looked outside through the glass in front of the car window. After driving into the city and passing through Santo Domingo, they encountered a group of NCPD police officers blocking the road on the way from the city center to Watson District through Haywood. From the situation, it seems that something happened on the road ahead. No passage ahead. Please take a detour. A woman in NCPD uniform came to the front of the truck and gestured to the truck to take a detour. But Carl, who looked familiar, lowered the window. Olona? Are you KK? Olona, who had met Carl before when accepting the Cormac mission, was stunned. And then her expression changed slightly. You actually started to take transportation jobs? I'm also curious. How did the former mercenary become NCPD? Hearing Carl's words, Oriana looked at him, then looked around. That time, wasn't it considered that you and NC? Did you rescue him with the NCPD? You know, the family bloodline incident. After that, Cormac and Killite died. I didn't know anyone in the city. I originally wanted to listen to the old captain and continue to be a mercenary under him. But at that time, Andy invited me and asked me if I wanted to try out some special team of NCPD. I took into account my uncle's situation. Maybe he would plan to retaliate against my family after he was released from prison. So you accepted Andy's invitation? I guess so. My dad always told me to find a proper job. Preferably some bullshit military technology. I didn't expect that I would become a member of NCPD. Olona sighed. Seeing you reminded me of the atmosphere in the team. I didn't know how you did it when I first joined. Everyone in the team respected you. It wasn't until I got the first bonus that I understood why so many people were willing to work for you. Damn it. Being a cop is more profitable than being a mercenary. Safety is guaranteed. And the benefits are good. If I had known, I would have been a mercenary and worked under you. People on the street say that you don't even want to be a cop. I'm afraid you don't want others to take your position. My subordinates. Working for me. Carl was more and more puzzled as he listened. Is that how Andy promoted it? No need to promote it. Everyone in NCPD knows that everyone can eat well, drink well, get a lot of money, and who is helping with the equipment. But you don't seem to have any idea at all. Olona complained and waved to other NCPD officers. Make way. Clear it up. It's Carl. Hearing that it was Carl, the NCPD who were setting up the cordon next to them made a commotion, and then acted quickly. Half a minute later, a cleared route appeared in front of the truck. Go ahead. Our legendary Mr. KK. Olona folded her hands. Remember to come to the NCPD to eat together when you are free. Everyone in the bureau is waiting for you to come and show up. I still owe you a life. As long as you don't call me Mr. It's easy to talk. Besides, our legend. This is too corny. Carl complained and waved to Oriana. I will go when I am free. Please say hello to Andy and Mr. Johnson for me. Say hello? Watching the truck that Carl was riding and slowly passing by, Oriana glanced at the colleagues standing on both sides, looking at their respectful appearances even though they could not see. I am afraid that everyone will say hello to you later. NCPD has become KK's nest. That said, but Oriana looked at her account that had just been paid not long ago, and then thought about her life that was saved. She still stood where she was and saluted the car that Carl was riding in. Mr. KK. This time I really can't repay your kindness. Chapter 465 City Council Press Conference. It turns out that as long as we start from this place, we can destroy its overall balance and create a bigger gap. No. If it is the modified Dragoon of Adam Heavy Hammer, it should not leave such a big gap. So it can only be used as a reference. Carl, are you still studying ACPA with V? It's been 2 days. Haven't you finished the study yet? Come on. I got a good thing. You will definitely be interested. Just as Carl and V were studying the ACPA that had been transported and placed in their residence. Oliver, who had gone out in the morning, came home waving something in his hand. Interrupted by Oliver's voice, Carl temporarily stopped analyzing ACPA. He took another look at ACPA, which was being carefully disassembled and reassembled by V, and turned to look at Oliver. What did you get? Carl's eyes fell on Oliver's waving hand. Mutuo? Did Oliver get some rare Mutuo? So excited? Attracted by Oliver's excited voice, V also temporarily stopped the work at hand, turned his head and looked over. Smiling, you didn't buy some expensive Mutuo again, Oliver? If it's that kind, we are not interested. I only watch those secretly by myself. And I am always T. Bug complained that there was a virus in it. I had already learned how to set up a safe environment. First, he subconsciously refuted, and then Oliver suddenly realized that he had exposed something. But he didn't care too much about it. Instead, he took the Mutuo in his hand and walked towards Carl. But this Mutuo. You really have to take a look at Carl. You are definitely interested. So what is it? So mysterious. Carl took the Mutuo from Oliver's hand, curious about what Oliver was doing. But Oliver didn't say it clearly. Just handed over the Mutuo device again, and motioned Carl to see it for himself. Don't tell me that it's another perspective of me killing my own Mutuo. A little speechless. But Carl still found a seat in the room and sat down. Put on the Mutuo device. And inserted Mutuo. You will know after you experience it. Sensing Oliver's voice outside, the Mutuo worn by Carl started up. In some dizziness and changes in light, Carl felt that the scenery of Mutuo was slowly being constructed. Has the recording started? This was the first sentence Carl heard in Mutuo. Then, he chose to pause immediately. Carl's habit of watching Mutuo is that he usually doesn't watch the whole Mutuo in a coherent manner, but will pause at any time. After pausing, Carl observed the surrounding scenery with the perspective of the Mutuo recorder. And then he found that he was in a venue that was obviously carefully decorated, with several people in suits standing next to him. With the help of the recorder's sense of smell, Carl could smell the smell of disinfectant. It was obvious that the venue had been cleaned and disinfected before. Looking at the people in suits, Carl first noticed a man with a Kenshin pistol on his waist and a noticeable bulge in his body. The person with heavy subcutaneous armor installed should be a bodyguard from the freeze frame action. His standing posture can quickly protect people and draw his gun. Looking to the left, Carl saw a familiar person. It was a bald white man in a suit, slightly fat, wearing a pair of white-rimmed glasses, and looked like a political elite. Wow, this is a big shot. Although Carl has never seen this person in real life, he has always appeared in the news channel of Night City. Wilton Holt, the current deputy mayor of Night City, a seasoned politician with many years of political experience. At this time, Wilton Holt was looking at the recorder, and Carl could feel the respect for himself from the other party's facial attitude. The recorder who can make the deputy mayor look so respectful as himself. Could it be? Carl continued to play, and the voice he heard next confirmed his guess. Mr. Mayor, can the press conference begin? A person holding a camera in the distance asked this side, and the person he was looking at was himself in Carl's perspective. In Night City, there is only one person who can be called the mayor. Lucius Lane, a politician that Carl had met once when he was protecting Arasaka's Nobu. From this Mutuo perspective, it turned out that the mayor was recording. No wonder Oliver said I was interested. This thing is really interesting. How did you get this thing? Oliver? Carl stopped playing Mutuo again and asked Oliver outside. This thing is not easy to get. Right? Fortunately, it's not that hard to get it with a little effort on the black market. After all, it's standard procedure for Night City politicians to record the content of their public appearances in the Super Dream experience. Most politicians probably have a copy of this thing. Public appearances? No wonder. This is part of the politician process stipulated by Night City law. For political records, as long as the records are kept, it's not difficult to leak in a place like Night City. It's not surprising that Oliver got a copy. After explaining, Oliver urged Carl, keep watching. The next part is the highlight. Okay. I continue. Carl continued to start the playback. And in his feeling, he nodded to the cameraman as Lucius Lane and walked to the stage of the press conference. Dear media friends, citizens, hello. Today, we gather here to discuss an important issue concerning the future of our city. As we all know, Taiping State has always been an important part of our Night City. Its development and prosperity have an undeniable impact on the economy and public security of our entire city. In the past period of time, we have noticed that the crime rate in Taiping State has increased, which not only affects the quality of life of local residents, but also has a certain negative impact on the overall image of our night city. Therefore, after careful consideration, we have decided to take a new measure to more accurately reflect the public security situation in our city. From now on, the crime data of Taiping State will no longer be included in the overall crime statistics of Night City. This decision is based on the high attention to data accuracy and transparency. We believe that in this way, the real public security situation of Night City can be more clearly shown. And it also provides Taiping State with an opportunity to independently demonstrate its public security improvement results. Pause. Lucius Ryan was halfway through his words when Carl pressed the pause button because the content of his words was too heavy. City Council, really not going to manage Taiping State? Chapter 466 Good Chess. Carl actually knew before that the Night City Council was going to give up Taiping State and not include the crime rate of Taiping State in the statistics of Night City. When the previous NCPD chief was still alive, he proposed to lay off NCPD police officers and collect police fees. And he proposed a motion to the City Council, that is, to cancel the management of Taiping State and the Badlands on the edge of Night City, and not include these two places in the management of Night City. After the motion was submitted to the City Council, he was solved by a crazy gunman. Carl always thought that this motion would be buried in the sea of the negotiations between the City Council with the death of the former NCPD chief. He didn't expect to hear the announcement of his policy from the mouth of Mayor Lucius Ryan today. Although only Taiping State was mentioned, and the Badlands were not counted. After this sentence was said by the mayor, Taiping State was actually excluded from the system of Night City. When a region no longer counts the crime rate, what does it symbolize? First, it means that there will no longer be NCPD personnel managing that area. Then, in terms of taxation, electricity and water supply, that area will no longer be provided. Then, the City Council stated that that area has become a de facto no man's land. Anyone and any gang can occupy it, and they will not have any idea of interfering. Now Taiping State is actually not much different from no man's land. But the public announcement is always different. This is equivalent to others peeing secretly in the swimming pool, while you are standing on the swimming pool platform to pee. The move is too open and exposed. After this policy is announced, the few residents in Taiping State will probably not be better. The amount of smuggling and special trade there is expected to rise to a new level. That place will become a holy place for various gangs to hide their filth. The recklessness after the complete relaxation will be terrible. After abandoning the last bit of underwear, Carl can foresee the bright future of Taiping State just by thinking about it. Carl continued to play, and the screening of Chow Ming continued. We understand that this decision may cause some questions and discussions, but we firmly believe that this is for the long-term development of our city and the well-being of residents. Our goal has always been to build a safe and prosperous Night City, so that every citizen can live, work and play here with peace of mind. We believe that through our joint efforts, Taiping State and Night City will have a brighter and safer future. The entire recording of Super Dream did not take long. After the official announcement that Taiping State no longer belonged to Night City's management statistics and various political commitments, this Super Dream then fell into garbage time, and Carl directly accelerated to skip the irrelevant content behind. After Carl took off Super Dream and fell into thought, Oliver came over. How about it? I said you would be interested in this content, he said, pointing to ACPA next to him. In the future, if we have anything, we can hide it in Taiping State. The City Council has announced that it will not care about that place, so we can use it as a warehouse. It can be seen that Oliver was very excited. Obviously, Mayor Lucius Lane's suggestion was very much to his taste. As a local of Night City, he thought that Taiping's house should have been opened up long ago. It has been stuck in the middle. It would be better to get Taiping's house out of Night City cleanly and neatly now. That way, whether it is transporting things or using it as a warehouse, there is no need to worry about the City Council coming to check. His friends in the Transportation and Logistics Center can also run more goods and make more money. Do you agree with this policy? Watching Oliver's performance, Carl realized something, but still asked a question. And his question was nodded by Oliver as a matter of course. Of course I agree. Who in the city would disagree with this? You can ask Jack when he comes back. He will definitely agree. This is definitely a good thing. Taiping's house is already bad enough. Every time we have to drag it out, we waste police force and money to go there. If we had that time and money, we could have used it to improve the city and replace the old city equipment. I think even if the city council saved the money spent on Taipingshao, they would not use it on other blocks. Having said that, Carl understood the meaning of Oliver's words. That is, the people in Night City except Taipingshao, or the citizens of other neighborhoods, who make up the majority of the population in Night City, all support the city council's policy of getting Taipingshao out of Night City's management system. In their opinion, instead of throwing money into the shit pit, it is better to stay away from that stinky place. Support means that this policy will be welcomed. The policy proposed by the mayor is welcomed by an absolute part of the citizens. Hearing this, why does it feel like Carl immediately searched for the time of the mayoral election? As expected, the mayoral election is very close. If the current mayor Lucius Lane wants to be re-elected, he will have to face challengers in the city council. Carl's eyes swept over the name of Jefferson Perales, the mayoral candidate challenging Lucius Lane. And he already understood the reason why Lucius Lane gave up Taiping State at this juncture. Lucius Lane made a good move. People's memory is always time-bound. Take news as an example. Unless it is extremely heavy news, the fresher the news, the deeper the impression it can leave in memory. At the critical moment of the mayoral election, Lucius Lane launched a major measure, which was widely welcomed by the citizens, and would undoubtedly deepen the citizens' impression of his wise decision. If the mayoral election is held at such a critical moment, it is foreseeable that Lucius Ryan's support rate will be significantly improved due to the fresh memories of the citizens. If this policy really makes the whole city better afterwards, then there is no need for the whole city to be better. Lucius Ryan only needs to pick a few parts and hold a press conference. Then his victory can almost be said to be stable. In this way, if nothing unexpected happens, the next mayor will still fall on Lucius Ryan's head. But Carl remembered the perfunctory attitude of Lucius Ryan towards Arasaka Nobuo when he first met Lucius Ryan. If you think about it carefully, it seems that something is wrong. The abandonment of management by Taipingshao is giving up a bad place for the citizens of Night City. But if someone wants to infiltrate that unmanaged place, it can be said to be easy. Carl thought about the arrangement of the New America that he encountered when he was in Dog Town. There were already elite agents of the New America in Dog Town. Could Taipingshao avoid it? Now that it has been relaxed, doesn't it mean that if the New America is willing, it can arrange countless safe houses like Alex Bar in the underground of Taipingshao, and bury a large number of forces in Taipingshao without anyone knowing? Is it really just a perfunctory attitude towards Arasaka Nobuo? Arasaka Nobuo? No matter how much Arasaka Nobuo has a quarrel with Arasaka Saburo, he is also the only heir of Arasaka Company in a clear sense. As a dog promoted by Arasaka, no matter what, he should not disrespect his master, unless the dog is no longer eating the dog food fed by this master, and he has a new and better master. If this incident is considered as a loss of respect for Arasaka, then why did a politician who became the mayor because of seeking help from Arasaka lose respect for Arasaka? Arasaka's sphere of influence in Night City is not close to Taipingshao. This policy is obviously more beneficial to the 6th Street Gang close to Taipingshao. Behind the 6th Street Gang is New America. And behind New America, isn't it military technology? Chapter 467 Go to Meet. I need you to help me with something. On the night after watching the press conference, Carl received a message from Kenichi Shiro. He actually wanted to say, "Why on earth? Mr. Kenichi Shiro, you are so disrespectful to me? You didn't even reply to the jokes I sent you. And you asked me to help you with something." However, Carl didn't say this because he felt that Kenichi Shiro would not understand the meaning of this sentence. So he was silent for a moment, and then said, "I'm actually very busy recently. This is not what I want to hear." Kenichi Shiro's words were calm. Now that he had understood Carl's temperament, he said, "If you have any problems, I can help you solve them now. If I say I'm hungry and want Mr. Kenichi Shiro to send me some food, the fresh ingredients are on the way. If you need me, I can send you a chef." Kenichi Shiro seemed to have understood how to deal with Carl. For this unserious guy, he dealt with him in a serious way and gave him what he said. As a result, he would not get used to it, and the fact proved that the method Kenichi Shiro understood was very effective. Just a casual remark that the stuff was on the way made Carl restrain his urge to talk about more nonsense. And he spoke honestly. "So, what is it? Is it urgent? I can give you 2 months. That means it's not an urgent matter?" Carl didn't care too much. In 2 months, anything can be done. He asked what the job was first. What do you want us to do? Do you need us to go on a business trip? Carl thought of the network monitoring reservation job he took, and added, I won't go if it's too far. Not far. It's in Night City. Are there jobs in Night City that take 2 months? So what is it? Find a time to meet with Wilton Holt. And then, Wilton Holt? Kenichi Shiro said halfway. He was interrupted by Carl, who was a little surprised. He had just seen the deputy mayor of Night City in Mutuo. So how come he got a job to meet him? Are you asking us to assist the city council in the Taiping's How elimination plan? It seems that you already know about that matter. Kenichi Shiro paused for a moment, and then continued, it is somewhat related to that matter. Are you planning to let us maintain law and order or serve as bodyguards? For that kind of thing, NCPD personnel are enough. And if that doesn't work, there are still the terrorist mobile team. We shouldn't need mercenaries like us. Carl subconsciously thought that what Kenichi Shiro wanted them to do was to maintain the policy announced by the city council, which would definitely cause dissatisfaction among the remaining residents of Taiping's How. But on second thought, Kenichi Shiro obviously didn't need them to do this kind of thing. Could it be that Carl realized something? We are not going to destroy this plan, causing chaos and making this policy fail? Neither. Kenichi Shiro rejected Carl's continuous guesses. He seemed neither hurried nor slow. There was even an indescribable sense of judgment in his words. Do you want to use your brain to guess what I want you to do? Carl? Kenichi Shiro often said this when he was testing and training Chiyo in the past, in order to cultivate Chiyo's subjective consciousness. Now when facing Carl, he could also subconsciously say this kind of scrutiny similar to the elders, testing the younger generation, not taking the change in Kenichi Shiro words that he himself did not notice in his heart. Listening to his words, Carl frowned slightly and began to think. It is not maintenance, nor destruction, which means that it may have nothing to do with the realization of that policy. So what does Kenichi Shiro need himself to do? Let him meet with Deputy Mayor Wilton Holt. Deputy Mayor? Carl suddenly realized. Yes. Why is it the Deputy Mayor? In terms of political views and public opinion, Mayor Lucius Lane is the most inclined to Arasaka, and Arasaka has made many contributions to his current position as mayor. In return, Lucius Lane led a series of policies such as allowing the reconstruction of Arasaka Tower and recognizing the re-entry of Arasaka forces into Night City. Compared with Mayor Lucius Lane, Deputy Mayor Wilton Holt is just his deputy. As the vice president of Night City, Kenichi Shiro is the person with the highest status in Arasaka in the entire North American region except for those of the Arasaka family. In other words, he can represent Arasaka. And if he really has something to discuss with the city council, he should go to Lucius Lane as the mayor, not Deputy Mayor Wilton Holt. Unless Carl thought of his guess after watching the Mutuo press conference. Even he could sense the change in Lucius Lane's attitude in just one meeting between Lucius Lane and Arasaka Nobuyuki, and understand a series of tendencies that may be beneficial to military technology from the policies he implemented. Would Arasaka not feel it? Carl had watched a dog training video before, and there was a similar sentence in it. If a dog you raise changes its attitude one day, then you have to think about whether it regards other people as its owner. After realizing that Arasaka may have known some changes in Lucius Lane's attitude, Carl has understood what Kenichi Shiro wanted to do. If you want to get rid of the mayor, you really have to make some arrangements. 2 months is not a lot of time, but it should be easier with the assistance of the deputy mayor. Listening to what Carl said, and fully understanding his meaning, Kenichi Shiro on the other side smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, nodded slightly with satisfaction, and then the next second, he reacted to what he had just done. He actually felt a little satisfied with this useless guy. This idea is not good. Absolutely not good. His face turned cold smoothly. Kenichi Shiro was in the office, where he was the only one. No one could know his expression and thoughts. But his tone was back to the ordinary and official feeling. Since you understand, then you should think about how to do it. Find Kenichi Kanzuya. He will arrange the meeting process for you. After saying this, he hung up the phone. Carl, who did not feel the change in Kenichi Shiro's tone, was stunned for a moment when holding the phone that was hung up, because he found that Kenichi Shiro seemed to have forgotten something. Wait a minute. Where's the reward? Chapter 468 Dealing with the Mayor. I don't remember that when we met. I said you needed to bring so many people. The meeting with Wilton Holt was arranged by Kenichi and Kanzuya, and was not long in coming. In a private room of the Haywood restaurant under the night. The obese Wilton Holt looked at Carl and others who came in with his eyes under his glasses and said something slightly dissatisfied. "You didn't say that I couldn't bring so many people, Mr. Deputy Mayor." He had to emphasize the word deputy mayor. Carl naturally pulled out a chair opposite Wilton Holt's dining table and sat down. At the same time, V and others who followed him also found a seat at the dining table. The four mercenaries instantly surrounded Wilton Holt, who was alone. Fortunately, the space in this suite was large enough. Otherwise it would be a bit crowded for only 5 men to sit. But even if the space in this suite was large enough, when Carl and others sat down, Wilton Holt felt that the air around him seemed to solidify all of a sudden. And it seemed a bit difficult to breathe. With a sudden jump in his heart, Wilton Holt himself couldn't explain why he suddenly felt his breathing become heavy. But his body instinct told him that he was in a very dangerous situation. This was the feeling of suffocation that ordinary people could feel when they were next to a beast without any isolation. Even though Wilton Holt knew that Carl and the others would not do anything to him, and the two sides were formerly partners, his heartbeat still began to speed up uncontrollably. But after all, Wilton Holt was an old politician for many years, and he had seen all kinds of people. So after taking a breath, he forcibly suppressed his body discomfort and focused on the next thing to talk about. The next thing to talk about with this group of mercenaries was too important. So if any word was exposed, it would be a heavy leak that would shock the citizens of the entire Night City. So he had to be careful. Wilton Holt looked at Carl, who was sitting there, as if he didn't feel nervous at all. And his mood stabilized a lot. No matter what, at least the people who came to help this time were the best mercenary team in the city. If there was any team in the Night City mercenary circle that could do a good job, then it was only them. Thinking of the intelligence he had obtained that the KK team had a 100% completion rate, Wilton Holt considered his words and said, "Lucia's schedule has always been arranged by me. And recently, he will go to the city council to sign documents because of the Taiping State incident. If you want to do it, I can provide you with a vehicle itinerary map." Do it on the road? Carl felt that this assassination method sounded so familiar, as if a certain American president and a certain Austrian-Hungarian crown prince died in this way. However, a familiar assassination method does not mean that it is not easy to use. Its success is enough to show its practicality in assassination. When people are on the road, they are often more relaxed, which has a higher success rate than waiting for a fixed point. However, this common assassination method was rejected by Carl after a little thought. No. The reason is very simple. Just like the reason why Carl team rejected this assassination method when they were about to attack the former NCPD chief. This kind of assassination gunman is not easy to run away, and it may not implicate Wilton Holt when he is chased. But it is too easy to find their KK team. Carl looked at Wilton Holt. None of us is a fool. Mr. Deputy Mayor, please remember that we did not accept your commission. We only have the obligation to assist you, which does not mean that we are your subordinates and need to obey your orders unconditionally. Don't talk about this way of treating us as sacrifices. Otherwise I don't mind letting Mr. Deputy Mayor, the mayor's good partner, accompany him when the mayor dies. Without any concerns, Carl opened his mouth with a plain threat to his life. The work he received from Kenichi Shiro was just to assist the deputy mayor in finding a way to get rid of the mayor. The whole task only required the death of the mayor, and did not say to ensure the safety of the deputy mayor. Putting a bomb on the deputy mayor and letting him and the mayor die together was also to assist the deputy mayor in killing the mayor. Carl did not think there was anything wrong with this. When Carl said his possible death in a plain tone, Wilton Holt felt cold all over his body. Although Carl's words were plain, his tone was serious, without a trace of falsehood. As long as you listen, you can feel the sincerity of his words. If I continue to talk about using the KK team as sacrifices, KK will really let me die with the mayor. This guy has no concerns at all. Wilton Holt cursed in his heart. In the information collected by his subordinates about KK, there is a text that describes it like this. KK is unexpectedly a very easy-to-talk person. In order to complete the task, he will take appropriate risks. When communicating, you can try to ask him if he can perform radical tasks. The information seems to be fine. The only thing missing is that the collected information does not say whether KK will warn the communicating party if he says some offensive words when trying to communicate. However, I didn't really want KK to take the blame. Wilton Holt proposed this method, which is actually just a negotiation technique. At the beginning, put forward a request to the other party of the negotiation that they are unlikely to accept. When the other party refuses, gradually lower the conditions, and finally achieve your real goal. This method is easier for the other party to accept than directly putting forward the real intention at the beginning. Wilton Holt often uses this negotiation technique and often achieves good results. But it turned over a little today. Fortunately, Carl did not turn his face directly, but just threatened verbally. So there is still room for further discussion. Wilton Holt's expression changed instantly, and he smiled. It's just a little joke. KK. I have someone who is really suitable for the mission. But I need your help. Is there another person to take the blame? Carl looked at Wilton Holt's performance calmly, without saying much, but tapped his fingers lightly on the table, making a sound, and then said, "Speak human language." Lucius often goes to some private places, and some accidents happen there. For Lucius' reputation, some things are not easy to announce, so no one will investigate them in detail. Wilton Holt said his real purpose.